Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are so happy to be here in Gonzales. Oh, Carol, could I ask you to mute your... Okay, perfect. I got it. Wonderful. With that said, again, we are so thrilled to be here in Gonzales. I'm going to call this April meeting of the California Coastal Commission to order, and we'll begin with a roll call, please.
Commissioner O'Malley.
Present.
Commissioner Eckerly. Not here yet. Commissioner Hart.
Here.
Commissioner Jackson. He's here somewhere. Commissioner Rodoni.
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Hi on Zoom. Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
Here.
Commissioner Notoff.
Here.
Commissioner Moreno.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Good morning.
And Chair Harmon.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you very much. Before we move to the virtual meeting procedures, I just want to take a few moments to acknowledge how special it is for us to be here in Gonzales, particularly in this 50th anniversary year of the Coastal Act. It's so important to me personally, and I know it's important to this agency and to all of my colleagues, that we really highlight that the coast is for all of us, and that the Coastal Act is for all of us, whether you live in a coastal community or not. So I'm so grateful that you are all here today. I'm grateful that you're hosting us. And I'd like to turn to our colleague, Commissioner Supervisor Lopez, to make a few opening comments as well.
I want to thank you all for being here. I know that it's not a traditional stop, and it means a lot to us as a community that you're all here visiting and seeing this incredible corner of California. It's a place we're very proud of. It produces so much. And I'm not just talking about the food and the product in the fields, but talent. Kids that leave and become incredible leaders throughout the state, nation, and the world. And this place is special because we see the value in each other and reinvest in one another. And the building you're sitting in today is one of those reinvestments led by our city council. Sitting in front of us today is our Mayor Jose Rios, Mayor Pro Tem Silva, and Lorraine Worthy, our city councilwoman here from the city of Gonzales. They were champions for this project. Tied into it was really the dreams of our youth who envisioned this facility as you sit in it today. It was their hope to create a space for themselves, but advocating for it. And learning that advocacy and its role and importance in their life will make them advocates in spaces that we all get to occupy today, that we get to embrace, and really create opportunity for them to continue to do that work into the future. And so you're sitting in a place that's special to me, and it means a lot to look around this room and know that so many of you came from long distances or communities that don't traditionally visit. I also see Mayor Labar sitting in the back. Mayor Labar from King City, neighboring city, thank you for being here, as well as staff with the Speaker's Office. I see Dominic Dursa, District Director, and Luis Mesa. And to wrap up this morning, I just want to thank my staff as well. In the back, there's 3 women. If you would do me a favor and raise your hands. You got Priscilla Barba on the right, Karina Pelayo in the middle, and then Monica Hale on the left. They helped put this all together, and they're really the reason that I get to do this work. Without their support, I'm not able to step away for 3 days to advocate for all of our communities. But it's an honor to have you here, and I look forward to showing you what South County, what Southern Monterey County is all about, and will just commit myself again, sitting here in front of all of you, that vision that the coast is for all of us has always been at the center of the work that I do on this body and will continue to do so. Thank you so much for being here. It means the world to me.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Before we move to the virtual meeting procedures, I just want to note there are some seats available in the front. So if folks who are standing in the back would like to sit, please feel free to come on up. With that, Chris, to you.
All right. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute your phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual meeting procedures.
Great, thank you very much. And now we will move to agenda changes, please.
Thank you, Chair Harmon, and good morning to the Commission and to everybody who is joining us today. Staff did post the agenda changes sheet to our website, and that list remains accurate, but I will go through it here. Starting with item 10A, that's application A6 ENC 2450. This is the Sayer Family Trust matter in Encinitas that is moved to consent. Item 11A, the City of San Diego's map adoption MA 2026-1, the Tijuana River segment, is moved to consent. Item 12A, the City of Encinitas LCP amendment on the short-term rentals. This is just adoption of findings, time extension. That is moved to consent. Item 14A, it's application 525-897, United XYZ LLC in the City of Santa Monica. There are 3 development agreements here. Items 14A, 14B, 14C, those are all moved to consent. Then item 15A, the City of Manhattan Beach LCP amendment on outdoor dining. This is just the time extension that is moved to consent. Item 19.1A, the City of San Buenaventura LCP amendment on their affordable housing regulations. Again, an LCP time extension that's moved to consent. And item 20A is application 425-615, Goleta Gardens LLC, and that item is moved to consent. And that completes our agenda changes this morning.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, we will turn to public comment, please.
All right, thank you. For members of the public, I'll be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload, and this takes a moment. To speak up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you'll be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I'll call your names in the order that they appear in our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise your hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you're using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. So today for general public comment, we have a total of 16 speakers signed up, and we'll start in the room with Edwin Sevilla, District Director for Representative Lofgren.
You guys hear me? Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Edwin Sevilla, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren's District Director. First off, I wanted to thank the Commission for having this very important meeting here, not just in California's 18th Congressional District, but more importantly in Gonzales, California. Gonzales, California, unfortunately, when I talk to my colleagues about this city, it kind of gets, it doesn't get the love it deserves, and it should be, so I'm happy that it's happening here. Commissioner Lopez mentioned the talent in this region, and I can testify to that as well. Not just the general talent, but more importantly, the young talent. Just across the street, there's a high school, and those students right now are learning about public works, or learning about the commission, or learning about how government works for them, and we should be the example for them today. So again, I just want to thank everyone, and I will kick it off to the next speaker, but thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jose Rios, Mayor for the City of Gonzales.
First of all, very good morning to all of you. And I have to tell you, I have a new admiration for our county supervisor. What a silver-tongued devil that he can get all of you here. I mean, wow, I admired him before. Now I'm like, I have to build you statues. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence here. As Chris said, this is a center that's meant for our youth. This is only half of the future community center. We could only afford $28 million. We're a small city with a big heart, but shallow pockets. So we're working on that. Future will be a big community center room and then a gymnasium. That's the next part of this phase. But we thought it was more important to invest in our youth. They are our future. I am 69 years old with my foot halfway out the door, and that's okay, because when I look at the youth that's coming up in this community, I think you would all be amazed. We have 3 young people that are our youth commissioners, and they attend every single boring meeting that we have. And you know what? They don't flinch. They attend and give some great presentations. And I think had I been able to be that, maybe I would have been a much better leader. And so I can't help but think that we're grooming these young people to become better leaders. And what better way to do it than have a place for them to do homework, to meet, to have a positive place to be. We don't have to have a soda and drink place, but a really nice place to meet where they can get things done. I have to share with you that in my 68 years of life, I had never gone down Highway 1. Well, about 10 years ago, when I could see, we went down to a place called Santa Lucia, and there's a monastery there. And it's a winding little road that's probably 2 miles up on the hill. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I never realized the blessings that we have living here in California. And I was so humbled and blessed to be there that day that I told my wife, I said, why haven't we done this before? She's like, you never want to drive anywhere. We were there, and I got to tell you, I just got back from Hawaii. I'm sorry. Hawaii's beautiful and all, but California's where I want to be. Thank you again for being here with us, and we do hope that maybe you'll make this an annual meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Mesa, on behalf of Speaker Robert Rivas.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Luis Mesa from the Office of Speaker Robert Rivas. And on behalf of the Speaker, I would just like to share his thanks and appreciation to the Coastal Commission today for holding this public meeting here in the city of Gonzales. The work the Coastal Commission does is important, and your presence here this week is significant to us. I say significant because we are all committed to ensuring the preservation and protection of our California coast. The actions you take have far-reaching impacts not just on our coastal residents, but also on our inland neighbors. Meeting here today expands access to these important discussions and shows your commitment to ensuring that all voices are heard as you work to make fair and equitable decisions. I hope you enjoy your time here in the Salinas Valley, and despite your lengthy time you spend in session, we'll be able to get out and see why this region is so special to us. And by spending a little time here, I hope you will better understand the challenges we face and are working so hard to address. To the City of Gonzales, I appreciate all of your hard work, your council, youth council, and the community leaders like the Caprara family put into making this center a reality. Opportunities like this, having this facility for leaders to come to, not just from the City of Gonzales and the Salinas Valley, but from around the state, are important as we work to ensure that all voices are heard at the table when important decisions are being made. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Mike Labar.
Mike Labar, Mayor of King City, Chair, Commissioners. I'm here to express my great appreciation for you holding this meeting today here in Gonzales, here on the inland. The decisions that you make on the Coastal Commission, as alluded by the speaker, have far-reaching impacts. A lot of our residents in King City and in South County travel to the coast every day to work within the hospitality industry, within the medical industry, and within the tourist industry. The decisions that you make regarding water, access, and especially housing affect them greatly. When you look at decisions when housing projects come before you, I want you to understand that's an opportunity for our workers to be able to live and work in the same town. Your decisions do have real meaning and real significant impact on the quality of lives of all of those that live inland. And as somebody who does, I also want to thank you for the great work you do on access, because if it wasn't for that, when I travel to the coast, all I may ever find is just fences that won't let me hit the beach. Most of us don't live on the coast, but a lot of us visit the coast. So thank you for that work. And the last thought I want you to just have in the back of your mind, and it was something I learned many years ago. Over half our population in South County have not even visited the ocean. And that's a shame, because it is a beauty, as it was just mentioned, that all should be experienced. So thank you again. I second the motion from the Mayor of Gonzales that I hope this is an annual event, because the feedback from the inland, I think, will help guide you to even better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 more in-person speakers, starting with Colleen Bailey, and then Rosa Rodriguez, Mike Scatini, Rachel Wilson, Steve Ray. Colleen Bailey. I'm not seeing Colleen. Approach the mic. Rosa Rodriguez.
Good morning, everybody from the Coastal Commission and public. My name is Rosa Rodriguez. I apologize, I have laryngitis. Laryngitis for people not upkeeping their yards. And unfortunately, this happens. One of the things that I would like to suggest is legislation for a permanent code enforcer, Monday through Friday. In Gonzales, we have a code enforcer only on Fridays, and they're a consultant. I looked it up, and it's not the law to have a code enforcer in City Hall Monday through Friday. The reason I say this is also what's affecting our oceans. All contaminants lead to drains, lead to the oceans, right? Well, we have a huge issue with a lot of things going to our drains. And I was taking a shower once, and somebody threw something over my window to where I had to go all the way down to the bathtub because I couldn't breathe. It was a chemical somebody threw. And then sometimes there would be stenches that were really bad, like ammonia. And we all know that there's also, illegal drug homes where they make drugs. So I visited LA, I visited Mexico City, And we need to pay more attention to all those things. Also, when I walk around Mayor Park, there's sometimes human feces, dog feces, and I ask who's responsible to pick them up. The maintenance department, they do a wonderful job, and that's not their duty to pick it up. I asked the landscaping department and the landscaping team, and they said we have a contract of things that we have to do, and that's not our job. So we need to go back to our schools like we did with a beautiful Monterey Aquarium. I was a volunteer, a chaperone, teach our children from small that this is our home. You know, we need to be blessed that we have this home. Make sure that, you know, everything is, that we pay more attention to contaminants so that we don't end up drinking it in our water. There was an issue with our water here in Gonzales to where my poor fingers were really bad. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Mike Scattini. Following that will be Rachel Wilson and then Steve Ray. And then we'll move to our Zoom participants.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. As I stated, my name is Mike Scattini. I'm a resident of the Monterey Peninsula. I'm a fourth-generation farmer in the Salinas Valley, and I currently serve on the Board of Directors of Monterey County Water Resource Agency, where I've served for 15 years. And I previously served on the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency Advisory Committee. I'm here speaking on my own behalf. I want to thank you for your leadership in approving the desalination project. That decision is a critical step toward long-term water reliability for the Monterey Peninsula and reflects a thoughtful balance between community needs and responsible resource management. I'm here to emphasize a related principle. The Salinas Valley must retain and manage its own water resources to meet its sustainability goals. The Salinas Valley is one of the most productive agricultural regions in the world, but we face serious groundwater overdraft and seawater intrusion. Achieving sustainability under SGMA depends on our ability to manage and recharge our basin locally. Diverting water away from the valley undermines those effects and strain to an already stressed system. This is especially critical for disadvantaged communities in the Salinas Valley who already face limited access to safe, affordable drinking water. Local control of local water is essential to protecting farmland, sustaining our economy, and achieving groundwater sustainability. The desalination project helps ensure the peninsula has a reliable, drought-proof supply, allowing the Salinas Valley to focus on its own solutions, recharge, conservation, and responsible basin management, without further depletion of our own resources. I respectfully urge you to support policies that keep the Salinas Valley water within the valley while continuing to advance desalination as part of our region's long-term water strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Wilson and Steve Ray.
My name is Rachel Wilson. Good morning, commissioners and staff. Although I live in Cayucas, I grew up on a farm. I taught at a school filled with farm worker students, and on a field trip, my 7th grade students were shocked that ocean water is wet. Thank you for protecting our coast for all. Thank you for saying no when it is always much easier to say yes. Thank you for always following the rules and for supporting our county planners by encouraging them to follow the rules even when they are continuously pressured to give variances. I sit on a land use committee. The 3 most powerful words I have are, will coastal approve? And you would be amazed at how many plans are immediately pulled, and they always come back better. Thank you for always doing what is right, even if it is not popular. That is what the mantra I used to teach my students, and it's not always easy. Thank you for preserving the coast for all. I love when I see my students from the valley come to the coast and actually learn that ocean water is truly wet. Thank you for doing everything that you do, because it is critical for the young citizens of our future to protect this planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Steve Ray. And then our first Zoom speakers will be Eileen Boken, Jane Reldon, and Charles Varney. Steve Ray.
Well, good morning, commissioners, staff, the rest of the staff, and to the public. It's great to be here. It's great to be back. I've missed a couple meetings, and but my voice has come back. Be forewarned. Okay, I can talk again now. So glad to talk to you this morning. First, I want to congratulate Commissioner Lopez for bringing the meeting here. I've been attending 44 years the Coast Commission hearings and made over 95% of them over all those years. And this is the first time we've ever come to a town like, not just Gonzales, but a town like Gonzales. This is great. And I've always liked Gonzales. One of my family's surnames is Gonzales, so I feel I have some heritage here. Unfortunately, I just mostly drive through on the freeway, but I do stop off occasionally and eat here. They have great food here. So anyway, and for the mayor, it's nice to have the representatives of the city here to show how much they are glad to be a part of the coast. And as the chair said, we're all part of the coast if you live in California. In the meetings I've missed, I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to Vanessa publicly. I did privately, but not publicly. So I want to say goodbye and what a great person she is. And Chris is doing a fine replacement job, but he's not quite as cute. No offense, Chris. And also to Dr. Jonna Engel, who just recently retired. She was such a huge force in the saving of Banning Ranch from the staff perspective, because she's the one that handled all the science so much. And she's now retired, so I miss her too. And in my usual spot of welcoming new commissioners, which I've been doing for all of these decades here, I have not been here and been able to welcome Commissioner Lee to the commission. So welcome on behalf of all the public out here. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, one last call for Colleen Bailey, who was signed up to speak in person. Colleen? Okay, no. Okay, we're moving on to Zoom speakers. So starting with Eileen Boken. Eileen, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute now.
Eileen Boken, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. In the commissioner's packet are 3 items from the coalition. First is the coalition's resolution from November 18th of last year with the title, CSFN Resolution Advocating for Transfer of the Auxiliary Water Supply System, AWAS. AWAS is an independent, high-pressure, high-volume water system to fight catastrophic fires, especially post-earthquake fires. The resolution advocates for the transfer of AWAS from the SFPUC back to the SF Fire Department. The second resolution is dated January 20th of this year with the title, Resolution to Extend AWAS to all SF neighborhoods, especially for post-earthquake fires. The third attachment is an image of Pacific Palisades after last year's catastrophic fires. The image is of beachfront homes in Pacific Palisades burned to the ground because LA Fire didn't have the infrastructure to fight catastrophic fires using ocean water. Besides lives lost and homes destroyed, the Palisades fire caused massive environmental damage and massive economic impacts. 1 year later, only 10 homes have been rebuilt. Does San Francisco want to be the next Pacific Palisades? Similar comments have been made at the California State Lands Commission and Cal OES Seismic Safety Commission. Similar comments will also be made at the Ocean Protection Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jane Reldon, Charles Varney, and Penny Aaliyah. Jane Reldon.
I'm here, and I'd like to be on video. as well.
You should be able to turn on your video, and we are also getting some echo. If you do have another device playing our audio, could you mute that device? And then you should be able to turn your video on. There you go. Go ahead.
My name is Dr. and I am speaking to you as the president of the Seal Conservancy of San Diego. The Seal Conservancy of San Diego has the mission to preserve and protect the La Jolla Harbor Seal Rookery for the enjoyment and educational benefit of children. The Seal Conservancy is committed to maintaining the current protections in place at Children's Pool Beach for the La Jolla Harbor seals. The City of San Diego will be asking the Coastal Commission to renew the coastal development permits that have been in place since 2014 to protect the seals with closure of the beach to access for the public 5 months of the year from December 15th to May 15th annually, and for viewing guideline rope for the other 7 months of the year for guidelines to proximity to the seals and allows access to the public to approach the water. The protections have worked phenomenally well with a decrease of 150 police calls per month to 0 since the closure during pupping season, when the seals give birth, nurse their young, and teach them how to swim and fish. You will be hearing the coastal development permit applications from the City of San Diego in 2029, and I urge you to renew them for the 15 years that they will have been in place or longer. This benefits the public to view the seals from the SeaWorld, the sidewalk, and the mid-landing. Thank you for supporting the coastal development permits that protect the seals year-round, and for your attention. Again, Jane Reldon from the Seal Conservancy of San Diego supported.
Thank you. Next, Charles Varney, Penny Aaliyah, and Elena Tillman. Charles Varney.
Hello. Good morning, commissioners and staff and citizens of Gonzales. I'm Charles Varney. I'm chair of Surfrider Foundation, San Luis Obispo County chapter. We recently wrote to the commissioners and staff a letter in which we expressed our appreciation for the how you have been supporting us for a long time around issues of environmental justice, especially as that applies to our Oceano Vehicle-Free Beach campaign. And we also called attention to the action that we would like to see more of in terms of the Coastal Commission encouraging our local Board of Supervisors to move forward on realigning our local coastal plan, and especially getting into that after the June elections. We also included for today a review of core values of the original CDP. And really what it was way back 4 decades ago was an adaptive management plan. And our goal is to get the whole Oceano Vehicle-Free Beach on the table in the discussion with all the changes that are coming up around the Public Works Plan, the sale of the Phillips 66 refinery. We want it on the table. We want it to be there. We want to end the reality of we being a sacrifice zone for the SVRA and claim our right to become a beach town like all the other beach towns in California. We appreciate your support. We appreciate working with you and be checking in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Penny Aaliyah, Elena Tillman, and Robin Davidoff. Penny Aaliyah.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. Penny Aaliyah. How fortunate you all are today to be in Gonzales. You can feel the love in the room, even on Zoom. Last month, I joined about a dozen concerned environmental advocates to support staff's recommendations on enforcement action at Dana Point Headlands. This month, I want to personally thank you for your strong support of staff's recommendations, as well as your thoughtful comments and good suggestions on moving forward. I have been involved in this issue for a couple of decades and never dreamed of some of the creative solutions that were discussed during your deliberation. We were all very much looking forward to moving ahead with a CDP that would allow us to possibly implement some of your suggestions and find some good solutions to resolving the impacts to the finite natural resources at the headlands, specifically the Pacific pocket mouse. But, as is usual with the city of Dana Point, they chose to sue instead of working with you in the environmental community. I'm sure this will be discussed during your closed session, but I must say that after all these years of litigation against CNLM, I am completely unclear as to what the city's goal is in suing the Coastal Commission. What is there to gain with all of these lawsuits, this one being number 3? We all know you made the right decision. You all know you made the right decision. Again, thank you for your support and your great ideas last month. Hope springs eternal that the city just might do the right thing one of these days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Elena Tillman, Robin Davidoff, and Nathan Brenner. They're sharing a presentation for the Seal Society. Elena Tillman.
Hey, good morning. Just waiting for that to come up there.
Yes, give us a moment to bring it up.
Sure.
There we go.
Up. All right. So good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name's Elena Tillman, and I'm here with the Sierra Club Seal Society to provide a brief update on conditions at La Jolla Cove as we approach sea lion pupping season, just now about 30 days away. Next slide, please. Our goal is simple and urgent: 0 pup mortality due to human interference while maintaining public safety. Next slide, please. Over the past 2 months, we do want to acknowledge that the city, particularly Park and Rec, has made visible and meaningful progress. Daily ranger presence has improved conditions at the Cove. Announcements are being made consistently, clearly instructing visitors to maintain distance, and importantly, those announcements are multilingual, which has increased compliance. What we're seeing is that visitors do respond, typically by the 3rd announcement, and while the 20-foot buffer is not always achieved, distancing is happening more consistently, often around 10 feet, which in some contexts has reduced immediate risk. However, with pupping season approaching, this is where the stakes change. Pupping season is a uniquely vulnerable time. We've already seen in past seasons that human encroachment can lead to pup injury, separation, and death. What may be generally manageable conditions now will not be sufficient when newborn pups are present. So while progress is real, it is not yet at the level needed for pupping season. We need consistent enforcement of the full 20-foot buffer, stronger coordination between rangers and lifeguards, and a proactive, not reactive approach to crowd management before peak summer visitation. I'll close by emphasizing this. The systems being put in place are working, but they need to be scaled and tightened now to prevent predictable harm in the coming weeks. And with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Robin Davidoff, to discuss coordination and enforcement in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Davidoff.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Robin Davidoff, Sierra Club Seal Society Chair, and last week the Mayor's Office held a meeting with Park and Recreation leadership, District 1 staff representing La Jolla, and the Seal Society to discuss the additional management tactics we've been advocating for the past year. The highly productive meeting resulted in important commitments. The city agreed to write a management plan that includes detailed ranger-led management tactics. The plan will be in place before May 15th, which is the start of the sea lion pupping season. The plan will serve as a foundation for an application to modify the long-term management plan, and the goal is to complete it as soon as possible and before 2027 pupping season. This phased approach allows time to implement these tactics, evaluate how well they work, and refine them based on real-world results. We understand that modifying the plan takes time. However, we strongly believe that this is the most effective path to protect both visitors and pups because it gives the city the authority and the direction to implement the plan. Next slide, please. The plan also allows and requires rangers to manage interactions on the beach. Rangers will place cones and tape around newborn pups and injured animals, and this creates a clear buffer zone to protect vulnerable wildlife. A-frame signs will be placed on the beach. This serves as a visual cue for visitors, indicating where to stand when viewing sea lions and helping people recognize that resting sea lions can sometimes look like rocks. And when sea lions are on the western stairs or at the base of the stairs, rangers will redirect visitors to the eastern staircase. This reduces close encounters and improves beach access. Finally, rangers will go onto the beach for crowd management as needed, and together these measures provide practical, on-the-ground tools to reduce conflict and improve safety for both visitors and sea lions. Next, I'd like to introduce Nathan Brenner, who will continue this presentation.
Thank you. Nathan Brenner.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nathan Brenner with the Sierra Club Seal Society. As you've heard, there's a lot going on in the city of San Diego, with only 30 days left until we expect the pregnant sea lion moms to start giving birth to their pups. It is imperative that the city of San Diego has written protocols in place to manage the summer crowds which will flock to the La Jolla Cove beach to see these majestic marine mammals and their pups. We've been presenting to you for the past year in hopes that an updated written management plan could be in place for pupping season 2026. The Sierra Club is grateful for your continued support in working with the City of San Diego to ensure the letter and the spirit of the Coastal Act is being applied to protect these precious marine mammals through tourism management. We look forward to continued collaboration with this commission and the City of San Diego to achieve the goal of 0 pup deaths in 2026. Next slide, please. We thank this commission and will return in May to update you on our progress with the City of San Diego and the status of written tourism management protocols. Thereafter, in June, while this commission is in San Diego, we invite the commissioners and staff to join the Sierra Club Seal Society for a guided tour of the Point La Jolla Sea Lion Rookery, so you can observe firsthand the splendor and beauty of these precious marine mammals we are all working together to protect. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. And then we did have one more in-person speaker that we were able to find, Anna Christensen. Made it just in time. And then another call for Colleen Bailey, if you are now here. And can you turn the mic on at the base of the, yeah, there you go.
Good morning, Gonzales, and everybody else. This is public comment. I'm not speaking to a particular agenda item, but I am on a topic that you're going to be listening to and hearing a lot about today, and that's fireworks versus more environmentally friendly alternatives. I just wanted to say that the Los Angeles chapter of Sierra Club has now passed a phase-out fireworks resolution that will apply to all our area, which is all of LA and Orange County. And the fireworks resolution reads as this: Sierra Club's Angeles chapter calls for the phasing out of the use, sale, and display of fireworks within our boundaries and encourages environmentally friendly alternative visual displays. This was very challenging. I helped work on the research for this. It's a one-sentence resolution with 17 pages of research. And what I learned, because my primary involvement was with wildlife, especially birds, was that how many people are affected by fireworks, how many communities, how many fires are started. And it's becoming more and more common knowledge. And yet, one of the things that our members are not really every member, because we didn't do it to every member, but our active community leaders and Sierra Club leaders were concerned about was the idea of how popular fireworks are. And you know, the thing is that popularity might win you a beauty contest or, you know, more likes, but it doesn't necessarily make sense for our survival. So today, as you're looking at these different things, and in the future too, try to guide us in that way, because we're in communities that love fireworks, and yet those communities most at risk from fires have no problem canceling fireworks shows and no problem not selling them. But even my own town of Long Beach, 3 of our city council people wanted a resolution to start selling fireworks again. It's not going anywhere, which is good. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. We have no more speakers. Madam Chair.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you to our public commenters. It's always one of the most important parts of our meetings to hear from all of you. So with that, I will briefly return to the commission for questions. Okay, Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, just again want to welcome everybody, and I did fail to give a thank you to Kate Hucklebridge, who, when she read an article in Zocalo or as part of the Chronicle about this center, said, well, let's do it now, let's not wait. So thank you for that push. And lastly, just want to ask everybody, as you drive up and down this valley today, whether you're going north or south, look left and right. You'll see a tapestry of beautiful earth, different colors, and more importantly, people making a living from that land. And they are proud of the work that they do. It is hard work, but it puts food on the table for the nation and the world. And I want you to know that in this valley, we prioritize them. We take care of them. We build the housing they want and deserve and need against all pressures. As Mayor Labar called out earlier, that challenge around housing is real. And the beauty of this valley is that Monterey Bay, that cold air gets drawn down. You can have a 35-degree swing between King City and Monterey at the exact same time in the summer. But that's that marine layer being pulled south, that by the evening we get a deep cool. It allows us to grow so many different crops that other places in the world can't, from kiwis and avocados to lettuce and garlic. We can do anything in this valley because of that. And just know that as you go north and south, those people are working hard for all of us. And even if you can't stop and say thank you, whisper it. They'll feel it. They'll know it. So thank you again for being here today.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Okay. Yes, round of applause. Thank you. Commissioner Nada.
I was just going to say how nice it was to hear that there's progress with the in the La Jolla Cove, and thank you to Mayor Gloria in San Diego for meeting with concerned citizens. It sounds like we're making progress, and I'm hoping that the sea lions stay on schedule and don't start popping before May 15th, and they're going to get the enforcement in place there. So I just wanted to encourage that ongoing dialogue and progress.
Vice Chair Hart.
Excuse me. I just wanted to make a brief comment in response to the mayor from King City. Thank you so much for your comments. With regard to your statement regarding the need for housing on the coast, I just want to tell you that on my own behalf, and I believe this is shared by all of the members of this commission, I think that I would put affordable housing on the coast as one of our top priorities. The problem that continuously comes up in my mind is there's only so much room left on the coast. And if we don't all work together to make sure that the housing that gets built on the coast is affordable, then the coast will continue, we're going to continue having a problem of construction of second homes, condos, places that people don't even live. We have to continue this fight together. The commission does not have independent authority to require affordable housing, and a lot of people don't realize that. We have various means of addressing it, but that power was taken from us early on. So I just want to let the mayor and everyone here know that that is a huge priority for us, and we all have to be united in this to fight for affordable housing on the coast, workforce housing on the coast. So thank you so much for those comments. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And now we don't usually do a chair's report, but Vice Chair Hart and I just have a couple of comments. I want to announce that Commissioner Jackson will be taking my place on the local government working group, which I'm very excited about. For those who don't know, that's a group that brings together representatives from the League of Cities, from the County Association, CSAC, local government representatives, and our staff to really think about policy solutions to some of the challenging planning issues that we face. That's maybe the polite way to put it. But Commissioner Jackson is so immersed in these challenges in his local community and is such a great champion of the Coastal Act. He's going to be a really fantastic addition to that group. He'll be joining Commissioner Wilson. So grateful to him and excited to see with their powers combined what they can create. With that, I'll turn to Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to mention that I was on a panel, I believe last week or the week before. Time is sort of running together. But in any event, this was a panel celebrating 60 years of the UC Reserve System, now known as UC Nature. And a lot of people don't realize, but the UC system has the largest system or group of reserves that are set aside in the state and cover really almost all of the principal ecosystems in the state of California. Many of the UC reserves are on the coast, but there are also very important reserves in the desert, in the Sierras, now up at Lassen. And the thing that struck me and came out of that event was the importance of our staff really working with the UC reserve system, because those reserves exist to provide a location for students to work and study and set up experiments, as well as obviously faculty, and to produce very important research that is directly usable by the commission. So I'd really like to encourage us to engage with the UC system. I'm planning a visit to the Big Creek Reserve, which is south down in Big Sur, but I just think that this is a very, very important resource that I would love to see us pursue. Dr. Huckelbridge.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Dr. Huckelbridge.
Just to respond, thank you so much. I'm so glad you had an opportunity to sit on that panel. I think we definitely are currently and have worked in the past with the UC reserve system, but I think a renewed effort to find other ways to connect and more directly is a great use of our time. So thank you for that recommendation, and we'll be following up on it.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we will go back to you, Dr. Huckelbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning to members of the public. I just want to add my quick echo of thank you to the community of Gonzales for welcoming us so warmly for our hearing. It really has been an absolute pleasure so far to be here. And again, just want to echo many of the comments made by members of the public and our commissioners about the importance of showing up in our inland communities, because we are here for you as much as we are for the people who live on the coast. And in fact, and sometimes more so, because what we do is make sure that you all have places to go when you want to go visit the coast, when you need to, relax, escape the heat, whatever it is that brings you to the coast for whatever reason, that there are places for you to go and enjoy, and that you're welcomed in those places, just like we're being welcomed here. So that is our charge, and we want to hear from you all week about different ways that we could do that better, but just, again, appreciate the warm welcome. So as normal, my published executive director report can be found online, but I'll walk through some of the items in it. First up, I wanted to call attention to a new report that was recently issued by the Ocean Protection Council, and unfortunately, Jen Eckerly, Commissioner Eckerly, is in here, but she'll be here later this morning, I believe. She can speak to it more directly than I can, but just briefly, the 2026 California Coast and Ocean Report is the first comprehensive science-based assessment of coastal and ocean health in California's history. The report covers 14 indicators of coastal and ocean health across three themes: people, wildlife, and habitats, and stressors. As described in the report overview, the findings tell a story that is well known to this commission, a story of both pressure and progress. That while California's coast and ocean are generally healthy, climate change is increasingly threatening species, habitats, and ecosystem services, and the state is taking action to protect both people and nature in that changing world. So if you, I recommend you take a look at the report, and of course, Commissioner Eckerly is the expert, and invite you to ask her any questions or follow-ups that you have. Next, Commission staff has just completed a comprehensive mapping update to our popular yourcoast.org website. This interactive map was first published by the Commission in 2015, using funds collected from a public access violation in Monterey County. The map contains all the information that is in the Commission's best-selling guidebooks, the California Coastal Access Guide, and the 4 regional Experience the Coast guides. The updated map has several new features. Users can now filter by amenities, such as locating ADA facilities, search by location, and get directions to a coastal access point. Another new feature allows users to contribute photos of their favorite coastal locations directly through the map. So please take a look. It's a really great resource, and I want the public to know it's there and to use it as much as possible. A huge thanks to our mapping unit, specifically Cam Denny and Alana Casey, as well as staff from public education, public access, and our public information units for getting this done. It's a really important achievement. Next up, I have the pleasure of announcing what is a bit of a rebrand to our transportation unit. The Commission's transportation program will now be known as the Transportation Access and Mobility Program. This name better reflects the program's work around multimodal development and efforts to support coastal public access trails, transportation, and public access generally. The name update reflects the Coastal Commission's overall commitment to improve multimodal opportunities for all types of users in the coastal zone, as well as the centrality of that access for all of our coastal public access mission. So I recommend we have a new website. Please check it out and let us know your thoughts. It was another busy month for Commission staff this past month, including participation in several events and workshops. I'll go through them very briefly. First, in mid-March, several staff from the Commission's Santa Cruz, San Francisco, and Arcata offices attended the 2026 California Land and Water Conservation Conference in Sacramento. The conference was sponsored by the California Council of Land Trusts and served as a forum for nonprofits, tribes, and government agencies involved in land and water conservation to get together to understand best practices, emerging topics, and showcase success stories. California Natural Resource Agency Secretary Wade Crowfoot gave an opening day keynote address highlighting the agency's commitment to facilitating restoration projects, restoration projects via its 30 by 30 initiative and cutting green tape initiative, offering streamlined regulatory pathways to achieve this. On March 26th, Access Program Manager Linda Laughlin spoke at an International Coastal Access Symposium hosted virtually by the Ecology Action Center located in Nova Scotia, Canada. The speakers came from all over the world to discuss themes common to all countries and states, including concerns about sea level rise impacts to coastal access, as well as achieving and ensuring equity for everyone who wants to access the coast. Linda spoke about the California Coastal Act and how that law gives the Commission the legal authority to require public access in many new development projects, and apparently was a big hit. To illustrate, she showed the recent Spotlight on Access video that we did for the Ritz-Carlton in Half Moon Bay. On March 19th, staff from the San Diego Coast District Office joined the Port of San Diego and community members to celebrate the opening of the Phase 1 improvements in Pepper Park and National City. You may remember this item came before the Commission a couple of years ago. The event highlighted a new waterfront playground, splash pad, and improved public access. The enhanced park space was designed to be fully integrated with a future 2.5-acre park expansion that we recently approved, which will result in a larger park with additional amenities that were chosen by the community, following multiple rounds of public outreach conducted by the Port. So a huge thanks to everybody who's been engaged in that. It's a real pleasure. We don't always get to see the outcomes of the work that we discuss and approve here. And so if you go to my written report, you can see a great photo of some of our San Diego staff who got to attend that event. So again, thanks to all who were involved, including the Port and the City of National City. Next up, a few announcements from our public education program. This month, we announced the results of the 2026 Coastal Art and Poetry Contest. From nearly 2,200 entries from students across California, 10 winners and 41 honorable mentions were selected. The recognized artwork and poetry will go on to be part of a traveling exhibit for the remainder of the year. Contest results, information about the traveling exhibit, and where to purchase art prints can be found on our website. And I really highly recommend you try to check this out. This is one of the coolest things I think the commission does, just to see the different ways that students across California think of the coast and what it means to them. I have several. I love going through these prints. I purchase them and put them up in my office because I love looking at them. I find it inspiring. So really recommend that you all take a look and do the same. At the end of March, public education staff tabled at the Sunset Elementary Environmental Fair in San Francisco to engage with young students about marine debris on beaches. On April 11th and 12th, staff tabled at Whale Fest Monterey at Custom House Plaza, sharing ways the public can enjoy and protect the California coast. And on April 22nd, staff will partner with the Sequoia Yacht Club and the Peninsula Youth Sailing Foundation in the Port of Redwood City to host a special coastal cleanup day for Earth Day. The Boating Clean and Green program and the California State Park Boating Safety and Education Unit released a new Dockside podcast where we sit down with Cal Trout's Reggie Collins and Damon Goodman to explore how revitalizing waterways leads to resilient wildfish, healthier ecosystems, and a better California for all. Hear how boaters, anglers, and everyday stewards are shaping the future of our rivers. And you can find a link to that on our website. Finally, as I normally do for this year, I will conclude my executive director's report with some highlights, in honor of our 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act that we're celebrating this year. So first, a reminder to everyone that we are asking that the public share some of their personal experiences with the coast as a way to celebrate 50 years of public access and to illustrate the many connections we have to our coast. They can be brief or more involved, and pictures or even short videos will help paint a more vivid picture. Memories can be submitted anonymously, so please visit our website and you can find the link to submit. But today, I thought I'd share one of the recent highlights that we received, and we have put out on some of our social media channels. But it was a really, I think, poignant memory, so I thought I would share it with you today. This is from Dr. Cindy Hawk. She says, "I've always been drawn to the ocean, but rarely got to see it as a child in Indiana. I was enchanted after my son moved to Los Angeles and took me to the tide pools at Crystal Cove State Park. Walking down the path across the cliffs to the ocean below had been one of my recurring dreams. Years later, I was recruited to join the University of California, Irvine to become the chair of the Department of Family Medicine. When I discovered how close I might live to the coast, I was eager to accept the job. During the COVID pandemic, health professionals worked long hours in overcrowded hospitals and clinics to care for patients and manage the crisis. In the evenings after work, I often walked along the ocean shore to calm my nerves and renew my spirits. Now in retirement, I'm a volunteer docent with the Laguna Ocean Foundation. My children, grandchildren, and I have enjoyed many wonderful days relaxing on the beach and exploring the pools. I'm grateful to the generations of caretakers who have preserved and protected these beautiful spaces. May we continue to care for our coast for generations to follow." And she enclosed, and you can see in my report, a picture of her with her daughter, Dr. Heather Hawk. So just I think a moment of inspiration for all of us, and just wanted to share that with you and encourage anyone else who has memories to submit them. And if you don't want them shared, that's okay too. You can say that and we won't share it publicly, but that's your choice, of course. And if you go on our website we have a 50th anniversary at the very top. You click on the 50th anniversary thing, and then there will be a link there of how to submit. Yeah, and thank you. Would definitely appreciate those entries. And a huge thank you to Dr. Cindy Hawk for sharing those thoughts with us. So finally, for this month's Act to Action, the first 50 years of coastal protection, we have a few highlights to share with you today. The first is the program spotlight on the Commission's enforcement program, SoCal Edition. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lisa Heggie, head of our enforcement division, and for that report. Lisa.
Thanks, Kate. Good morning, commissioners and audience. We're pleased to present part one of our retrospective on the enforcement program as part of the 50th anniversary festivities. Considering the breadth of the program, both geographically and functionally, we've decided to present separately on Southern and Northern California as well as headquarters. Functionally, the work that we do collectively as an enforcement program ranges from field investigations through administrative hearings and litigation support. What the Commission and public mostly see is the culmination of some of our most significant cases, which come to you as formal enforcement orders presented by headquarters staff. But all those cases start with the investigative and analytical work at the district level. Many, many more cases, the vast majority of our cases actually, are resolved by our district staff through various means, most commonly through negotiations that result in compliance with existing coastal permits or via an application for coastal permits to restore access or habitats, and which also provide mitigation for damages as well. To provide some sense of that work, especially in the context of Coastal Act Section 30821, which was added to the Coastal Act in 2014, and authorized the Commission to administratively assess monetary penalties for public access violations. Today, Enforcement Staff Counsel and Southern California Supervisor Andrew Willis will walk through some of the access casework from Southern California to give you a picture of some of the types of cases we have resolved, as well as the breadth of the type of cases reached. As mentioned today in public comment, access for all to our coast is a major goal of the Commission and of the enforcement program. In addition, I note that tomorrow during the enforcement report, headquarters staff is going to present an access opportunity along the coastline in Big Sur, since this meeting is the closest one that we have to that spot, and we'll give you information about that tomorrow. And with that, Andrew, take it away.
Thank you. And we have a presentation. Good morning, Commissioners. For today's presentation, our focus will be on public access to the coast, but that is only one component of our work, since we also work on protecting wildlife habitats and coastal views and other coastal resources. There we go. And next slide, please. With respect to public access, the California coast can be thought of as our most extensive public open space that everyone has a right to use under the state constitution. With so many communities with a dearth of public spaces, as a matter of environmental justice, the coast needs to be available to help fill the gap for recreation and mental well-being. Yet, although enjoying the coast is fairly uncomplicated, and you can do so by plopping yourself down on the sand and gazing at the waves, there are many impediments to access that make the simple act of enjoying the coast prohibitively difficult, especially for everyone that isn't one of the fortunate and very limited few beachfront residents. And could we get the next slide, please? And actually the next one too. Thank you. Thankfully, during the 50 years of the Coastal Act, the Commission has taken on many different threats to access. And in 2014, the state legislature, with much input from staff and the public, provided the Commission with a game-changing tool. That is the administrative authority to assess monetary penalties for public access violations. And for brief background, Section 3821 allows the Commission to impose, by a majority vote at a hearing, an administrative civil penalty for violations of the public access provisions of the Coastal Act. The maximum penalty is $11,250 per day per violation. Next slide, please. That said, in practice, much of the value of Section 3821 is in its deterrent effect and leverage to resolve cases amicably. 3821 has led to restored access, public access in a far faster time frame than we might typically see, without ever requiring the issuance of penalties. In addition, with the authority of 3821 underpinning our district-level negotiations, we have been markedly more successful and creative in achieving resolutions that don't just reverse violations, but which also provide significant benefits to the public to mitigate for the violation's harms to coastal resources and to address the Commission's claims for monetary penalties. We'll cover a couple types of these resolutions in this presentation. Next slide. The threats to public access that we deal with are varied and numerous. So to provide some structure to this presentation, we are going to look at the violations in the sequence that a typical beachgoer might encounter them during a hypothetical trip to the beach, including parking restrictions, beach curfews, security guards, physical barriers, access encroachments, localism, beach restrictions, and lack of affordable accommodations. But this is not intended to be a depressing exploration of limitations on beach access, as we'll also cover how Commission staff have resolved these issues. And these cases are currently the work of our Southern California enforcement officers, so Marcia Venegas in San Diego, Spencer Sayer, Diana Garcia, and Dewey Henry in Long Beach, and Cameron Lee and Carla Rivas in Ventura, a third of which are working on a special project for case backlog reduction. And next slide, please. And we're going to cover a very small sample of our cases today. The point is to illustrate how our program has evolved with 3821 to achieve more and more coastal access for the public. We'll start with the first threat to public access that our beachgoer encounters. That is the especially pernicious no parking signs decorating public access parking spaces. Signs like these are easy to fabricate and install, but it's difficult for the public to determine if they are legitimate. This sign is not, as it was installed in a parking area that the commission required to be public to provide access to the adjacent Agua Hedionda Lagoon in Carlsbad. Next slide, please. And after researching and confirming the permit history for the site, staff directed the HOA to remove the unpermitted signs and to install the commission required access signs. Next slide. And in addition, to help mitigate for the impacts of the unpermitted signs and resultant loss of parking, our San Diego enforcement staff negotiated for the opening of a new public park at the site through conversion of a previous HOA common area to public open space. And on this slide is the new public park overlooking the lagoon. Next slide, please. The public park and parking provide access to the trails and sandy beach at the lagoon, and you can just make out people enjoying the beach in the background. This resolution is typical of our approach to resolve violations through condition compliance, and in addition, with the help of leveraging Section 3821, securing additional benefits for the public, such as the public park, in order to mitigate for impacts of the violations and resolve monetary penalties. Next slide. And here you can see our typical approach is to include attribution to the Coastal Commission on the signs to help the public understand our role in providing access, but also to highlight whom they should call if there's an issue. And of course, we have many resources online and through social media to spotlight public access opportunities. Next slide and next case. So once our beachgoer has found parking, they might encounter beach hours or curfews posted at an accessway. As the commission will remember, last month, the commission supported limited hours of access to a trail through pocket mouse habitat in Dana Point, a truly unique situation. More commonly, the commission requires hours of access to be maximized to ensure the availability of beaches at different times to different users, including mornings and evenings, before and after work. In this case, though, also in Dana Point, the city and a developer of a luxury residential project had coordinated without a coastal development permit to reduce access hours to multiple walkways through the project, and installed gates and unwelcoming spike fences at beach accessway entrances, which you can see on the screen, and which discourage access. Security guards service the gates, thus introducing uncertainty with the gate operation and creating the chilling effect private security can have on access. Next slide. After district staff had prepared the case, it was ultimately resolved through formal enforcement action that required the city to, among other things, remove the spikes on the fences and the gates on the accessways, and to make the accessways less foreboding to visitors, and to expand hours of access. Next slide. 24-hour access to the beach was also required by the commission to resolve the case. And next slide. And this is the beach and walkway at the base of the accessways. It's also important to note that the city had challenged staff's position in this case in court, but with the AG's office representing the commission and Surfrider also playing a key role, that litigation ultimately confirmed the commission's jurisdiction to take enforcement action and resulted in case law that effectively says local governments cannot treat public access as a public nuisance without cause. And next slide. Occasionally, barriers to access have been in place for so long that they predate the Coastal Act and stand as frustrating reminders of the days before the Commission's authority went into effect. This fence into the water at the north end of Malibu Lagoon State Beach is such an example. Next slide. When portions of the fence were replaced in 2016, though, commission staff jumped on it and argued under relevant statutory language and case law, whatever vested right that the applicant might have had to the fence had been lost with its replacement, and directed the homeowner to take the fence down on the beach, which they did, as you can see here. Next slide, please. And some relic debris remains in tidelands, but the path up the coast is now clear with the fence removed. And next slide. And here's the beach continuing up the coast from the site in front of Malibu Colony. Next slide. Our theoretical beachgoer has now reached the beach and is looking for a spot in the sand, but they're about to encounter a new set of impediments to access. There's a near constant creep of private development onto public land as homeowners illegally co-opt public land next to their houses for their own use. This is an obvious example where a homeowner had privatized an area of El Matador State Beach in Malibu for their own use at the exclusion of the public. The sand within the fence is entirely publicly owned state beach. Next slide. But the homeowner quickly took the fence down when directed to do so by enforcement staff. Next slide. Some privatization of public land is more entrenched, though, such as private yards that have proliferated at many beaches statewide as homeowners illegally expand their yard space onto public beach. For instance, at the Balboa Peninsula at Newport Beach, dozens of encroachments such as this one created a community-wide violation. This is a typical occurrence when one party places encroachments, neighbors take note, and such encroachments tend to spread down the beach like dominoes, each taking up public land with private development for private uses, adding up to significant loss of sandy beach. This is entirely on public beach, this lawn and play area. This situation necessitated years of work at the district level to research property rights, permanent and LCP history, and then engage with dozens of homeowners at town halls to seek a resolution, and then work on settlement offers and discussions with the dozens of parties. Next slide, please. The resolution ultimately came in the form of a consent enforcement order directing the city and homeowners to remove all of the encroachments and for the homeowners to pay over $1.7 million in monetary penalties. This money, like all monetary fines for coastal act violations, is not paid to the commission. Instead, this fine has been paid into the violation remediation account, where it is dispersed to benefit public access and habitats for wildlife species. Here's a representative encroachment with ornamental landscaping planted far out onto the public beach. Keep an eye on the pole for the volleyball court on the right for reference. And next slide. And here's the encroachment removed and the sand freed up again for public use. This simple fencing is temporary, by the way, as dune vegetation is planted. Next slide. The next couple of cases are especially distressing as they demonstrate continued attempts by some beachfront residents to exclude visitors from the coast. This can constitute development under the definition in the Coastal Act that the Commission regulates because the activity changes access to the coast. This case came to us by way of a post on TikTok when a beachgoer posted their interaction with a resident in Laguna Beach who was verbally harassing beachgoers and installing a makeshift rope barrier to exclude the public from an area of the beach that was in fact public. And you can see down I guess it's kind of hard to see in the lower left, that when we launched our investigation and screenshot the video, it had already received 3.2 million views, which is testament to the immense public interest in the issues that the Commission deals with. Next slide, please. And here is an excerpt of the video. A warning, it's disturbing behavior. If you can play that, Chris.
Not harassment on the beach, it's harassment in my home property. Whoa. Get out of here. Now.
Enforcement staff contacted the individual that posted the video to establish the facts of the situation, to build a case, research property lines and easements on the beach, and then send a notice of violation letter to the resident. At staff's direction, they immediately removed the rope barrier and committed in writing not to interfere with public access. And thus, within days of staff seeing the video posted, the violation had been corrected. And next slide. And once the beach had been freed of obstructions, staff shot our own video and posted it online. Can you play that too, please? And here is the beach, free of that barrier. Okay, and next slide, please. In the next case involving the so-called Lanada Bay Boys in Palos Verdes Estates, the notorious harassment of visitors by local surfers was largely conducted out of a stone fort, which itself was also an unpermitted structure. Next slide. This shot shows that the fort was practically loomed over the waves and thus was in a prime location next to the surf break as a base for the Bay Boys to intimidate visitors. Next slide. The localism and exclusion of visitors at Lanada Bay has been a topic of public interest and media coverage for years. And we considered how we could weigh in on this, and staff crafted an approach to make the site more welcoming for the public. For instance, given it was unpermitted, commission staff requested that the city either take down the fort or improve and permit it as a public amenity. The city chose to tear it down. Here are city contractors at work dismantling the fort. And next slide. The structure was a substantial edifice, and its full removal required air support. You might be aware that contemporaneously with staff's efforts to remove the fort, private parties sued the city and the Bay Boys individually to address the harassment of visitors. This litigation was based on the theory posited in staff's letters to the city that the behavior of individuals to exclude the public from the coast is development under the Coastal Act, and the city was responsible to curb that behavior where it occurred on its property. In the litigation, commission and enforcement and legal staff collaborated with the AG's office on litigation support, including filing an amicus brief, and obtained favorable case law that confirmed staff's theory that the behavior of individuals to exclude the public from the coast is development under the Coastal Act. This situation illustrates how staff continue to explore the possibilities of the Coastal Act, interpret it broadly to bring the most benefit to the public. Next slide. And second to last case here. Our visitor to the coast wants to go fishing, which often can be in the form of subsistence fishing for individuals and families. Thus, the commission approaches providing fishing opportunities as a matter of environmental justice, and staff works to ensure fishing amenities and locations are available and free of obstructions. As an example, a marina in Huntington Harbor had not installed a public fishing pier as required by a coastal permit. The marina instead was signed as a private marina, as you can see here. Next slide. After an extensive process to identify the optimal location of the fishing pier as far as angling productivity and enjoyment, the marina operator installed and opened a new fishing pier, shown here. Next slide. The pier is now clearly signed for public use and includes informational signage about local fish species and fish habitat. And next slide. To help mitigate for the time that the pier had not been installed as required by the commission in violation of the permit, the marina, among other things, restored intertidal habitat at the site to improve the fishery as well as the biological productivity of the area more generally. This photo shows the new intertidal mudflat area, that's the flattish vegetated area, that the marina constructed by excavating fill that was previously in this location and planting the site to enlarge the intertidal area that can function as a nursery for young fish and a catalyst for expanding the area's fish population. And next slide. Now we've reached the end of the presentation and also the end of the day for our beachgoer. They are looking for affordable overnight accommodation, which is critical for visitors, but they are priced out of most options. To increase the stock of affordable accommodation, the Commission consistently requires provision for affordable lodging when reviewing hotel projects. The Commission did so when it approved the demolition of 2 lower-cost hotels in Santa Monica, shown here, which it authorized contingent upon the applicant building a moderately priced hotel at the site. Next slide. Instead of doing so, the applicant constructed this: the Shore Hotel, a boutique luxury hotel with roommates to match, sometimes well exceeding $800 per night. Enforcement staff addressed this violation by reaching an agreement with the applicant in the form of a consent order to pay a $15 million penalty, which has been paid and earmarked for funding affordable accommodation at a nearby state park. Next slide, please. In addition, the order required the respondent to work with the permit staff to obtain Coastal Act authorization for the hotel. This permit required payment of an additional $2.5 million mitigation fee for affordable accommodation, construction of an on-site affordable micro hotel, which is also on the agenda later in this meeting, and to make rooms available in the hotel at an affordable rate. And a note to the public: those room rates can be found by looking for coastal escape rates on the hotel website. Next slide. In summary, Section 3821 has enabled staff to resolve more access cases and resolve them more quickly, and thus to realize the vision of the enforcement unit, that is open and available beaches and coastal parks, beach parking and access ways, and the coast without barriers to access. And that was just a quick sampling of the access cases we worked on in Southern California. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Andrew. We also have, I know, exciting, really amazing work as always, and stay tuned for the NorCal version later this year. So we also have 2 access highlights for you today. And so first I'll turn it over to Sarah Christie to go over the first one.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. The April Access Spotlight actually has 2 examples for you today. I'm going to be starting with the first one, which is right here in Monterey, which was a truly historic public access victory in the very early days of the Coastal Commission. Every year, millions of people walk, jog, ride their bikes, or roller skate on the Monterey Bay Scenic Trail, which hugs the Monterey Bay shoreline from Asilomar through Pacific Grove and Cannery Row, past Fisherman's Wharf and on down to Seaside. Built on the old Southern Pacific right-of-way, it's one of the state's most spectacular examples of a rails to trails project. With its unobstructed views of the water, it's one of the most recognizable and well-used features of the Monterey Bay. But very few people realize how close this 6.5-mile stretch of coast came to becoming a wall of high-rise hotels and luxury condominiums instead of the beloved multi-use trail you see today. Back in 1979, Southern Pacific decided to abandon the railway and sell the underlying land off for private development. One day, a local called in a tip to the Santa Cruz office that workers were pulling up the tracks in front of Fisherman's Wharf and asked what would become a familiar FAQ over the next 50 years. Did they get a CDP for that? No, they did not. Nor did they submit a federal consistency determination. Because as luck would have it, NOAA had certified the Commission's federal coastal management plan just a few months before. So one of our intrepid Santa Cruz staffers drove down to Monterey, confirmed the violation, and red tagged the railroad on the spot. Southern Pacific Railroad, the industry that was used to running the universe. What ensued was an epic battle that would end up being the first test in the nation of state's authority under the Coastal Zone Management Act. If you've ever walked on the trail, you know the commission prevailed. But we have a short video for you today from Wriggler Creative's Coastal Trail series to fill in some of the details. Chris, can you cue up the Monterey Bay video for this item? While we're waiting just a moment about the Wriggler Coastal Trail series, this was a Whaletail funded project from about 10 years ago that chronicled California coastal trail segments from Oregon to San Diego, talking about the specific segments of trails in those communities and the folks that help make them happen. So that's what this video is an excerpt from. Chris, we could. Okay. While Chris is queuing up the video, we'll pass it off to Linda Laughlin to talk about our other access win.
Thanks, Sarah. So I'm here to present our monthly spotlight on public access, where we look at access ways that were required by the Commission through permit conditions. Today is Santa Cruz Coastal Campus and De Anza Beach Trails, also in the Central Coast. This Santa Cruz Coastal Campus and De Anza Beach Trails are a mile-long loop through a restored prairie that connects to a hidden cove and a nearby state beach. This continuous bluff-top trail was recreated by the Coastal Commission on public access requirements on 2 adjacent parcels. Way back in 1981, the Commission approved additional coastal armoring for a pre-coastal residential gated community called De Anza Mobile Home Park. At that time, the residents had private access to a small cove called De Anza Beach. As mitigation for the armoring, the Commission required that the mobile home park keep their gates unlocked and install wayfinding signage to the secluded cove as well as to the adjacent Natural Bridges State Beach. Then in 2008, the Commission approved a Marine Lab master plan for UC Santa Cruz on the 100 acres directly adjacent to the mobile home park. The planning provided for research facilities, classrooms, and a public aquarium, as well as extensive habitat restoration and a public trail system. These 2 adjacent projects, created decades apart, exemplify the value of long-range planning under the Coastal Act. Now I'd like to turn the microphone over to our new climate equity and sea level rise intern, Rosemary Bailey. Rosie, as we call her, has produced the latest video for our social media series celebrating coastal public access. Rosie.
Greetings, commissioners and members of the public. I'm honored to present this work. I'm honored to present this work to you all today. I come to you from the Workforce Development Program of the California Conservation Corps, which offers young adults ages 18 through 25 hands-on training in environmental conservation. As the climate equity and sea level rise intern, I hope to increase the public's understanding and awareness of these important issues. I believe that every small step towards a more accessible and equitable California makes a big difference. And because of that, I feel privileged to help advance the agency's mission. Thank you for this opportunity, and please enjoy these videos on the Santa Cruz Coastal Campus and De Anza Beach Trails, offered in both English and Spanish.
So maybe we could, if we're ready, cue up the Monterey Trail video first, and then we can move on to the others. Okay, we'll do the Santa Cruz ones first then.
Looking for an adventure along California's central coast? How about one that includes a leisurely hike, scenic blufftop views, and a hidden beach cove? Welcome to the Santa Cruz Coastal Campus and De Anza Beach Trails, a mile-long loop through a restored prairie that connects to a marine science museum and aquarium. You can park for free at a small lot at McAllister Way and Schaefer Road, located across the street from the De Anza Santa Cruz Mobile Home Park. There's also a bus stop near the trailhead and street parking along nearby Delaware Avenue. From the road, head toward the water along an ADA accessible path. The trail leads to the Seymour Marine Discovery Center, whose grounds feature public restrooms, bike parking, and impressive whale skeletons. Just beyond the center is Terrace Point, offering visitors gorgeous sweeping views of the ocean. The path continues along the bluff top, where visitors can relax on benches and keep an eye out for whales, dolphins, sea otters, and other wildlife. Feeling a bit more adventurous? Walk along the coastal trail toward the mobile home park to find an unlocked gate. Look for the public access signs. Once inside, turn right on Horizon Drive, which leads to a pedestrian bridge. Cross and head toward the ocean to discover a sandy beach cove backed by driftwood. Also accessible from the mobile home park is Natural Bridges State Beach. To get there from the pedestrian bridge, walk landward and turn right on Cascade Drive until you get to Kristen Place, where you'll find another unlocked gate. Thanks to the California Coastal Act and the California Coastal Commission, these trails have been provided for the public to enjoy free of charge all year round. Check out these hidden gems next time you're in Santa Cruz.
Chris, are we still working on the Monterey?
Yes, we have it. We're going to play the Spanish version
I'm
of the
sorry.
Santa Cruz, and then we'll
My
come back to
apologies.
the Monterey Bay Coastal Recreation Trail.
¿Es una aventura en la costa central de California? ¿Qué tal una que incluye una caminata tranquila, vistas panorámicas desde lo alto del acantilado y una ensenada escondida? Bienvenidos a Santa Cruz Coastal Campus y a los senderos de la playa de Anza, un circuito de 1 milla que atraviesa una pradera restaurada y que conecta con un museo y acuario de ciencias marinas. Puedes estacionarte gratis en un pequeño lote en McAllister Way y Schaefer Road frente al parque de casas móviles de Anza Santa Cruz. También hay una parada de autobús cerca del inicio del sendero y estacionamiento en la calle Delaware. Desde ahí, puedes caminar hacia el mar por un sendero accesible para personas con discapacidades. El camino te lleva a Seymour Marine Discovery Center. Ahí se encuentran impresionantes esqueletos de ballena, estacionamiento para bicicletas y baños públicos. Más allá del centro se encuentra Terrace Point, el cual ofrece a los visitantes unas vistas panorámicas del océano. También hay bancas donde se puede descansar y ver ballenas, delfines y nutrias marinas. ¿Quieres algo más aventurero? Pues sigue el sendero costero a la dirección del parque de casas móviles hasta encontrar una reja sin candado. Busca los letreros del acceso público y una vez dentro, gira a la derecha por Horizon Drive, que te llevará a un puente peatonal. Crúzalo y camina hacia el océano para descubrir una cala de arena respaldada por madera a la deriva. Desde ese mismo parque, también puedes acceder a Natural Bridges State Beach. Para llegar, regresa del puente hacia tierra firme y toma la derecha por Cascade Drive. Sigue hasta Kristen Place, donde encontrarás otra reja sin candado. Y recuerda, gracias a la Ley Costera de California y a la Comisión Costera de California, todos estos senderos están disponibles para que el público los disfrute gratis durante todo el año. No te pierdas estas joyas escondidas la próxima vez que estés en Santa Cruz.
Thank you. And sorry about that with the other video. We did have it and tested it out this morning, but for some reason it disappeared. So now we have it again, and we're ready to play it.
Well, all parts of the California Coastal Trail are special and unique. The Monterey Bay section of the Coastal Trail is particularly special and unique because the Monterey Bay itself is such an amazing ecological feature, and it creates such a splendid backdrop for this trail that hugs the entire edge of the bay. So when people come to Monterey and they go for a walk or a jog or they ride their bike on the trail, they just take it for granted. It's so obviously wonderful that I think most people just assume that it was in the plans all along, like Central Park in New York, but that absolutely is not the case. And if it weren't for a very specific twist of fate, what you would be looking at here today is a wall of high-rise luxury condominiums and hotels. And it goes back to 1879 when Southern Pacific Railroad had the right-of-way for train tracks that ran along the edge of the bay. That was back in the days when railroads really were a dominant economic engine and a dominant political force in this area.
At one time, trains came down from San Francisco, passenger trains, but also trains came through here where they mined sand. So all this pristine, beautiful white sand got hauled on to the train. Kind of the urban folklore is that many beaches in Hawaii, which is volcanic, have beautiful white sand, complements of the Monterey Peninsula.
But over the years, the rail line became less and less useful, and then they sent their workers down to just start pulling up the tracks. And so there was a big meeting in San Francisco, and Southern Pacific told the Coastal Commission very clearly, you don't understand, we're not in the railroad business anymore, we're in the real estate business, and that's our land, and we plan to develop it. We went to court, and the court agreed with us. The Coastal Commission won the very first test case nationally for the Coastal Zone Management Act.
Back in the 70s, once the right-of-way was acquired, we were interested in trails, and at that time there was a discussion nationwide about converting old railroad right-of-ways to trails.
I think the reason it has been so successful is because it's such a spectacular idea. You'd have to be crazy or a railroad executive to think that a better plan for this landscape would be hotels and high-rises. People love it, they relate to it, they use it. It's just a winner all the way around.
As somebody who's had a chance to walk part of the Appalachian Trail and also to walk in the Sierras, I think the ability to be able to walk a trail 1,200 miles of the most beautiful coastline in the world is a remarkable goal. Giving people that opportunity along the California Trail is in many ways a fulfillment of what life is all about, to be able to understand that as human beings, we have a responsibility to ensure that that beauty is protected.
As a footnote, the commission won in district court, and while the case was on appeal, the Coastal Conservancy, put together a deal with the railroad to purchase the right-of-way. The commission agreed to the settlement, and now that initial 6.5-mile segment is part of a 16-mile continuous trail, from Asilomos State Park through Fort Dunes State Park all the way to Castroville. None of the interpretive or commemorative signs along the trail mention this history or the Commission's role in preventing the Miami Beach-style development that would be standing in its place if not for the Coastal Act and the Coastal Commission's determination to take on one of the country's most powerful industries. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to go through those access spotlights and program spotlights, and that does conclude my Executive Director's report.
That was fantastic. Thank you all so much. Just for my colleagues, a timekeeping note, we're not going to take a break. We're going to move through the agenda. We're going to break for lunch at noon. So if you need to use the restroom, please, one at a time, go do so. Thank you. And with that, we will turn to see if there's public comment.
We have no speakers for this item.
Thank you. I'll return to my colleagues. Comments? Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. Couple things. On the Lunada Bay violation, so I was just curious when you were talking about that the repairs were done by the local municipality. And I don't know the answer, can the access funds be used by the local municipality, or do they always go to the Conservancy, or how does that work?
So I'll speak, but Andrew can correct me if I mess it up. Basically, if we take in penalties associated with a violation, it goes to something called the violation remediation account. that is administered by the Coastal Conservancy. And generally, we have some involvement in where that money goes to try to, affect projects that are geographically relevant and topically relevant to whatever violation resulted in that fee. Did I get it?
Yes, we have an MOU, a memorandum of
Yeah.
understanding with the Conservancy, and we work on cases jointly to decide where funding should go, and we try to do it in the same kind of area and the same kind of violation. So the public is made roughly whole is the goal.
Yeah, and I am familiar with that, but I was just curious if the local municipality incurs, costs them a lot of money to repair, or is that available? Can the Conservancy then make a grant to the local municipality? Do you know, or that's not a thing?
In the case of Lunada Bay?
Yeah, just as an example.
Oftentimes, funding is made available under the VRA to local governments. That's absolutely common. In that case, since the municipality was a violator, we didn't give them money. That they removed the fort at their own expense.
Okay. In that case. Okay.
Yes.
And then just one other brief comment, not to harp on this, but the Younger Lagoon Reserve is part of the UC Reserve System. That's okay. Maybe I'm making too many comments. It's like, that's it for you. You're getting cut off. Anyway, I just wanted to make the point that the De Anza Trail skirts around and provides folks an opportunity to see the Younger Lagoon Reserve, which this commission considered and agreed to limit access to because of the scientific research that's going on there, although it's available by docent. So I was just thinking what a great opportunity for us to be working with the UC Reserve, not only to talk about why the access is limited as people are walking along the trail, but to highlight the work that's going on in the Younger Lagoon Reserve. Thanks. Thanks for leaving the lights on. No.
Commissioner Wilson.
I'm just kind of wondering, there was the presumed entitlement of adjacent property owners onto public lands, and there was some activity around that. We saw some video. And when do we ever see the entitlement of the public to reclaim those areas? Does that happen? Do people say like, hey, I'm just walking past this sign and I already know what my rights are? And what's the nexus with local law enforcement when that happens?
There's a couple of things there. Part of our job is to inform the public, to make them more intrepid explorers of the coast and provide them with the tools to know where public access is, to know what the laws with respect to mean high tide line, that they can always access the tidelands. So a lot of what we're doing, and part of the reason we do these presentations, is to make the public more comfortable asserting their rights at the coast. So that's often what we're doing. Is why we want education to be a part of our and signage to be part of our resolutions. And so the other side of that question then is working with local government, local law enforcement, who are often called in to try to deal with these situations where there's presumed trespassing, but when really it's people just using public land. And so we've started to give presentations to like local sheriff's offices as well, to explain what the rights are, what the law is. And so when the local police officers go down to the beach, they know the public has the right to be where they are and can help protect that right. That's ideally what we're trying to do.
And I would just add that that's one reason why we're so big on signs, because it's hard to always communicate or have the public feel comfortable asserting their rights. But if there's a sign there saying that it's a public access area, they're more comfortable pointing to the sign and knowing that they can go to the beach. We're trying to not only get people access, but to get people access in a amicable way. We don't want people to have a battle when they go to the beach, that we want to make it as pleasant and as rewarding an experience as possible. We do have many instances of local government governments and local police forces not knowing what the rights of the public are, and they will enforce illegal signs, for example. A lot of those illegal parking signs, people get tickets in front of them even though they're not real. So we spend a lot of our time trying to inform people, and when the public calls us and asks us if something is public or not, we try to respond quickly. In that one case with the video, we quickly did research to make sure that it was a public beach, that there were easements, or that it was below the mean high tide line. Sometimes it takes a bit of research, and we do it as quickly as we can.
Thanks. Just a note, I'm always, those videos always concern me just because sometimes even if an individual is acting in a way that we disagree with, sometimes it's really, who knows what's happening in their lives. And I just want to be respectful of that. Thanks.
I would just add through the chair, in that case, we had the very same concern, and we talked to the woman and we found out about her family situation and the history of the property. We did not end up assessing her a penalty or anything. All we did was ask her to remove the encroachments and to not throw people off the public areas. So we're sensitive too, because we realize that people living near the beach are sometimes concerned about their privacy as well, and we try to mediate between the interests.
I'm just talking about media in general and how we portray people at their worst times. That's all.
Yeah.
So true. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question about the parking. So if you get a property, if you get an individual who puts an illegal no parking sign up, and then you become aware of that, is there coordination with that municipality to say, hey, on such a location, so that you can avoid the case of the local law enforcement showing up and going, oh, Jackson's parking his SUV here illegally, because he or she would know that that is not public space, or it is public space and that the sign is illegal?
Definitely. So with our notice of violation letters that we'll send to a property owner, we will copy the local planning department, the local government, so that they're aware that the staff has made this determination that the signs are unpermitted, that this isn't a legitimate a parking restriction, and then ultimately the signs will be removed and we don't have to deal with it. But the keeping the local government aware of what the public parking, what public parking is available, is definitely part of our approach.
Thank you.
I would add, I'm sorry, through the chair. One of the issues is along PCH, which is the significant part of California. We have had some difficulty working with Caltrans because they themselves don't always know which signs are legitimate and which ones are not. The public puts up ones that look so real that it's hard for anybody to tell the difference, and it's an ongoing challenge. And we've reached out to Caltrans to try to work with them to do an inventory and to try to figure out a way to be more accurate and more aggressive about removing the illegal signs.
You hear that, Scott?
Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I'll just note that, through the years, we have worked with the commission to figure out, what are legitimate signs and what are not. And we have, continuously gone through the process of removing illegally posted or fake no parking signs. And it's an ongoing issue, and it's probably never going to end. So thank you.
Commissioner Nada.
Through the chair, I have an announcement to make before we continue.
Thank you.
We do have a couple food vendors that are setting up outside, and they need space in the parking lot. If people are parked in the unmarked area, there's can you move your cars? It's a white Porsche, red Toyota FJ Cruiser, gray Lexus E5300, and dark gray Honda HR-V. Could you please move your cars to other spots? We need space for the vendors to set up. Thank you.
Commissioner Nada.
I was just going to flag that you're talking about unauthorized no parking signs. I just wanted to point out that it could, I understand it's temporary, but along Malibu, there's all these orange cones that are in, and PCH that are preventing people from parking along PCH and along the beach, and this is where the fire was. So I think there's some construction or planning activities that are going on, but I've certainly heard from the public, and I observed it myself last month. So I just want to make sure that commission staff is monitoring the situation there, and that these cones don't become a permanent fixture, because there's quite a bit of reduction of public access in that area right now.
And briefly through the chair, but that presentation was supposed to be only like 10 minutes long, and so it's hard to get all of our work into that. But we did talk about also including all of these types of restrictions on parking that we see, the cones, red curbs, signs, and those are things we're continually working on. And in Malibu, I think you're talking about the stretch in Malibu, we are working on a survey, and might expand this to other areas of the coast, where we survey all of the different impediments to access to parking. And so we have a survey of what needs to be done and a game plan to address those.
There's a history of cone usage, so we're not at all surprised. The Malibu construction area, we've been trying to let people do their reconstruction activities, but we're aware of the need to monitor it in the future. And Malibu has been one of the areas of the coast where there's the most active use of orange cones. People put them out for a variety of reasons. They're not legal, they're not enforceable, but yet they get enforced all the time. As Andrew said, we didn't get to go through all of the impediments. We get people putting in fake curb cuts as if there's a driveway when there's no driveway. We get people painting things red when it's not legitimate. We have a whole host of challenges, and we have to research each one to figure out if it's legal or not before we send an enforcement action. But we try to get on them as quickly as we can. But the cones are a pernicious problem because they go in and out. It's hard to catch them the way you can a red curb.
Yeah, it seems like there's a special at Home Depot on orange cones or something.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that excellent conversation. Now we will move on to item 6C, the legislative report. I'll give Mr. Drake a moment to set up.
You get another 2 for this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I'm joined today by Legislative Director Sarah Christie. Together, we'll be presenting the legislative report for April. This month's report includes a number of updates, including several new bills, which are all marked with an asterisk in staff's written report. Staff is also bringing analyses of 2 bills to you today to consider taking a position. At this point in the session, most bills are working their way through the policy committees of their first house. There are a handful of priority bills that are either new to the legislative report this month or have been amended since last month, and I'll walk through those as quickly as I can. I'll start with AB 2254 by Assemblymember Dawn Addis, which is a new add to the report this month. This bill would require the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Coastal Commission to identify monarch butterfly overwintering habitat in the coastal zone and develop guidance for local governments on model policies, including LCP policies, to protect and enhance this habitat. The bill would then require any local government with overwintering habitat in its coastal zone, whenever it next goes to amend its LCP, to include monarch overwintering habitat protection policies based on this agency guidance. Staff has no policy concerns with the goal of the bill, and we're providing some technical assistance at the author's request to help refine the language as the bill moves forward. The author and sponsors are currently working to fine-tune the bill in response to concerns from local governments. Next is SB 963 by Senator Laird. This is the bill that would add language to the Coastal Act establishing requirements for how the Commission processes the de novo portion of appeals of local coastal development permits. Yesterday, the bill was unanimously approved by the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee. It heads next to the Appropriations Committee. There's a pair of new bills in the legislative report this month related to short-term rentals. AB 1953 by Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal would require the state offices of emergency services and of tourism to create a statewide registration system for short-term rentals. The bill would then establish that any time there is either a special event that's declared by the Office of Tourism, like the Olympics, or a declared state of emergency, registered short-term rentals would be exempt from all state and local regulation. That bill has not yet been scheduled for a committee hearing. The other short-term rental bill, SB 1318 by Senator Ben Allen, is specific to the Coastal Act. It would require the Commission to approve any coastal development permit or LCP amendment that would restrict or prohibit unhosted short-term rentals. Requiring the Commission to approve something, in this case, restrictions on unhosted short-term rentals, would be a de facto Coastal Act exemption, as it would foreclose the opportunity for the Commission to potentially require changes to achieve Coastal Act consistency. Staff are in conversation with the author's office to better understand their objectives for the bill and explore alternative ways of achieving them. That bill is scheduled to be heard in the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee next week. Another new bill this month is AB 1976 by Assemblymember Buffy Wicks. The bill would make a number of statutory changes regarding the permitting and construction of pedestrian malls. Relevant to the Commission, the bill would declare all pedestrian mall projects automatically consistent with the public access policies of the Coastal Act. Like the previous bill, preemptively declaring a project consistent with the Coastal Act is a functional exemption. Staff will be reaching out to Assemblymember Wicks's office to discuss this provision of the bill, particularly given that the Coastal Act already contains language expediting LCP amendments and CDPs for pedestrian projects. Next, AB 1536 by Assemblymember Addis would make a number of statutory changes related to oil pipeline safety. The bill would require any idled or inactive pipeline that has previously spilled 10,000 gallons or more of oil to be decommissioned, and would require the operator to restore the site to its natural condition. Relevant to the Commission, the bill would make any repaired pipeline near environmentally sensitive areas of the coastal zone subject to additional technical analyses and reporting by the operator to CalGEM. The bill would also authorize the Coastal Commission to adopt regulations for pipeline leak detection. Staff are currently evaluating the provisions of that bill. It passed out of the Assembly Natural Resources Committee on Monday and is now in the Emergency Management Committee. Last update, AB 2433 by Assemblymember Alvarez, which deals with density bonus projects, was amended last week. The primary change was to modify the provision that would make density bonus projects subject to by right ministerial approval. The amended language slightly limits ministerial approval to projects that meet certain siting, affordability, and labor standards. Staff are currently evaluating this new eligibility language to understand the revised scope of the bill. Looking ahead, April 24th is the deadline for fiscal bills to pass out of their policy committees. Bills that do will move into the appropriations committees of their House of origin. Given that this is the second year of the two-year session, any bills that don't meet this deadline will be dead. Next month, staff will provide an update on which bills met the deadline. With that, Chair Herman, I'm going to pause in case there are any questions about these legislative updates before we move into the two bills that staff is bringing for opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Any questions? Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I have just a question about SB 1318, which is I think it's the STR bill by Ben Allen. I was just wondering, is the stated objective in that bill to address housing impacts of STRs? And if so, is there movement to actually tie those two things together? Housing numbers, like the impacts the STRs have on our arena accounts and those sorts of things?
Through the chair, Commissioner Wilson, yes, the author's concern that prompted him to introduce 1318 was based on the loss of housing that gets displaced with the rise and the increase of short-term rentals in the coastal zone. In terms of tying that specifically in some policy way to local government's housing requirements, arena numbers, and that sort of thing, that has been discussed, but that would be the purview of the Housing Committee, and the bill has not been double referred. And so if those conversations are going to take place, they probably won't be taking place in the first house. It would probably be a consideration when the bill's over in the assembly.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks. That's all I have.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the update. Question about the Lowenthal bill. What is the stated intent for that? It seems to be running counter to, Sacramento's never-ending housing, affordability. I mean, I can say that during the Palisades fires, a lot of municipalities quickly made changes to their local ordinances, and there were no issues with regard to waivers of short-term rental ordinances to ensure that people that were seeking housing, emergency housing, had housing, and most of the short-term rental policies prohibit rentals under 30 days when most folks were looking for longer stays. So I'm trying to figure out what is the intent of this proposal. It sounds like, and particularly when it comes to events, we're going to kick out my long-term renters so that I can make $5,000 a day when the Olympics come to town, or World Cup, or Super Bowl, or pick your special event.
Through the chair, Commissioner Jackson, with the caveat that we haven't had an opportunity to engage with the author's office on this bill yet. The way we kind of approach the early part of the legislative session is we sort of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 bills. And so this is while it's a concern, it's a lower concern than some of the bills that we're getting more active on earlier. But I would think it's fair to say that there is a diversity of opinion in Sacramento, just as there is a diversity of opinion on this commission and out in the world about the role short-term rentals play in communities. And our interpretation of this statute language at this time is that the author is interested in making short-term rentals more easily available during periods of time when a city is having a special event that's bringing a lot of visitors into the area. But again, the bill hasn't yet been referred to a committee, so that's kind of a quiet indicator that there are other issues with the bill as well. So if it does get referred to a committee and moves forward, we'll definitely get more engaged in that one.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And as an elected of a community, and I think I can speak for many other communities, Sacramento's done us no favors. I mean, everything they've done has been geared towards a short-term rental community and not towards the municipalities that have to deal with their legislative great ideas. So, thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I'll direct my comments at both 13 and 18 and 1953 to start and just say that I'd love for us to take a position sooner rather than later, understanding you've got tier 1 and tier 2s, but in our 50th year, I think defending the ground and the ability for this body to opine on several of these critical matters as we have in the last 6 months, I think is important. I think about that special events piece, and we have a special events task force, so to be able to qualify and say, well, this is a special event weekend, that would probably be more than half the weekends in Monterey. While I could not vote for our ordinance for several reasons, I would worry that now all of a sudden that gate is wide open and there's no longer guardrails, right? And so for both 53 and 18, and just for full transparency, if you look at my Exparte communications, there was one from Airbnb where they asked about 13, 18. I had not looked at it yet. I spent some time since then looking at it, but again, for the same reasons, the control, the ability of this body to hear from communities and make decisions that meet the needs of each community is important to me. The last one would be 2254 on the Monarch policy by Addis. I'd be supportive of that if it came with some sort of funding, right? I think that's important for us and where we sit today looking at our finances. So just want to make sure that unfunded mandates, back to Commissioner Jackson's point, are something I've never been a fan of at any level of government. So would love to see it, but would love to see some funding behind it to help us address this. It is a key reason people come to visit the Monterey Peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Lopez. They're very helpful, and they'll guide us going forward.
Commissioner Nara.
And just to flag the, I mean, we've seen heard from local jurisdictions up and down the state that have gone through very extensive deliberative processes to tailor short-term rental policies to the individual situations that they find themselves confronted with. And by and large, this commission has been respectful of those local deliberations, keeping in mind that housing in the coastal zone is a precious commodity. We want to preserve and protect as much as we can while fostering more affordable workforce housing. And when you take housing out of the long-term rental market and put it into the short-term rental market, that has a very demonstrative impact on housing availability. We have seen this over and over. We have a lot of extensive experience on this now with research. So to try and ignore the housing impacts for people working and living in the coastal zone with the impact of short-term rentals is to not really look at the facts.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Drake, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. As I mentioned, staff is bringing analyses of 2 bills to the Commission today to consider taking a position. Just a point of process before I begin, I'm aware that we have a number of signed up commenters who wish to comment on potentially both bills. And so we'll go through both presentations before turning it to comment and then to the Commission. So the first bill that staff is bringing to you today is AB 1740 by Assemblymember Rick Zabur, who represents Santa Monica. Staff briefed the Commission on this bill during last month's legislative report. The bill currently in print, which is the version that staff prepared an analysis of today, would create a process for coastal cities and counties to self-certify as urban multimodal communities, which is a designation created by the bill. To qualify as an urban multimodal community, a local government would need 3 things. 1, existing or planned transit stop anywhere in or within a quarter mile of its coastal zone. 1 bicycle lane within a quarter mile of its coastal zone, and a local plan that includes targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle crashes. A county wanting to be an urban multimodal community would also need to include a census-designated urban area in order to be eligible. In any self-certified urban multimodal community, a broad universe of project types would become exempt from the Coastal Act and local coastal programs. This includes exemptions for all of the following: mixed-use projects, multi-unit housing projects, expansions of existing structures, long-term events lasting up to a year, bike lanes, bus lanes, sidewalk projects, parking rate increases, removal of public parking, changing public parking into resident-only parking, motion picture productions, and outdoor dining facilities. Separately, the bill would also exempt from the Coastal Act any project to reconfigure a state highway, including the relocation of roadside parking, so long as the project includes installation of a bike lane. That part of the bill would be statewide. The bill is based on the premise that the Coastal Act should not apply to urban areas. Staff disagrees with that assertion because coastal management has always been just as important in urban areas as it is in rural ones. Exempting the bill's specified projects from Coastal Act considerations will have, in the aggregate, a gentrifying exclusionary impact on coastal communities. Protecting public coastal access, one of the highest priorities of the Act, as we know, and something only the Coastal Act does, is most important, arguably, in urban areas because that's where populations are highest and development pressures are greatest. As you heard from our enforcement colleagues, this includes protecting coastal access ways by prohibiting development from blocking the public's ability to reach the coast. But more broadly, coastal access also means ensuring Californians from inland areas can reach the coast and experience it affordably. This morning, you heard directly from inland residents about the importance of protecting coastal access for all families, regardless of zip code. This is why the Commission works with local governments through the LCP process to make sure coastal communities provide diverse and convenient transportation options for visitors, not just residents, to get to the coast. It's also why the Coastal Act requires communities to protect and provide lower-cost visitor serving and recreational amenities so that visitors from inland communities, visitors of all income levels, can find places to eat, shop, and recreate on the coast. These Coastal Act policies guarantee equitable access for inland Californians, and this equity is achieved through both the CDP and the LCP process. It's also critical to recognize that all coastal communities, even urban ones, contain a variety of sensitive resources, including rare natural habitats, iconic public views, and cultural resources. All of these resources are part of what make coastal cities destinations to live in, work in, and visit. Furthermore, the Coastal Act, and specifically LCPs, are the instrument through which communities are planning for sea level rise. The legislature has doubled down on this approach when it passed SB 272, which requires all coastal local governments to put sea level rise adaptation plans into their LCPs by 2034. While this planning for sea level rise is valuable all over the coast, it's particularly critical in urban stretches of the coast, which house the most residents, serve the most visitors, and contain the greatest density of public and private investment. AB 1740, in its current form and print, would render all of these policies, requirements, and plans largely meaningless, because many projects, including significant housing, mixed-use, and infrastructure projects, wouldn't need to comply. I want to note that the author amended the bill last week to shrink some of the proposed exemptions to avoid areas immediately adjacent to the shoreline, wetlands, and ESHA. However, these amendments do not resolve the concerns just described. Coastal hazards such as flooding and groundwater emergence aren't confined to the narrow strip of land nearest the shoreline, so exemptions outside that strip of land are still problematic from a resiliency perspective. Also, for certain exemptions to apply, the bill would leave it to local governments to determine that the project wouldn't impact coastal access or wouldn't be within 100 feet of ESHA or wetlands. In the case of a city that doesn't have a certified LCP, this would mean leaving these inherently Coastal Act-based determinations to jurisdictions that have no experience implementing the Coastal Act. Leaving these determinations to the discretion of individual cities and counties will lead to inconsistent application of the proposed exemptions, undermining the principle that the coast is a resource of statewide importance that should be managed cohesively as such. Ultimately, successful management of California's urban coastal zones occurs through cohesive local planning and permitting that is supported and overseen by the state. This bill would sever that connection between local governments and the commission that is really the heart of the Coastal Act. Now, I want to take a moment to describe where this bill is in the legislative process. AB 1740 was heard on Monday afternoon in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee. During that hearing, the committee proposed, and the author accepted, amendments that will significantly change the scope of the bill. In essence, the committee amendments will eliminate the statewide scheme of certifying urban multimodal communities. And instead, the bill will take the list of Coastal Act exemptions that would have applied in urban multimodal communities, so mixed-use projects, housing, long-term events, transit, film productions, and instead would give that list of exemptions to just the city of Santa Monica. The city would then have those exemptions until 2034. This new language isn't in print yet, but it will come into print later this week. Shrinking the bill to apply to just the city of Santa Monica in this way does lessen the scope of staff's concerns. That said, the proposed exemptions raise the same policy concerns for Santa Monica as they would for coastal cities at large. Not to mention, if this Santa Monica-only version of the bill were enacted, other legislators will undoubtedly seek to replicate it for their districts in future years. During Monday's hearing, the author expressed an intention to do just that. The city of Santa Monica, who is the primary sponsor of the bill, has stated a desire to move faster on housing and transportation projects. The commission has long shared those goals. Fortunately, the Coastal Act already contains tools such as permit waivers, categorical exclusions, special expedited approval processes for accelerating these types of projects. The commission has also supported legislation in recent years that created more specialized tools for expediting many of the types of projects targeted by AB 1740, such as housing, highway projects, multimodal transportation facilities, temporary events, and even film productions. Importantly, all of these processes expedite project delivery in a manner that also maintains coastal resource and access protections. So all of these tools and more are available to the 64 coastal cities and counties that have complied with the 50-year statutory mandate to develop a local coastal program. Unfortunately, the City of Santa Monica has not done that yet. The Commission remains steadfast in its commitment to help the city finish its LCP, and the Commission will recall that in past years it has awarded the city 3 grants totaling $375,000 to complete that planning work. In the meantime, we believe it would be inappropriate to upend California's coastal management framework in favor of outright permit exemptions for one city. Staff do believe there's still an opportunity to continue coordinating with the author and the sponsors to advance a bill that furthers the legislature's and the Commission's shared goals, particularly around infill housing and multimodal transportation. However, the proposed Coastal Act exemptions for Santa Monica go in the wrong direction and would disincentivize the city from completing its LCP. For these reasons, staff is recommending that the Commission oppose AB 1740 unless amended to remove the proposed Coastal Act exemptions. And with that, I'm going to turn it next to Legislative Director Sarah Christie to present the other bill analysis before we turn to public comment.
So the second bill we have for you to consider today is AB 2734 by Assemblymember Hart. This bill would revise the current revenue allocation structure for monies received from the purchase, renewal, and personalization of the whale tail specialty license plate. As you well know, the whale tail plate supports the Commission's whale tail grants, as well as other public education programs such as Coastal Cleanup Day, King Tides, Kids Ocean Day. It was one of the first special design plates ever authorized in California back in 1994. Through a bill sponsored by the Coastal Commission specifically to fund public education programs. For about 20 years, the whale tail has been the top-selling plate in the state, generating an average of between $4 to $5 million per year. Under the terms of its enabling legislation, the revenue from plate sales and renewals are split half and half between the Coastal Commission and the Environmental License Plate Fund, or the ELPF. The ELPF is used to support a wide variety of environmental programs and expenditures throughout the Natural Resources Agency's departments. However, 100% of the personalization fees for those plates, for people who want a custom message on their whale tail plate, are also deposited into the ELPF. So they're getting half of the purchase and renewal funds and all of the personalization funds. And because most of the people who purchase a specialty plate also want to customize it, these personalization fees make up about half of the total whale tail license plates revenues. So as a result of that current funding structure, the ELPF receives approximately 3/4, or $3 million, from the whale tail annually, while the Commission is only getting 1/4, or $1 million a year. AB 2734 would split the total revenues from the plate, the entire $4 million, evenly between the Coastal Commission and the State Coastal Conservancy's Explore the Coast Grant Program. The author, Assemblymember Greg Hart, who is carrying a resolution commemorating the 50th anniversary of both agencies, has said this is the perfect year to support both agencies' grant programs with a 50-50 split of the whale tail, or 50-50 for the 50th. It's great branding, but it's also not totally out of line with the other specialty plates. Most sponsoring organizations split their total revenues 50-50 with ELPF. There's a few, like the Kids Plate, the Veterans Plate, and the California Memorial Plate, that allocate 100% of total revenues to the sponsoring organization, minus a small DMV processing fee. But there's one plate in the system, the Black and Gold Legacy Plate, that has no sponsoring organization, and thus it contributes 100% of its total revenues into the ELPF. That plate went on sale in 2016. The first year it was available, it outsold the whale tail plate, which was previously the top-selling plate, by almost double. And it has held the top spot ever since while increasing revenues every year. Today, the legacy plate generates almost 5 times the revenue as all the other specialty plates combined, as you can see on page 4 of your analysis. It's a pretty dramatic graph. All this is great news for the Environmental License Plate Fund. It has more resources than it has ever had at any point in its history, and that's great because there's no sign of it leveling off. That means more critical funding is available to support important work throughout the state, like beaver relocations and environmental justice work and restoration projects and countless other commendable resource-related projects and activities. And what's more, the 49ers plate just came online in October and will be providing additional new revenues to the fund. So because of this trend, the redirection of $3 million to the coastal grants will very likely have little to no effect on other programs and services currently supported by the ELPF. The model suggests it will be more than backfilled by the increasing and new revenues. In contrast, whale-tail revenues have been gradually declining since 2017, despite robust marketing efforts. As has been mentioned in our annual public education reports, this is due in part to economic pressures, supply chain issues during COVID, competition from the legacy plate, and more recently, DMV's switch to paperless vehicle registrations. Up until 2023, every California vehicle owner received a registration notice in the mail, along with an insert promoting the whale tail and other specialty plates. While we've been working with the DMV to create a digital equivalent, the online experience has not been as effective as hoped. So 2734 would essentially double the amount of whale tail revenues the Commission receives annually from 1 to 2 million. At the same time, it would also provide a long-term stable income source for the Conservancy's Explore the Coast grants. It will also loop the Conservancy in as a partner in the marketing and promotion of the plate to a broader audience, and hopefully this will boost sales, benefiting both agencies. Finally, the whale-tail license plate funds STEM education, equitable coastal access, and other outdoor activities that are in and of themselves state policy priorities. So we appreciate Assemblymember Hart's support for the Commission and its public education program, and staff is recommending a support position on AB 2734. And with that, Madam Chair, we're both available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Christie. Mr. Drake. Okay, with that, we will go to public comment.
All right, we have a total of 8 speakers signed up for this item. We'll start in the room. We have Mitch Silverstein.
Two, three. Good morning, Commissioners. Mitch Silverstein, California Senior Policy Coordinator for Surfrider Foundation. We oppose AB 1740. While we share the bill's stated goals, expanding coastal access, supporting affordable housing, and keeping our beaches reachable for all Californians, despite their income or where they live, regardless of, that's not what this bill delivers. What it does is carve broad, unnecessary holes in the Coastal Act, removing the accountability mechanisms designed to ensure our coast remains accessible to all Californians, not just those who can afford to live beside it. Today's location of Gonzales is a fitting location for us to speak up about this bill, because chief among our concerns is how the bill could harm public access protections for non-coastal residents with no recourse for those affected to appeal those decisions. The Coastal Act already provides the correct path, the local coastal program. When a city certifies an LCP, it gains local permitting authority while maintaining Coastal Act protections. Santa Monica has never certified an LCP despite 50 years and over $300,000 in Coastal Commission grant funding. AB 1740 would reward that failure. This is partly why recent amendments limiting the bill to Santa Monica through 2034 are not a fix. That's 8 years of exempting a major California city from Coastal Act jurisdiction and eliminating the public's right to appeal projects that violate it. Furthermore, as Mr. Drake mentioned, the bill would greenlight other cities or powerful special interests within those cities to have their state legislators mimic this Coastal Act exemption bill for their towns. Santa Monica's own record illustrates exactly why this is dangerous. They've repeatedly ignored Coastal Act requirements, approving luxury hotels without lower cost affordable accommodations, allowing illegal demolition of affordable accommodations, and raising beach parking rates without commission oversight. Each of those times, the commission stepped in to protect the public interest. AB 1740 would eliminate that protection. Santa Monica should complete its own LCP, as the vast majority of coastal jurisdictions have already done. To conclude, the best way to ensure public access for all, along with protection of coastal resources, is via Coastal Act review and the LCP program. We urge you to oppose AB 1740 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to our Zoom speakers, we'll start with Adriana Guerrero, followed by Robin Rudisil and Priscilla Miller. Adriana Guerrero. Adriana Guerrero, can you be moved into as panelists? There, nope. Try again. While we're doing that, we can take Robin Rudisil while Adriana's moving in. Robin Rudisil.
Okay, then, good morning. I strongly support staff's recommendation to oppose AB 1740 unless amended to remove the proposed Coastal Act exemptions. I was shocked when the author staff showed me that Venice easily qualified as an urban multimodal community, as there's a qualifying transit stop and a bike lane in the bill's newly defined coastal access zone, which is the Venice coastal zone plus a quarter mile past it, and the city has a plan to reduce greenhouse gas and car crashes. So the bill would very easily allow jurisdictions to exempt broad categories of development from Coastal Act and LCP protections, including multi-unit housing, mixed-use projects, parking removal, roadway changes, and outdoor dining expansions, which are a very significant issue in Venice. That's not streamlining, but rather a structural carve-out of the Coastal Act. I want to thank Jennifer Savage of Surfrider and Sean Drake for their excellent testimony before the Assembly Natural Resources Committee Monday. They clearly articulated what this bill threatens. Although the bill was approved in Assembly Natural Resources with an amendment to apply only to Santa Monica, amendments limiting geography today don't eliminate the possibility of future expansion. As the mechanism exists in the statute, it can easily be expanded during the legislative session, even at the last second, or with a future amendment if the bill passes. There's strong pressure from interests seeking to avoid filing CDPs, particularly for outdoor dining expansions in places like Venice, including bars that were never intended to qualify for outdoor dining and want outdoor drinking. I was very surprised to learn via the committee staff report on Monday that Venice was cited as supportive of this bill. That is absolutely not correct. Venice residents were never informed prior to our council member expressing support, and I've since expressed my serious concern and will continue to work with them to make sure they understand that the Coastal Act already contains tools to waive or streamline permits where impacts are minimal, and that this bill is unacceptable as it removes oversight altogether in large portions of the coastal zone. I urge you to support staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Guerrero, Priscilla Miller, and Tiffany Curry. Adriana Guerrero.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioner, staff, and community members. My name is Adriana Guerrero. I'm the Executive Director of Salted Roots. I'm speaking today on behalf of our community and the Surf Justice Collective, a coalition of 7 California-based nonprofit organizations dedicated to promoting equitable access and ocean connection through surfing and nature-based experiences. We formally asked the Commission to oppose unless amended position on AB 1740. While we support California's climate, housing, and transportation objectives, AB 1740 in its current form represents the most significant rollback of coastal protections in a generation. We cannot support this bill unless all proposed Coastal Act exemptions are removed. AB 1740 would weaken the California Coastal Authority over temporary commercial events and would allow cities to prioritize large revenue-generating events over small nonprofit and equity-focused programs like ours. This deepens access disparities and limits the coast to those who can afford to pay for it. Furthermore, 1740 would allow for the removal of coastal access parking, including along PCH, without requiring replacement or mitigation. And then families, seniors, people with disabilities, and working class communities who rely on driving due to a lack of adequate transit, removing parking without alternatives is a policy design that privatizes public beaches. And lastly, the bill circumvents the established local coastal program process, rewarding jurisdictions that have failed to complete their LCPs while penalizing those that followed the law. The existing LCP framework is designed to allow cities to streamline substantial programs sustainable programs preserving public rights. This framework was critical in our successful collaboration with the City of Pacifica, which resulted in an equitable beach permitting system in 2023 that created access pathways for nonprofits and community projects like ours. The Coastal Act has protected California's coastline for 50 years. This anniversary year is not a time to undermine its authority. California can and must advance its climate and housing goals without sacrificing public access or environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Priscilla Miller, Tiffany Curry, Susan Jordan. Priscilla Miller.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Priscilla Miller, and I am here representing Azul as its Chief of Staff. First, I would like to thank the Commission staff for their thorough and thoughtful legislative report. We appreciate both the depth of analysis and the clarity of the recommendations before you today. We are in strong agreement with the staff's recommendation, particularly the oppose unless amendment position for AB 1740 by Assembly Member Zuber. From an environmental justice perspective, this bill raises serious and urgent concerns. While we recognize and share the goals of increasing housing and expanding sustainable transportation, AB 1740 takes an approach that risks undermining decades of progress under the Coastal Act. For many families, especially inland, low-income, and communities of color, affordable parking is not a luxury. It is the primary means of accessing California's coast. The proposed exemption that allowed the removal of public parking, increased parking rates, or the creation of resident-only parking zones threatened to further exclude those communities from spaces that belong to all Californians. Equally concerning is the erosion of public oversight. The bill weakens Coastal Commission's review, overrides certified local coastal programs, and eliminates meaningful opportunities for public appeal. These changes remove essential accountability mechanisms that have long safeguarded both environmental resources and public trust. Azul remains committed to working collaboratively on solutions that advance housing, climate resilience, and transportation in ways that are equitable and protective of our coast. AB 1740, as it stands, moves us in the wrong direction. For these reasons, we support the staff recommendation to oppose unless amended, and we urge that all Coastal Act exemptions be removed to ensure that environmental protections and equitable coastal access are not compromised. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Tiffany Curry, Susan Jordan, and Casey Olson. Tiffany Curry.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Curry, speaking on behalf of Outdoor Outreach and the Surf Justice Collective. Last year, I went on a program with a group of high schoolers who were about to surf for the very first time. They arrived quiet and unsure, but soon the water filled with laughter and cheers as they all caught their very first waves. And by the end, nobody wanted to leave. Their joy, confidence, and connection transformed before my eyes. And experiences like these are why we're asking you to oppose AB 1740, unless amended to remove all Coastal Act exemptions. Your ability to enforce environmental justice provisions of the Coastal Act make programs like ours possible. And if this bill were to pass, cities could prioritize commercial activities over free public access and create more inequity on the coast. We also urge you to support AB 2734. As former Whaletail and Explore the Coast grant recipients, we've seen their transformative impact firsthand, and yet we know that demand far exceeds funding availability. This bill would help both programs reach more young people and communities so that more people can catch their first wave. And so we support the staff recommendations today, and thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Susan Jordan and Casey Olson. Susan Jordan.
Susan Jordan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Susan Jordan, California Coastal Protection Network. I apologize that I cannot be there in person, but I just returned from Sacramento where I attended the Assembly Natural Resources Committee hearing to testify in opposition to AB 1740 by Assembly Members Burr. I cannot emphasize enough to the Commission how dangerous the original iteration of this bill was, and I want to acknowledge the work of the roughly 40 environmental groups who quickly joined CCPN, Surfrider Azul, and EAC Marin in strong opposition to it. To be clear, despite the false assertions by the author that this bill is narrow and has no impact on coastal resources or public access, the opposite is the case, as your staff is so ably laid out. And while I and my colleagues are extremely grateful that the committee managed to restrict the exemptions to the city of Santa Monica, this is not a fix, nor is it the end of the fight. The Assembly member made it very, very clear in his testimony that he intends to start here and then keep going so that he can once again extend these broad Coastal Act exemptions to any city or county that manages to meet the extremely low bar he set to qualify for them. And speaking of Assemblymember Zabur's testimony, I unfortunately feel it would be irresponsible if I did not convey his broadside attack on the commission itself. He blamed you for many things, the failure of Santa Monica to certify their LCP, development that you approved in Santa Monica rapidly. It was a luxury hotel. You required low-cost accommodations as you're legally required to do. He said you made it infeasible. Bike lanes and parking, you don't support them and you work actively against them. And your staff, unfortunately, was not able to respond to any of these remarks. I almost leapt out of my chair, but that's not allowed either. So despite the amendments that have been made to AB 1740, I still consider it the most direct and dangerous attack on the Coastal Act I have ever witnessed. It sets the precedent for unwinding key protections in the Coastal Act statewide, and we will continue to oppose it unless it is amended to remove the broad Coastal Act exemptions it contains, and I urge you to oppose it as well. But I do support the Whale Tail Bill 2734, and that's terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey Olson, and then we are missing one speaker, Sophia Uribe. We're not seeing you in the attendees list. If you are in the meeting, please raise your hand, Sophia Uribe. And go ahead, Casey Olson.
Good morning, members of the Commission. Thank you to Mr. Drake for the legislative report. My name is Casey Olson, and I'm a Legal and Policy Fellow with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, or EAC. I'm here to speak about Assembly Bill 1740. To echo others here, we support the intention behind this bill to encourage more green transportation through expanding bike lanes and bus access. But the current version of this bill includes dangerous exemptions from the Coastal Act and endangers affordable housing efforts. We oppose AB 1740 unless it is amended, which threatens to get the existing coastal development permitting process in favor of developers, the wealthy, and special interests. We urge the Coastal Commission to take an oppose unless amended position on this bill to protect the sanctity of the Coastal Act. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we are still not seeing Sophia Uribe. Madam Chair, there are no more speakers.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. And I will return to staff to see if they have any comments before we begin. Ms. Christie?
No, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I'll be taking names. If anyone wants to comment, we'll begin with Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff. Thanks for the speakers. I'd like to first start out with the quick questions about their LCP or lack thereof. I am in a neighboring city that shares some of the same concerns that they do. We're one of the densest cities, coastal cities in the state, similar to Santa Monica. They are one of the largest coastal cities in the state. They also do not have an LCP, similar to Hermosa Beach. We just heard a comment that Assemblymember Zabur was bashing the Coastal Commission for Santa Monica's failure to have an LCP. Can you give us a quick history of their LCP attempts? Because I've had discussions with their electeds as well that said, hey, if you focus your energies on an LCP as opposed to trying to take a machete to the Coastal Act, I think your efforts would be better focused.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'd like to address that. Staff agrees that the issues proposed in this law could easily be addressed through the city's LCP and would be best addressed through that tool. The city does have a certified land use plan, which is 1/2 of their LCP. It still requires an implementation plan. To further that effort, as Sean mentioned, the commission granted the city multiple financial grants in order to complete their LCP. The first half of that process was the draft land use plan to update the existing land use plan. And commission staff worked with the city to accomplish that. In fact, we had it done. We had a draft LUP, and it was agendized for approval by the commission about 5 years ago. That was at the beginning of COVID. And although we had worked very hard with the city staff and their city manager to reach agreement on all issues, unfortunately, it was a turbulent time, and at the beginning of COVID, the city manager was ousted. The city attorney became the interim city manager. And days before our hearing, we were notified in a shocking manner that the city, due to their change in management, wished to reevaluate the agreements that they had previously made for that draft LUP. And days before our hearing, they withdrew that LUP amendment before we could approve it. Now, I have no doubt that in 5 years, we could have adopted that LUP and finished the implementation plan. So that city today would have a local coastal program, and they would have the authority to make decisions over exactly these sorts of development. Now, we are continuing to work with the city on many issues, and some of those issues are in this law today. Some of those are that the city currently has half a dozen unpermitted preferential parking districts where the public is excluded from parking in the neighborhoods near the beach. That's one of the items addressed in the law, and one of the items that the city would like to address in their LCP. So we do continue to want to work with the city to address these items through the CDP and the LCP process. We've also reached out to the city, and we are continuing to discuss with them to reinitiate the LCP process and work with them to bring that effort back and restart that process so that we can certify that LCP.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that history lesson. I'm flummoxed and frustrated, and I share the concerns of so many, particularly as we celebrate 50 years of the Coastal Act. I mean, the irony cannot be overlooked of what they're trying to do. The forces in Sacramento are pushing an agenda that is contrary to coastal access. Hence, the Save Our Coast initiative in '72 and the Coastal Act that followed. So it's the well-connected that are now pushing back against the broader public access and coastal protections that many have fought so hard for. And it's a huge step in the wrong direction. I mean, as Sarah Christie would say, 3 votes on a Tuesday will get Santa Monica whatever they want if this were to pass. We had a speaker this morning that talked about, the ability to stand up, and one of the things the Coastal Commission has done over the decades is to stand up where it's easy to choose the easy wrong. That's not what we do here. 1740 is wrong, and we have to stand up for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Hart.
Well, Commissioner Jackson, that was just a great statement of what we're facing here. And in my mind, I think about it as the beginning, middle, and end of the Coastal Act. And I don't think that's dramatic, because even though now it's, through the amendments, been limited to Santa Monica, which has its own issues in terms of a preferential treatment and exemptions for one particular area, it clearly is a huge risk to the rest of the coast. There are so many problems with it, but as we sit here in an inland community that we've been told 50% of kids or people in this area haven't been to the coast, well, why don't they go to the coast? For all of the reasons that were described in our enforcement report. And what would this do? Make it impossible. I would say, I don't think it's a reach to say, how are people going to get to the beaches in Santa Monica if this were to pass? I mean, presumably parking would disappear. preferential parking areas would make it impossible for anyone that doesn't live in this incredibly expensive area to visit the coast. I don't even understand, frankly, how it got out of the committee. I know how strongly members of that committee, several of whom are huge supporters of the Coastal Act. I'm just shocked that it's even gotten this far. And really, I just can't express my opposition more strongly and my support for the opposition motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
There's just a couple things I want to address and also some of the narrative. I believe only one of our commissioners actually lives in the coastal zone. In the coastal zone. Some of us live in near coastal communities, but actually in the coastal zone, I think we have one commissioner that currently resides in the coastal zone. I just want to point out, and we have other commissioners that are even further inland that aren't here today, and I just want to recognize that it's not that we understand that access within our communities. I also want to point out that coastal communities access other coastal communities. We're not just living in our own bubble where we are. We also move through the California coast, and so access is important to us all in understanding that. So, if a neighboring community to us enacts really strict provisions that make it from one city to another, or from one community to another, or one county to another, then we have access issues that are associated with that. And that speaks to folks that regularly use the coast for not just recreation, but for gathering of materials and or subsistence harvest and fishing and those other activities that occur. So I want to be clear that it's not just a one directional, it's in multiple areas. So I just want to frame that. And I also want to acknowledge that like our county and even this county here in Monterey County, I think our first LCP was 1979 or something like that. And I think also here, and I think the first updates were in the late 80s or something like that. So I want to recognize that there are many communities that move forward with their local coastal plans 45 years ago or something like that. So then when we're talking about this conflict occurring in the last 5 or 6 years, I mean, that doesn't acknowledge the time span before that when nothing, when that didn't happen or didn't move forward. And a majority of our jurisdictions on the coast have been able to get through this process and are doing it. Is there conflicts and are there adjustments, and has there been the interplay between these agencies? For sure. The Coastal Act was created in conflict with local government. That's really how it was created. It was so that the decision-making processes in these local areas that are sometimes driven by I will just say the landed and property interests, which dominate our planning commissions and our city councils and our local governments, just in general, just because that's who has access to these levers. That those resources and access zones needed to have some buffer in order to protect them from the decision-making processes at the local level, and I participate in that. I'm just saying, acknowledge that. I want to be like, we're in it, and so I think we can't forget that, and I think this kind of forgets that, and so I just want to voice my support for our staff's position on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for teeing that up. I also live inland. I live about 12 miles inland along the 10 freeway from Santa Monica, and I actually try to visit Santa Monica at least once a week. And I went on Sunday because I knew I would be here this week. In the summertime and when the weather is good, because we've had this unseasonably warm winter this year, the parking lots accessing the pier through the city lots 5, 6, 7, and 8, a small break for the Annenberg Community House, and then up to Temescal Canyon in the Palisades. Those are the major parking areas. The left turn lanes on PCH are very, very long, and yet on popular days, the entire lane is completely filled. The traffic goes into PCH, it goes down through the tunnel that connects it to the 10 freeway, and the left-hand lanes of the 10 freeway are backed up for miles of people trying to park. On the right-hand side of the 10 freeway, you have the exits for 4th and 5th Street into Santa Monica, and those lanes are backed up for miles almost to the transition to the 405 freeway. There is already not enough parking in Santa Monica for people who want to access those beaches. That area from south of the pier up through Annenberg Community House, which is open to the public, it's like a private club open to members of the public, is probably the most popular beach visiting area in the entire country. Millions of people go every year to visit those areas. Up above the Palisade, along Ocean Avenue in Santa Monica, are public parks and walkways that are some of the most breathtaking views I have ever seen, and I can't even believe that we get to live, within driving distance of that. I know that there is incredible and tremendous pressure because it's some of the most valuable property in the entire country to upzone and develop those areas, but it changes the entire nature of the experience of visiting the beach if you build tall towers along those bluffs. Plus, it's like a, eroding palisade that's going into the ocean right there as well. The drive on PCH is only special because you can see the ocean as you drive alongside it. And there are places where homes, smaller homes block that area, but it's unimaginable to think about what could be built to block that view all up and down that entire section if legislation were to pass that is solely focused on one small community along the coastline. I am a developer. I build a ton of affordable housing. I build a ton of market rate housing. I'm always pro housing. We don't have enough of it. It does not matter how cheap housing is if we don't have enough of it to serve the number of people who need to access it. Nobody gets to access the coast. It's incredibly expensive. Visitor serving and lower cost visitor serving temporary places, especially hotels. These are all incredibly important. I am pro all of those things, but 1740 is a blunt instrument that is the wrong tool to address that, and it needs to have modifications to it in order for us to be able to support, in order to preserve. And then on top of that, we have all of the environmental and ecological issues. We have the shoreline armoring and all of the other things that need to protect our beaches to make sure that our amazing, there's nowhere in the world where the beaches you park and you have to run a marathon to just get to the water because that's how much sand we have. I haven't seen beaches like that anywhere. And so this is very disappointing to see, and I'm in support of staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Nada.
Thank you. First I want to thank Chair Bryan and the committee for listening to concerns that have been voiced, and I also want to thank Assemblyman Zuber. I believe he's been listening to concerns that have been voiced, and progress is being made. I think that we saw some of that, and I think there was a lot of listening going on in the committee hearing on Monday, which I did watch completely. And I must say, I keep scratching my head because I heard Mr. Zuber say repeatedly that this is a set of very narrow exemptions. And when I look at the list of the exemptions, I'm almost I think maybe it's only single family houses that are not on the list of exemptions. We certainly should be looking at specifically mixed use projects, multi-housing projects. These are exactly the kind of things that we are able to look at and review and improve so that they do serve a broader range of the public. So I want to encourage the legislature to continue to listen. There's and acknowledge that these issues in the city of LA and the city of Santa Monica are very difficult with a lot of competing interests, and that's why I presume we don't have a certified LCP for either one of those jurisdictions. I'll just recall that this commission used to see many more projects from Malibu when Malibu was not a city. It was in the jurisdiction of the county of LA, and it was none other than former state senator John Burton, who led the Senate at that time, who carried a bill and said, the commission has a lot better things to do than review decks in Malibu. Let's compel the city of Malibu to prepare its own local coastal plan. So I would encourage Assemblymember Zabur, who I have a lot of respect for. I've worked with him for decades on good environmental programs, to maybe take a page out of Senator Burton's notebook and work with us and with the city to see how we can get Santa Monica to complete its LCP. So with that, I would support staff's recommendation if it's time for a...
Thank you. Commissioner Rodoni.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to thank staff for bringing this forward, and I support staff's recommendation for both of these bills. As someone who lives in the coastal zone, we depend on the local coastal plan for local influence. And I think that that's important. I'm sorry that some cities and some jurisdictions don't have a coastal plan yet, but we've had it for decades. So they need to get to work on that plan. A legislative fix is not the answer. It's them working on their LCPs is the answer. And I really appreciate everyone that spoke today against this bill. I think it is a bad precedent. And a legislative fix doesn't always fix things. In fact, it's always the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I will join my colleagues in their opposition. But I also, switching gears a little bit, want to just recognize Assemblymember Hart, who represents me in Santa Barbara. On a happier note, I'm so grateful for his leadership. As you all know, he's a former coastal commissioner himself and has just really been a coastal champion for us. And I love the 50-50 for 50 years. So Assemblymember Hart, I hope you're not watching, but if you are, thank you so much. And with that, I'll entertain a motion. There's going to be two separate motions, so if anyone's...
I'd like to make a motion.
Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. I move that the commission oppose AB 1740 unless amended.
Second.
Thank you. That's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Lee. I'll ask for a roll call vote on this item, please.
All right, Commissioner O'Malley. Oh, sorry, stepped away. Commissioner Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson.
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni.
Aye.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nothoff.
Aye.
Nothoff, yes. Commissioner Moreno.
Moreno, yes.
Moreno, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Affirmative.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Chair Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. And the second motion?
Sir, what's the number of the bill? 2730? 34. Okay. I move that the commission support AB 2734 and ask for yes votes.
Second.
It's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Lowenberg. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we'll break for lunch. If everyone could please be back at 1:15.
Thank you. We do have a couple vendors that are set up in the back of the parking lot back there. We have Pacheco Picasso, a Mexican food truck, and Luigi's Ben Velez has been really helpful. They have a wood fire oven for pizzas.
Okay, thank you everyone. Hope you all had a good lunch. So we'll continue on with the agenda, and I believe we're on item 6D.
We have a presentation for this item. Awesome, thank you. Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Hello. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We are very pleased to be before you today to recommend 47 whale-tail grants from our latest competitive grant round totaling $2 million. Historically, these grants are supported by the purchase of whale-tail license plates and by donations to the Protect Our Coast and Oceans Fund on the California tax form. However, all of the competitive grants for your consideration today would be funded from a partnership with the Ocean Protection Council, who generously provided $2 million in funds from California Climate Investments for this grant cycle. So I want to express our deep gratitude to our partners at the Ocean Protection Council for their support. Next slide, please. So here are some lovely photos from some recent grantees. Whale-tail grants support experiential education and stewardship of the California coast and its watersheds, with an emphasis on projects engaging communities that face barriers accessing such opportunities, and organizations based in and composed of the communities they are engaging. With the Ocean Protection Council support, we are excited to pilot a tribal set-aside for this grant cycle, where approximately half of the funds will be dedicated for projects led by, in partnership with, and or directly engaging California Native American tribes and tribal communities. Starting last October, staff did extensive outreach to publicize the grant opportunity, and then we're available throughout the fall for many conversations with prospective applicants to hear their project ideas and help them understand the funding priorities. In November, we hosted a webinar to walk people through the application and to answer questions. Next slide, please. We received 434 eligible proposals requesting a total of more than $16.8 million, with many worthy projects proposed. This is by far the highest number of proposals and largest funding request that we've ever received. As you can see on this chart, there's undeniably a great and growing need for these funds and the programs they support. So we are so thankful to the Ocean Protection Council for their support in funding this grant cycle. And there will be significantly less money for whale-tail grants going forward unless other funding is allocated. Next slide, please. The 47 recommended projects would engage communities in every coastal county throughout the San Francisco Bay Area counties, as well as inland counties of Siskiyou, Modoc, Plumas, El Dorado, Sacramento, Stanislaus, Fresno, and Riverside. One project would engage communities based across the state, especially the Central Valley, and one project would engage communities in the Northern California region. $1,203,425 of the funds would support 21 projects through the tribal set-aside. For recommended projects outside of the tribal set-aside, 32% are small grants of $25,000 or less. There are 11 organizations we've worked with throughout the years, as well as 36 tribes and organizations that we look forward to getting to know as they implement their first whale-tail grants. Please see the staff report for brief descriptions of all the wonderful programs proposed by the 47 organizations. Next slide, please. In addition, this staff report requests approval for a targeted grant from the Protect Our Coasts and Oceans Fund to the Sonoma County Parks Foundation to purchase 2 beach wheelchairs for use at Doran Beach in Doran Regional Park that will be available to the public to borrow for free. Next slide, please. Thank you for your support of the Whale-Tail Grants program. We're grateful as ever to all the owners of whale-tail license plates and the donors to the Protect Our Coasts and Oceans Fund on the California tax form, who have made this grant program possible since 1998. And thank you to the Ocean Protection Council for your partnership, which has allowed us to offer grants to so many more amazing projects throughout California. The motion is on page 3 of the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will turn it to Chris to see if hopefully there are some public comments.
Yes, we have a number of public commenters signed up to speak. We did lose a few during the lunch period, but we do have a good amount still. We'll start with Dr. Janine Pfeiffer, followed by Risa Bell and Tina Fernandez. Janine, give me a moment as I promote you in as a panelist. And when you're able to, please go ahead.
Thank you, and from Humboldt County. I'm the founder of DIY Art, which is a Dreammaker project of the Ink People for Arts and Culture, a 47-year-old umbrella organization for artists, artisans, and community groups in Humboldt County who work very closely with tribes and tribal communities. And we are thrilled to be recipients and to be able to implement classroom STEAM, STEAM, lab kits to support implementation of the Native American Studies Model Curriculum, NASMC, which has two hubs. One is based at the Humboldt County Office of Education. The other one is at the San Diego Office of Education. And this was just premiered in September. I was one of the curriculum writers and trainers, and we're very fortunate to have Maggie Peters, who is the lead on that, to be a part of our project. And Humboldt County Office of Education will be hosting and housing our lab kits because we wanted to provide something that would benefit hundreds of students throughout Humboldt County and Del Norte County. So again, thank you. We are so thrilled.
Thank you. Next, Risa Bell, Tina Fernandez, and Diana Totten. Risa Bell.
Hi, everyone. My name is Risa Bell. I'm the founder and executive director of an organization called Paddle for Peace. And I'm really honored to be here today and to thank you for the recommendation. We first received the Whaletail grant back in 2023. And this grant allowed us to launch our program called Coastal Ninjas Academy. This is a 5-week program that we give to Title I schools for free, thanks to Whaletail. And we're in there doing STEM education, marine biology, indigenous knowledge, ocean safety. And then on the 5th week, we take them on a beach field trip. And I'm just really excited to be here again today because the schools have asked us to expand our program. We actually have 2 active contracts with the district, the school districts in San Diego now. And since 2023, we've been able to serve 402 students through the Coastal Ninjas Academy program. And now being recommended for funding, we'll be able to serve 600 in just a year. So that just goes to show how much we've grown. I can't be more clear with how grateful I am to be working with the California Coastal Commission. You guys are the reason we were able to launch the program in the first place, and we've just grown tremendously because of it. We have an average quiz score of 82%. 76% are returning students from year 1 to year 2. And this new grant is going to allow us to impact more grades. And we had a 17% increase of knowledge in microplastics from year 1 to year 2. So we're making a lot of impact, and we couldn't be more grateful for your continued support. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Next, Tina Fernandez, Diana Totten, Karen Keene. Tina Fernandez.
Good morning. So I'm the environmental educator for the Paula Band of Mission Indians, and we wanted to say thank you to the Commission staff for recommending our project, and thank you to the Commission for considering to fund our project. I don't know, also to thank you for your commitment to the tribal set-aside for supporting the next generation of Paula environmental leaders. This project will create an opportunity for tribal youth to connect to ancestral territory on the coast. The coast kind of feels like a distant destination rather than a home, with it being like about a 45-minute drive from the Paula Reservation. And so this grant will allow tribal youth coastal access, and by focusing also on the San Luis Rey watershed, we're going to teach our youth that the health of the inland reservation is inseparable from the health of the ocean. They're also going to be conducting some marine research and developing a formal coastal stewards report with recommendations to the Tribal Council for future environmental policies, which we're really excited about, as well as educational coloring book that we're going to share with the youngest members of the community, ensuring that the knowledge is getting passed down. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Diana Totten. I think you might be logged in under the name Chelsea. Karen Keene and Kyla Langen. Diana Totten?
We have Diana Totten and Rhonda Hardy listed as our project leads that were going to be on this call, but I don't recognize the rest of those names. I'm not sure if that's us or if Diana's on another one too.
Go ahead. You can all speak. We do have a number of other speakers that aren't with your group, so I was calling those as well. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you so much for recommending our project for funding and for taking the time today. We're so appreciative. I'm representing the Coral Point Traditional Ecological Knowledge Project and am Director of Forest Health and Fire Resources at Trees Foundation. We at Trees are so delighted to support this project and follow the lead of our Native partners and cultural educators. And so I am happy to introduce the rest of the project team. This is Rhonda Hardy.
Hello, Kayana Ishchikwangi. Hello, my heart is glad. I am Rhonda Hardy of a Wailaki descendant, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to work with local students and to demonstrate our traditional management of the land, coast, native plants, cultural, and language. In 2022, the Coral Point project came to life. Coral Point is a 5-acre plot of land, which is wet land and dry land in Shelter Cove. Where we support a rich diversity of plant and animal species. I love sharing my knowledge about working with woodwardia to weave baskets and dogbane to make string. We will incorporate these and other native plants into our curriculum we develop for classroom learning and hands-on activities at Coral Point. I also have 6 grandchildren who attend Redway Elementary School in South Fork High. So I'm personally very excited about bringing traditional ecological knowledge education in their schools. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dee Nelson. I'm the Community Schools Coordinator at Redway Elementary and the district lead for this project. My mission is to bridge the gap between our classrooms and the community within the Elam Atoll watersheds. And a primary focus of this work is honoring the history of the land by teaching our students how Indigenous people have used traditional ecological knowledge to thrive here for generations. I am incredibly honored to collaborate on this initiative with Diana and Rhonda, 2 respected Indigenous pillars of our community, as well as the Trees Foundation. We aren't just teaching a lesson, we're building a foundation of local knowledge we plan to adopt district-wide. My deepest appreciation to the California Coastal Commission for supporting this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Karen Keene, followed by Kyla Langen, and then Michael Kusarate. Karen Keene.
Hi, my name is Karen Keene. I'm the director of, can you guys see me okay?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, fantastic. I'm the director of the Ready, Steady, Go Academy in the Los Angeles area, and we are a brand new recipient of the Whaletail Grant. So thank you so much for the recommendation for this grant. We're really looking forward to being able to partner with you. We serve low-income and neurodiverse students in our program, and we just launched a pilot program this last year where we worked with a number of neurodiverse kids who are on the autism spectrum or working with more severe forms of ADHD, where we travel with them and also send them out to some different estuary and coastal areas, the way that get access to these places, and are really important lessons about how they can interact with their coastal ecosystems, and they absolutely loved it. One of our kids to be an engineer. It was like, I want to be an engineer to have an open net and what opportunities that are available because of whale terrain. Choose to be able to learn a lot more about that in the future. So I just want to thank you guys so much for this opportunity, and thank you for everything that you're doing to support those and educate the next generation.
Thank you. Next is Kyla Langen and then Michael Kusarate. Kyla Langen.
Awesome. We submitted a slideshow. Is that available?
Yes, give us a moment to bring it up.
Awesome. Thank you.
While they're bringing it up, if I could, Madam Chair, I'll just share broadband is a key initiative for us here in Southern Monterey County, where it remains elusive at times. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Kyla, founder, director of Queer Surf. Thanks to the Whale Tail grants, our program increases ocean access for queer and trans, Black, Indigenous, and people of color with financial barriers. Just want to share some snippets of direct words from participant feedback forms. Next slide. A super supportive and friendly group, insightful opening words about surfing being an Indigenous practice, helpful reframing of surfing to include many valid forms of surfing. Next slide. I always wanted to surf, but thought it was an intimidating, unwelcoming environment. Basically impossible. It was so difficult with no accessible options for mobility issues. Next slide. I never felt safe or included trying to surf until now, basically. Next slide. These are all echoed sentiment. No time to read them all. Next slide. I feel empowered is a common theme. Next slide. Every time I enter the ocean with Queer Surf, I feel embodied and free. Next slide. Encouragement for us to be responsible and respectful in our role as guests, accountable for our actions. Thank you for these gifts. Next slide. Being chronically ill and growing up and poor growing up trans, I have never had access to the ocean in this way. I haven't been to Catalina, done water sports, or been able to be in community with other gay nerds who could teach me so much. Grateful for the space and education. Next slide. It can be a really cruel world for people who are queer and trans, especially those who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I'm looking forward to staying in touch and continuing to get involved in the outdoor equity space. Nature is really powerful. Next slide. Themes of belonging, increased wellness, and deep appreciation just run throughout our feedback forms. Next slide. This feedback we don't take just as us, but it's also feedback for Whale Tail and Explore the Coast grants and for the whole Coastal Commission. Next slide. So yeah, just want to say these grants are working. These grants are deeply appreciated. Thank you, Whale Tail and the Coastal Commission. Together we're improving lives and making the coast more accessible. And yay for opposing AB 1740. Yay.
Thank you. Thank you. And if you do want to take a longer look at any of the slides, we do post them to the archives with AGP with the video of the hearing at that, usually within a few hours after the hearing ends. So you can take a look at the presentations on your own time as well. Next is Michael Kusarate. Mike, I see you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute. There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, and the city of Gonzales. My name is Mike Kusarate, and I represent Memoy Arts and Education Circle located in Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. I wish to thank the staff for recommending our proposal for the Tamal Culture Ambassadors Program. Memoy partners with Chumash tribes and other indigenous tribes and organizations to promote and advocate for arts and education projects that maintain our native traditions and educate the public about them. A tamal is a traditional plank boat canoe powered by double paddle oars with a crew of 4. The maritime culture that developed around the tamal originated over thousands of years on the Central California coast and Santa Barbara Channel Islands. This tradition and knowledge was nearly lost in the 1800s during the colonial and early American periods, but we have recovered it and are working hard to sustain this heritage. Like the Coastal Commission, this is an anniversary year. Congratulations to the commission. It was in 1976 that the first seagoing tamal vessel, the famous Helic, navigated the Santa Barbara Channel Islands, marking the first time that a tamal had taken to sea in 140 years. The Tamal Culture Ambassadors Program directly advances the California Coastal Commission's whale tail grant priorities by expanding equitable access to the coast, integrating cultural heritage with environmental education, and preparing participants to become long-term stewards of California's marine ecosystems. Ambassadors will learn Tamil culture and how to share it with the public. They will also transmit lessons about coastal conservation and stewardship. I have to say that people love our Tamals. They are beautifully handcrafted vessels fashioned from the tall redwood logs of Northern California. They are graceful in the water and a joy for the crew and for those who watch from the shore. What better way to gain the attention of our fellow Californians than for them to hear our message of coastal and ocean conservation? Thank you, Commissioners, for your consideration for the Tamal Culture Ambassadors proposal.
Thank you. And now I'll list out names that we haven't been able to find in our attendees list that are signed up to speak. If you hear your name, please raise your hand so we can bring you in. Susan Jordan, Lil Milagro Enriquez, Gabby with no last name, John Garcia, Camilla Elam, Barbara Speaker, Max Bracey, Tara Tassopoulos, and Sheen Sidhu. If any of you have heard your name, you can raise your hand. All right. I'm seeing no hands raised. Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you so much to our commenters. Okay, I'll return to the commission. If anyone, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you for all of these comments and for showing us all the examples of the breadth and depth of the grantees that this program supports. It just goes even more towards how important our support of AB 2734 was. When I got my personalized plate, I didn't realize how little of the money actually went towards our whale-tail grantees. So reallocating the revenues for that are so critically important. I also wanted to highlight that a third that go in smaller grantees actually support smaller and growing programs, because when you have huge grant programs, those usually go to huge organizations. So the fact that a third of ours go to first-time grantees and that a third are smaller in size just further promotes the ability for access for education, for arts, especially the set-aside for our tribal communities is incredibly important in supporting environmental justice across the coast. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hucklebridge.
Through the chair, I just had a quick comment. I just thank you for those comments, and I wanted to just highlight some of the things Commissioner Lee said about, I think it is a small grant program in many ways, and it serves as a stepping stone for many organizations. The state grant process can be challenging to navigate, and we have worked very hard to keep it easier at this, with small grants and an easier process. And I think it's working. As you saw from Jessica's presentation, we had a huge jump in applicants, and we're not meeting the needs out there. That we'll keep trying to find more funding and find other ways to meet that need, because it's clear that there's interest in moving, continuing to grow this grant program, but at the same time keep the grants themselves small. So that's our goal. And I just had to let everybody know how fantastic Jessica was in putting this together. You saw that increase. We didn't get more time or more staff to review all those applications. It was Jessica. And she and Annie, she went really above and beyond. The whole public ed program always does, but in this particular case, really rose to the occasion. So I just had to give Jessica a shout out because, as you saw from some of our public commenters too, what great programs we have, and the tribal set aside, I think, was really exciting. And so I also want to give a shout out to OPC. Jen will be joining us later. I'll make sure to tell her in person and encourage you to do the same. But thank you for all the time and effort that went into reviewing these applications. And I'm so excited to get these grants out the door.
Agree. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jessica and team, for all the amazing work you're doing. This warms my old heart, and an extra plug for the Heart Bill that would provide additional resources so that we could expand this program. I mean, as you know, this work matters. It connects people to the coast, builds the next generation of advocates, and protects what makes California so special. And the other side of the Heart Bill, as we discussed, is what Sacramento is potentially doing with bills like 1740 that could potentially undermine opportunities for the very groups that are doing this important work. So thank you for what you're doing, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Oh, just a shout out to two of the grantees from Humboldt County, the Ink people, and then I just couldn't believe I heard Shelter Cove and Redway Elementary School. So if you want South County, it's another South County. So, yep. And just shout out to those guys for doing the hard work for getting these grants and getting in the community. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Nodoff.
I just want to say that I certainly think this is one of the most impactful programs that the commission does at all. And so it's just so exciting to see the enthusiasm and the breadth of folks that are interested. Again, the same sense of shout out to the Ama Mutsun Land Trust, the Black Surf Santa Cruz, Monterey Waterkeeper, Potter Valley Tribe. There's just some things when you go down the list and you're like, I know that place. They did something. They're doing such good work. So it's just really exciting to do that. I don't want to bogart all the action, but if there's time for a motion, I'm ready.
We have Commissioner O'Malley, and then I'll come back to you.
Thanks, and I'll be brief. First, I'll echo everything that's said about the great staff work and through this whole program. Someone who has spent the majority of my career in the nonprofit, especially the small nonprofit space, I know exactly what folks that were just presented are going through. And while we talk about small grants, for them, this is not small, right? This could be sometimes half their operating or such. So I'm just really happy to be part of this. I'm so happy with the work that you all have done, and I appreciate it. And let's try and get the money up each year, more and more if we can. And I'll thank Jen when she gets here, but thanks.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Jessica. This is my first time getting to vote on these. This is like, I'm coming to my 1 year mark. And so I've been waiting for these. And when you guys are saying small grants and I'm seeing 24 and 50,000, that's a big amount for small nonprofits. So I just want to share that there's sometimes in these roles, there's a lot of hard days, but these are the ones we look forward to. So excited to support this today. Thank you for all your work.
Back to Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you. I forgot to give a shout out to the Culture Club of South Bay that was inspired to apply based on a briefing they attended with you, Dr. Kate, when you were down and when we were in Redondo Beach for our Coastal Commission meeting. The director came to that meeting, was inspired by what you said with regard to the grants, applied, and they were accepted and awarded the grant. So thank you. And part of the outreach is so important, and you understand that, and thank you.
Commissioner Nodoff, to you.
Okay, so with that, I move that the commission approve the grant award set forth in the staff recommendation. I further move that the commission authorize the executive director or her designee to enter into grant agreements with the grantees for allocation of these funds and to make any amendments thereto. And requesting an aye vote.
I'll second.
That's a rush to second that. It's a motion by Commissioner Nodoff, a second by Commissioner O'Malley. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. And thank you to staff and congratulations to the grantees. Okay, moving on. That brings us to the consent calendar. Mr. Schwing, whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. So that does take us to item 7. That is the consent calendar for all units and districts on the agenda today. There's 2 items from Hermosa Beach. There's an addendum for item 7A with some minor corrections to the report. We aren't aware of any controversy on these items, and the applicants are in agreement with staff recommendations. So we are asking for approval of these matters on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Schwing. Are there any ex partes to report? Seeing none, any public comments?
No speakers.
Okay, I'll return to the commission for a motion. Question? Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Lowenberg, second by Commissioner Lee. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the consent calendar is adopted. Now to those items removed from the regular calendar, please.
Thank you. So we have 9 items that we're recommending be moved to consent today, as I reported at the beginning of the day. Starting with item 10A, that's application A6 ENC 2450, the Sayre Family Trust from Encinitas. Item 11A, the map adoption, MA 2026-1, the Tijuana River segment from the City of San Diego. Item 12A, the City of Encinitas, LCP amendment on short-term rentals, the revised findings time extension. Item 14A, that's application 525-897 with United XYZ LLC in the City of Santa Monica. Item 14B, application 525-898, again with United XYZ LLC in the City of Santa Monica. Item 14C, application 52630, Trigild and City of Santa Monica. Also item 15A, that's the City of Manhattan Beach LCP amendment on outdoor dining. That's an LCP time extension. Item 19.1, City of San Buenaventura LCP amendment on affordable housing regulations, LCP time extension. And item 20A, it's application 425-615, Goleta Gardens. There's a staff report addendum on item 10A, the Sayre application, which is for residents along the bluffs in Encinitas. This permit both authorizes a replacement residence, but also addresses removal of an unpermitted revetment that is present on and in front of the applicant's property. The addendum includes special condition language clarifying that compliance with the terms and conditions of the permit, including the removal requirement and monetary contribution to a public access project, will result in resolution of the violation with regard to that property owner's responsibility. And the applicant remains in agreement with staff recommendation. On item 11A, the map adoption for the City of San Diego, the Tijuana River Valley area, we received multiple public comments expressing concern about a perceived transfer or new delegation of jurisdiction from the City of San Diego to the Commission through the map adoption, as well as concerns regarding noticing. We responded to all those comments by email, but it's important here to clarify that the proposed map is it's just a visual depiction of the Commission's retained permit and appeal jurisdiction, and that the recommended action does not result in any transfer of jurisdiction or ownership or any change in the delegation of jurisdiction from the time the LCP became effective. One commenter also had policy-related comments about maintenance of the Tijuana River area, which again is not a matter addressed as part of the map adoption. With respect to noticing, mailed notice was provided. We're not aware of any noticing deficiency on that particular matter. There's also correspondence on items 14A, B, and C, and 15A. And I will pass the mic to Mr. Hudson for some brief comments on that matter.
All right. Thank you, Carl. I would just like to note that in regard to items 14A, B, and C, those are the 3 development agreements by the City of Santa Monica allowing for digital signs at multiple inland locations, all within commercially developed areas of the city. We have several letters in support, but staff also received 1 email and objection from a member of the public, Rebecca Gottfried, and that has been included on the Commission's correspondence tab on our agenda website for this item. Now, the email and objection raised issues based on concerns of light pollution and potential distractions to drivers and pedestrians. However, the email did not raise any coastal resource issues, and staff would note that these signs would be attached to existing buildings located a few blocks inland of the beach in commercial areas and shopping malls. The displays would not be visible from any beach areas or impact views to or from the ocean. The displays will be affixed to existing building facades within established densely developed commercial district areas. No coastal view corridors will be blocked or diminished. And thus, your staff is continuing to recommend that these 3 items be moved to and approved as part of the consent calendar today. So in closing, I'll just note the staff is not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being moved to the consent calendar, and we're recommending that the commission vote and approve this item. Staff is available for questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Any ex partes to report? Okay, I have one. On Monday, the 13th at 1:30 p.m., I spoke very briefly for about 5 minutes via Zoom to Beth Collins, the representative for Goleta Gardens LLC, that's number 20A, and she just told me that they were in agreement with staff's recommendation. Excuse me. So with that, we'll see if there are any public commenters.
Yes, we have a few. We'll start with item 10A. We have Mitch Silverstein here in person.
Hello again, Commissioners. Mitch Silverstein, Surfrider Foundation. For item 10A, it's a new beachfront bluff-top home in Encinitas. On behalf of Surfrider and our San Diego County chapter, I'd like to express our support for this item and especially staff's work to bring the new home into compliance with the Coastal Act and Encinitas LCP. In addition to much stronger conditions to disallow armoring should the beachfront home become threatened in the future, the applicant has also agreed to conditions requiring removal of unpermitted rock revetment on the beach. Public beach. Moonlight Beach, where the property is located, is one of the most heavily used and beloved beaches in North County, San Diego. We also appreciate the addendum's acknowledgement of the differences in opinion between the Commission staff and Encinitas staff regarding interpretation of their LCP, specifically around locally approving new bluff-top development with basements excavated into the bluff. This isn't the first de novo for a project appealed under this scenario. We're glad to hear that Commission staff and the city will work on an LCP amendment to clarify this inconsistency. This will better serve coastal protection, but it will also much better serve applicants who will save a lot of time and money from having these appealed over and over again and coming to the Commission. So it's a great amendment forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll also note that we do have in person Marshall Booth, the applicant, available for questions, as well as Lee Andelin, the representative, online, available for questions. For item 12A, we have one person available for questions. For item 14A, we have one speaker signed up to speak, Clay Colette. We are not seeing them on Zoom. Clay, if you can raise your hand. Otherwise, we just had 2 others available for questions for that one. I'm not seeing a hand raised for that, so I'll move on to item 14C. We have 2 people attending in person that are Ryan Levine and Nancy Daniels, if you wish to speak. Go ahead. Okay, they're both available for questions as well. For item 14C, we also have Nancy Daniels available for questions. For item 20A, we have three people available for questions. We have no other speakers, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I will return to the Commission for comments, questions. Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. I'm just going to speak to the 3 items that related to the digital billboards, and I realize they're on consent, and I don't disagree with staff's Coastal Act analysis. I do want to raise the broader contextual concern. This proposal is to expand full motion digital LED billboards in Santa Monica, somewhere, I think, 1,000 square feet or more. And I know these are in sort of downtown areas, and while it might be consistent with the Coastal Act on its terms, it reflects a broader trend where local governments increasingly rely on revenue-generating agreements tied to commercial advertising in public spaces. There's also concerns around just the cumulative effects. More animated, high-intensity visual content in shared environments in our public spaces. At some point, the public realm becomes just another channel competing for attention, adding to the cognitive load and contributing to a sense of constant stimulation and anxiety. And this isn't just me saying it. There are studies that show that this has real impacts on people, especially people who work in these environments and in there often. And if you live near one, you'll know what that's about. And so while we see oftentimes we're trying to move away from screens, and ironically I'm looking at a screen right now while I read this to you, it is becoming a broader public health concern, and it's just a trend. It's like I just want to acknowledge that we're moving in a certain direction, and communities are under a lot of pressure to change the character and just the vibe of their space, to modernize, as if this is a modern way to go. And it's interesting because when we look at our sort of the movies of the future, like the places that are so high anxiety in those spaces are ones with screens all over the place, and it's not actually, doesn't look desirable in those contexts. And I just want to recognize that again, the public health data on this is something we should be considering at some point in all our communities, and also recognize that as local governments, we're under a lot of pressure to generate revenue from these agreements. And so it's something we just need to consider. And so with that, I just wanted to voice concern. This is a big change for a city or a jurisdiction that had for the last 40 years a fairly strong ethos on no billboards, and it was in their policy. And although this isn't the same thing as things along the highway necessarily, it's in a mall. Nonetheless, it certainly speaks to a trend that we're seeing in other places. So, thanks.
Thank you. Other comments, a motion? I'll move the items that were pulled off the regular calendar.
Second.
Okay, it's a motion by me, a second by Commissioner Lee. May we have a roll call vote, please?
All right. We'll start with Commissioner Hart.
Aye.
Hart, yes. Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Jackson, yes. Commissioner Rodoni?
Yes.
Rodoni, yes. Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Lee, yes. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg?
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Nothoff?
Aye.
Nothoff, yes. Commissioner Moreno?
Moreno, yes.
Moreno, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
No.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner
Nope.
O'Malley?
Excuse me, Wilson was no.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear that. Getting in the flow. Commissioner O'Malley?
Yes.
O'Malley, yes. Chair Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 10 yes, 1 no.
Great, thank you. The motion carries. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 9, please.
Thank you. So item 9 is the Deputy Director's report for the San Diego Coast District. I'll begin with 2 emergency actions covering the removal of unstable patio improvements on a bluff in La Jolla and measures to secure an accessory dwelling unit located at the toe of the bluff north of Scripps Pier in San Diego that had been vandalized by trespassers. Next, we're reporting that the Port of San Diego completed the adoption of the Port Master Plan amendments necessary to carry out the National City Balance Plan located within the Port District. Executive directors determined the Port's actions are legally adequate to complete the certification process on that item. And last, we're reporting 9 waivers for projects in Solana Beach, San Diego, and National City. There's also 1 immaterial amendment for a project in Coronado and 2 extensions for projects in Imperial Beach in San Diego. There haven't been any comments in opposition to these items, so we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to the waivers, the extensions, or the amendment in the report.
Great, thank you. Any ex partes? Any public comments?
No, we have a number of people available for questions, no commenters.
Great. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Okay. Seeing none, the Commission concurs. And that brings us to item 10B.
Great, and there is a staff PowerPoint on this item. And Lindsay Kane with our San Diego Coast District office is going to be doing the staff presentation on this matter. Lindsay, as soon as you're available, and please begin.
Thank you, Carl. And good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Item 10B is a CDP application from SeaWorld San Diego to conduct drone shows during a 1-year pilot period. The applicant is in agreement with the recommendation and special conditions. There is an addendum to this item that includes minor modifications to the conditions and responses to recommendations suggested by the San Diego Bird Alliance. Additionally, Commission staff received a letter yesterday evening from a member of the public objecting to SeaWorld's vendor selection process for the drone operator. However, this process is outside the scope of the Commission's review process. Next slide, please. The drone shows are proposed to be located in the approximate area of the light blue box in Mission Bay and adjacent to the SeaWorld leasehold highlighted in yellow. It is also important to note the sensitive receptor sites at the lease turn nesting site at Stony Point, the Heron Rookery just west of Perez Cove, and FAA Island, about 1 mile north from SeaWorld, that also hosts nesting leased turns. Next slide, please. SeaWorld proposes to conduct approximately 78 drone shows with a maximum of 110 shows over a 1-year pilot period with a maximum of 1,000 drones. 20% of shows per month will be monitored according to the requirements in Special Condition 2, including that noise levels do not exceed 65 decibels or exceed ambient noise levels, whichever is higher. The monitoring also includes light, bird strike, and behavioral monitoring to understand any impacts to nearby sensitive bird species, including monitoring at least one fireworks show to compare to the drone show monitoring reports. The addendum makes several edits to the monitoring plan condition in response to letters received by the San Diego Bird Alliance and Surfrider Foundation, including requiring that the first 2 drone shows be monitored and that a 72-hour buffer between any monitored drone show and nearest preceding or subsequent fireworks shows be implemented. The addendum also removes the requirement to monitor for noise and light at the Heron Rookery at Perez Cove, given an updated methodology proposed by the applicant's biological consultants and agreed to by the Commission's ecologist. Additionally, SeaWorld is allotted a maximum of 150 fireworks shows per year through the SeaWorld Master Plan. Special Condition 3 requires that SeaWorld reduce the number of fireworks shows they conduct during the pilot year by the amount of drone shows they conduct. For instance, if SeaWorld conducts the maximum of 110 drone shows, they could only conduct 40 fireworks shows during the pilot year. Additionally, Special Condition 3 prohibits fireworks from occurring on the same night as a drone show. Next slide, please. This slide shows the drone show launch location as the small pink rectangle, the flight path outlined in light blue, and the drone show location outlined in the dashed purple line. The lease turn nesting site at Stony Point, outlined in green, is approximately 900 feet to the northwest of the drone show. The Heron Rookery is outlined in orange and approximately 2,000 feet from the drone show. The red box is the existing fireworks show airspace. The Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, sets restrictions on drone usage, including no drones can be flown over large groups of people or vehicles. The proposed drone show location is the most feasible option for a drone show at SeaWorld, as it results in only a small portion of space inside of SeaWorld to be closed, requires no public space to be closed, does not fly over captive animals, and does not block emergency access ways. If a drone happens to fly outside of the approved show area, it will deactivate and be recovered by drone operators as soon as possible. If the drone deactivates in water, it will float. Next slide, please. In recent years, stakeholders have raised concerns regarding the impacts fireworks may have on birds in the surrounding area, specifically the state and federally endangered California least tern. Drone shows are expected to have less impacts on migratory and sensitive bird species when compared to fireworks, since each individual drone creates less noise than individual fireworks canisters. However, to allow the Commission to better anticipate the impacts of drone shows in this area of Mission Bay, the project has been conditioned to require monitoring at sensitive receptor sites, including the nesting site at Stony Point and FAA Island. SeaWorld is required to submit monitoring reports throughout the pilot period and if any noise or light thresholds are exceeded or a bird is struck by a drone, shows must be suspended until a solution is determined. Next slide, please. In conclusion, as conditioned, the project will be consistent with the resource protection policies of Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission approve the subject permit application as conditioned. The motion is on page 4. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I will return to the Commission. Are there any ex partes? Yes, Commissioner Moreno.
Thank you. On 4/13, my staff had a chance to take an ex parte conversation with Miss Allison Rolfe. We learned more about SeaWorld's application and this one-year pilot for their drone show.
Great, thank you. And I also received 2 emails from Ms. Rolfe. The first offering if I'd like to have an ex parte to do so, and then the second reiterating that kind offer and also requesting 10 minutes for their presentation, which I wrote back in the affirmative. Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing.
All right, and we'll start with the applicants. Tyler Carter, who's here to present in person.
All right, let's see. Oh, all right. Oh, that was loud. That was good. So Honorable Chairperson Harmon and distinguished members of the Commission, good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Tyler Carter, and I am proud to serve as the Park President at SeaWorld San Diego. When I first started this role in 2024, one of the first things I learned is that SeaWorld is part of the fabric of San Diego. And such, we feel a responsibility to be good stewards to our neighbors and to be responsive to their voices. Also, join with me via phone and here in person are members of the SeaWorld staff, our drone operators, Nova Sky Stories, our biological consultant, and our acoustic engineer. Equally important to being responsible to our neighbors is to be a good steward to the environment around us. Since SeaWorld joined the community in 1964, we've taken responsibility seriously to protect and defend the nature and habitats around us. SeaWorld is proud of the rescue and rehabilitation work we do daily. The animals we rescue and rehabilitate are more likely than not in our care because of some sort of abuse of the environment. Whether it's net entanglement, a fishing accident, an oil spill, or even a bullet wound, our team at SeaWorld works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to rescue, rehabilitate, and return Southern California's marine and aviary population to the wild. To date, as a company, we are proud to report that we have rescued over 42,000 animals since our founding, and that number increases every single day. All of that work leads to why we're here today. I want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation for the thoughtful and productive collaboration we've had with your staff through this process, specifically Lindsay Kane, Corey Clatterbuck, and Kanani Leslie. Their professionalism, diligence, and openness to innovate have made this a truly collaborative effort. It's a privilege to stand before you today to respectfully urge your support of the staff recommendation to approve our one-year permit to test drone technology as an alternative to traditional fireworks. I also want to take a moment to thank our stakeholders and partners in San Diego. This has been a multi-year long conversation with not just your staff, but the City of San Diego and many additional stakeholder organizations, all of whom were gracious enough to write support letters today. I want to specifically thank SeaWorld San Diego City Council President Joe LaCava. His partnership through this effort has been truly invaluable. Additionally, Brian Elliott from his staff has been accessible and collaborative, a true partner in this effort. Hundreds of support letters and comments have been posted to your website, and you should have an additional letter that came through this morning from Congressman and former Coastal Commissioner Scott Peters. We have broad and diverse support, ranging from elected officials such as Assemblymember Berner, Senator Weber Pearson, Assemblymember Ward, environmental groups such as Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation and Coastkeeper, animal advocacy organizations such as the Humane Society of San Diego, and industry associations as well. And that's a small sample of the hundreds of letters of support. And it goes without saying that I can't thank our team at SeaWorld enough. I always say that SeaWorld is a little city of our own, and we have the most dedicated, thoughtful, and determined team in the industry. They wake up every day to serve the animals in our care and the people of San Diego. Many of our ambassadors started as student workers or came to the park as kids that have developed a lifelong love of the environment and animals. Our little city is special and different because of all of them. All right, now on to drones, which I know is the most important part of this. This proposal represents more than just a new form of entertainment. It reflects a deliberate step forward. It builds on our long-standing commitment to explore innovative, environmentally responsible alternatives, including the Cirque Light Show that this commission approved in 2017. That decision helps set a path forward toward reimagining what nighttime experiences can be, and today's proposal is a natural and meaningful continuation of that journey. To ensure success, we've partnered with a world-class drone operator, Nova Sky Stories, a true pioneer in this field. Nova's roots trace back to Intel's Drone Light Show division, which helped launch the modern drone show industry with the very first performance in 2012. Since then, they have delivered breathtaking, large-scale aerial displays globally for recognized organizations such as FIFA, the Olympic Games, the United Nations, and even the Vatican. Our team recently had the opportunity to view a Nova show in Chula Vista, California. The breathtaking artistry and storytelling that drones make possible invigorated our team to think about the art of what is possible here at SeaWorld San Diego. Nova's experience is not just impressive, it's extensive and proven. Nova has conducted thousands of flight operations across 5 continents. They routinely collaborate with local and national regulators, as well as environmental stakeholders such as fish and wildlife agencies, departments of environmental protection, and bird conservation organizations. This level of coordination ensures that every operation meets strict ecological standards as well as FAA airspace requirements. Equally important is their impeccable safety record. Nova's operations are conducted by FAA licensed pilots under rigorous and highly structured protocols. Their systems are designed with multiple layers of redundancy, including fail-safe communication, navigation, and power systems. This allows for consistent, controlled performance, even in complex environments, and has resulted in 0 recorded safety incidents to date. But what truly sets Nova apart is their experience in environmentally sensitive settings. They understand that innovation must go hand in hand with responsibility. Their approach is intentionally conservative, grounded in detailed planning, continuous monitoring, and the ability to adapt to site-specific conditions in real time. This is exactly the kind of partner we sought for this pilot program of this importance. At SeaWorld San Diego, we take seriously our role not only as an entertainment destination, but as a steward of the environment and as a member of this community. This pilot program allows us to evaluate a technology that has the potential to reduce impacts while still delivering a memorable guest experience. It gives us all the opportunity to learn, to measure, and to improve, guided by data, science, and collaboration. The precedent set by approving this pilot program would be both significant and forward-looking. It signals a willingness to embrace innovation, to support responsible alternatives, and to lead in shaping the future of outdoor entertainment in a way that aligns with our values and remaining a good steward of the environment. We are not asking for permanent change today. We are asking for the opportunity to test, to evaluate, and to continue working in partnership. This is a measured, thoughtful step, one that reflects both ambition and accountability. In closing, I respectfully ask for your support of the Coastal Development Permit and the staff's recommendation. Together, we can make a meaningful step forward toward a more innovative and environmentally conscious future. I also have a brief video for those that haven't seen a drone show that we'd like to play. So much fun.
And yeah, we're bringing it up. Just takes a second. All right, there we go.
Making it look good out here every
So.
Excited for our brand new Ignite. Let me hear you scream! This right here is the moment you've been waiting for. Club Glow. We're presenting it to you, summer 2025. We're excited. Get your eyes on the skies and enjoy Ignite.
I'm feeling electric in my mind. I'm feeling electric, it's a space and time. I'm feeling electric, let's hit the floor. I'm feeling electric, I just want some more. Walk with me into the middle. Talk to me just a little. Take my hand, pull me closer. Just keep hanging on. Chemistry, no one believes it. It's plain to see that you're the reason I feel this way. Now take a listen, we're playing our favorite song. I'm feeling electric in my mind. I'm feeling electric, it's a space and time. I'm feeling electric, let's hit the floor. I'm feeling electric, I just want some more.
Yes, man, the amazing electric.
And so that was a show performed at our Orlando park last summer, so SeaWorld Orlando. So again, really cool, really dynamic, a lot of fun. So thank you all again for your time and consideration, and myself and my team are available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Chris.
Thank you. Moving on to our next speakers, we have Joe LaCava on Zoom.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chair Harmon, Commissioners. I'm Joe LaCava, and I have the honor of serving as the San Diego City Council President representing District 1, which includes the northern portion of Mission Bay. For years, my constituents, neighbors, friends, and family hear the nightly fireworks shows that SeaWorld San Diego hosts during the summer. And while these shows have entertained SeaWorld park visitors, many San Diegans have voiced their desire for fewer fireworks shows, and more importantly, alternatives that are less impactful to pets and the environment. And for that reason, I want to thank SeaWorld San Diego, especially their park president, Tyler Carter, for their willingness to evolve, listen to residents, and work with the city and the commission to introduce drone shows at the park. I appreciate the commission's in-depth review and the recommendations proposed by staff. SeaWorld continues to innovate and in doing so, adapt to the desires of San Diegans and uphold our environmental values. And with that, I again thank you for the time today, and I encourage support for this item.
Thank you. Now back to in-person speakers. We'll start with Mitch Silverstein, followed by Anna Christensen. Then we'll move back to our Zoom speakers. Mitch Silverstein.
Hey, that was pretty good. Mitch Silverstein, Surfrider Foundation. I got pretty excited watching that video. Yeah. So yeah, Surfrider San Diego County Chapter, we've long supported a phase out of SeaWorld's nightly fireworks shows over the open waters of Mission Bay. To that end, we're very supportive of SeaWorld's application for a one-year aerial drone show pilot period. We really appreciate SeaWorld's willingness to pilot drone shows as a viable and less environmentally damaging alternative to fireworks. That's much more in line with SeaWorld's mission, right? We had asked for a minor modification around sea and shorebird behavioral monitoring after drone shows, and appreciate the staff in SeaWorld were amenable to those conditions. So now I don't have to plead in front of you for them. I think I echo the hopes of many San Diego residents and environmental orgs in saying that I hope this drone pilot period is successful and ultimately replaces SeaWorld's nightly summertime fireworks shows over Mission Bay, 89 last year. That said, we're going to remain opposed to nightly fireworks regardless of the pilot's outcome. I mention that because SeaWorld does have out-of-state leadership whose decisions a year from now may not reflect the San Diego staff's enthusiasm to do the right thing. So I'll conclude by saying, yes, please support the CDP, but also please be prepared for the potential, however small, that they may want to resume fireworks next year. We'll see. So thank you, and also thanks SeaWorld for taking on this pilot program voluntarily.
Thank you. Anna Christensen, and then our first three Zoom speakers are Aaron Larson, Juliana Tetlow, and Kristen Northrop. Anna Christensen. Sorry, could you please turn the mic on?
Sorry,
there we go.
Why does it get turned off? Oh, now, wait a minute. I got a paper out here. Didn't you notice how different the vibe was than with fireworks? It's a totally different vibe when you watch it. It's like you're just floating and like at a rave instead of at a bomb site. I just say, I've never even been to a rave. I'm pre-rave. I'm more like love in, well, never mind about that. Oh, now I'm going to use up all my minutes. All right. So what I would say, even before going into this text that I wrote, is that what I can see as a really good thought, especially given the enthusiasm of the presenter from SeaWorld, is that SeaWorld doesn't have to have fireworks. And we would hope that they would take full advantage and have the most drone shows possible. And also, if they did have the fireworks, that we'd really appreciate them being not during nesting season. Although it's summer mainly, right? So you can't avoid it. Sorry about that one. Okay, so what I would say is that monitoring the impacts, we really appreciate the Coastal Commission for doing that. And also, we'd like to point out that in addition, the long-term consequences of fireworks shows create a toxic fog of fine particles, PM 2.5, poisonous aerosols and heavy metals. Fireworks pollute and are highly concentrated, poisoning the air, water, and soil. Despite the ephemeral nature of fireworks, these toxins accumulate in the environment, travel far from their origin, and pollute local watersheds. So it's not just about Mission Bay. It's really, out into the ocean. Fireworks debris includes spent casings, wrappers, and unexploded fragments, which can contain dangerous chemicals as well as plastics and cardboard. Transitioning, and that's what this is. This is progression, it's progress, it's transitioning, it's forward thinking, and we really appreciate that. Eco-friendly methods safeguard and present and future generations. So thank you very much for this, and I hope you vote yes.
Thank you. Now back to our Zoom participants. Aaron Larson, followed by Juliana Tetlow and Kristen Northrop. Aaron Larson.
Can you see me? Hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Perfect. Hi, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Aaron Larson. I am from Santa Cruz, California. I'm a retired pilot and disabled combat veteran of the United States Air Force. I'm a former Federal Aviation Administration safety inspector, accident investigator, and NTSB trained accident investigator. I am one of the most experienced drone light show operators in the United States, with customers such as the New York Yankees, LA Dodgers, Coachella, EDC. I speak today as an individual citizen and aviation safety professional. I support drone shows replacing fireworks at SeaWorld and everywhere in the world. However, I oppose this permit as conditioned. I have 3 objections. 1, sole source on a public permit. The CEQA finding in your staff report declares, quote, no feasible alternatives exist. That is a legal conclusion that requires evidence. Alternatives were evaluated. There is none in this record. 0 platform comparisons, 0 competitive evaluation. Yet Nova Sky Stories, a Kimball Musk company, is written into the permit conditions as the sole provider over public trust waters in a city-owned park. As the first major drone show CDP in California history, what you approve today becomes the template for every coastal venue in the state. That is indefensible. Objection 2, the noise threshold. Special condition number 2 sets a 65 decibel threshold at the least turn nesting site. If exceeded, shows must stop. Cited on page 13 of your staff report, noise impact section show 1,000 drones produce 67 decibels. Objection 3, water quality. The NOVA platform approving this permit, as documented, concludes no parachute recovery system and no flotation device. Nothing in the administration record documents any controlled descent or water entry mitigation for this platform. When a NOVA drone fails, it falls uncontrolled into 303D impaired water, sinks and releases chemistry and plastics from the drone into Mission Bay. I personally operate drones with parachute deployment, triple redundancy, 99.9% reliability. I asked the commission to require parachute-capable technology, reconcile the nose threshold, and require documentation that all the platforms were evaluated, because your CEQA demands it. My written comment is in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliana Tetlow, Kristen Northrop, and Cantrell. Juliana Tetlow.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Juliana Tetlow, and I am speaking on behalf of San Diego Humane Society in strong support of this pilot program at SeaWorld San Diego. For years, we have advocated for reducing fireworks along our coast because of their well-documented impacts on animals. Fireworks create intense noise that can disrupt wildlife, especially coastal and migratory birds, and cause significant distress for companion animals across the community. They also introduce debris and chemical residues into sensitive coastal waters. This proposal represents a meaningful step forward. Drone shows have the potential to significantly reduce those impacts, particularly noise and water pollution, while still allowing for a high-quality visitor experience. And importantly, this proposal does not add new impacts, it replaces existing fireworks shows. No alternative is impact-free, but this is a clear opportunity to move in a better direction grounded in both science and accountability. This is what progress looks like, reducing known harms while building better solutions for the future. We are grateful to SeaWorld for taking this step and urge commissioners to approve the permit. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, Kristen Northrop and Cantrell, and then Livia Borak-Brodin. Kristen Northrop.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kristen Northrop, and I am Policy Advocate for Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation. SURF was founded by a group of surfers for protection of California's coastal resources. SURF has been instrumental in challenging firework discharges over coastal waters for more than 10 years. I am here to support the staff recommendation to approve this permit with conditions. This proposal reflects a thoughtful shift towards reducing environmental impacts in a highly sensitive coastal area. As the staff report explains, SeaWorld's current firework program, up to 150 shows annually, has raised ongoing concerns related to noise, debris, and effects on wildlife and water quality in Mission Bay. This drone show pilot offers a lower impact alternative, and importantly, it is structured as a one-year test with strong environmental safeguards. The Commission has required detailed monitoring of noise, light, and bird interactions, including seasonal data collection and a clear threshold that would stop performances if impact exceeded established limits. Unlike fireworks, drone shows eliminate the discharge of physical debris in Mission Bay. Reducing plastics, chemicals, and unexploded materials entering the water is a meaningful improvement for water quality and marine life and our environment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Ann Cantrell, Livia Borak-Bowden, and Courtney Brown. Ann Cantrell.
Good afternoon, Ann Cantrell, Sierra Club Coastal Committee. Thank you to the staff for the special conditions addition of a 12-hour buffer between drones and fireworks. Also for adding the condition that the first 2 shows will be monitored. I'm wondering, have there been noise and light monitoring for birds done during the fireworks show? It would appear to be necessary to include bird monitoring of fireworks to compare to drones' impacts. I'm also concerned about the noise. The clip that we just saw of the drone show appeared to be much louder than 65 decibels. I didn't hear the drones, but I heard very loud music and crowd noise. So I'm hoping that that will be addressed when you have the shows to keep the noise down. I'm all for drone shows, and I'm thankful to the SeaWorld and the Commission for doing this pilot program, but it has to be done right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Livia Borak-Bowden, followed by Courtney Brown and Leslie Honda. Livia, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you, Livia Borak-Bowden, on behalf of Coastal and Environmental Rights Foundation. I am an attorney with Coast Law Group, and I'm fully supportive of the Commission's approval of the CDP for SeaWorld. We've been with Coastkeeper and other partners working for this transition for 2 decades. And it's really nice to see that when there's the public support and the technology, responsible corporations and permittees take the technology to the next level. And we are really thankful to SeaWorld for taking this step and look forward to SeaWorld's successful implementation of the drone study. And just to follow up, and with respect to, I think, Chair or Commissioner Wilson's comments about new technologies and there being the potential for negative impacts, I think this is one of those situations where new technology affords an opportunity to do right by the community and by the environment. And we're really thankful that this is where San Diego is.
Sorry about that. I think we accidentally moved you. We'll bring you back in and you can finish your comment. Sorry about that. And go ahead, Livia.
It's okay. Thank you. I think this is just a special shout out to being a San Diegan and for everybody from San Diego, because we had the first in the nation Clean Water Act permit in San Diego. We also have the port and YMCA, thanks to Allison, who's also working on this permit. working towards a drone pilot study. And now we have SeaWorld transitioning a huge amount of fireworks shows to drones. And I just say to those coming later from Long Beach, where there's a will, there's a way, and come on over to the light, and we'll fully support you. It's more fun over here. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, sorry again. Next is Courtney Brown, followed by Leslie Honda and Susan Kirks. Courtney Brown.
Hello. I'm not sure why my video is not working, but
there, you should be able to start it now. There you go.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Brown, and I'm the staff attorney with San Diego Coastkeeper. I'm here to basically echo everything that Ms. Bowden just said, but express our strong support for staff's recommendation to approve SeaWorld's CDP application. Coastkeeper and our regional partners like SURF have long advocated for sustainable alternatives to fireworks within the coastal zone, and we're really pleased to see SeaWorld taking a meaningful step in that direction. This application reflects a thoughtful and forward-looking approach to balancing public enjoyment with environmental stewardship. I think it's worth noting that over the years, this commission has seen steady progress on this issue, from largely unregulated fireworks displays to the issuance of the nation's first Clean Water Act permit for fireworks over water, which Ms. Bowden mentioned was in San Diego. So this is a very fitting time to bring that up. It's especially encouraging, though, to now see the momentum building around innovative alternatives. SeaWorld's proposal represents an important milestone in that evolution, signaling a broader shift towards solutions that can reduce environmental impacts while maintaining engaging visitor experiences. I also just want to say that we're extremely grateful to Commission staff and to SeaWorld San Diego for their partnership and dedication in advancing this application. This kind of collaboration sets a strong example for others across the state. And we look forward to SeaWorld's successful implementation of this CDP, the valuable data that it will generate, and its continued progress toward a more sustainable model that benefits visitors, the local community, and the coastal environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Leslie Honda, Susan Kirks, and then Rodrigo Cerzadello. Leslie Honda.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I also have some slides.
Give us a moment to bring it up.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Honorable Commissioners and the members of the public, my name is Leslie Honda, the lead ornithologist for the San Diego Bird Alliance. We want to thank the Coastal Commission staff for your timely response to our list of concerns we submitted last week. We support the application of the drone show by SeaWorld and look forward to the studies documenting the behavioral response of the birds. San Diego is one of the birdiest counties in the United States. As we celebrate Dark Sky Week with the critical spring migration period from April 15th to May 15th starting today, millions of birds that migrate at night may navigate the coastline and fly through Mission Bay. According to Birdcast, during peak spring migration in San Diego County, nearly 67 million birds migrate through the county. This entire Mission Bay complex of the formerly historic Bahia Falsa wetland includes Rose Creek, Mission Bay, San Diego River, and Hermosa Slough. This provides important natural habitat that supports a wealth of bird biodiversity year-round. Conservation areas in the complex include the City of San Diego multiple habitat planning areas, a globally recognized IUCN Green List of protected and conserved areas in the California Marine Protected Area. Next slide, please. Comprehensive to the Mission Bay complex, it is a globally recognized important bird area. As important bird areas are critical sites for conservation that provide essential habitat for endangered, restricted range, and large congregation of birds, we encourage SeaWorld and the Coastal Commission to prioritize this area when making decisions as it is irreplaceable. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Susan Kirks, followed by Rodrigo Cerzadello. Susan Kirks. Susan, I see that you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Now I will be able to unmute. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon, Commissioners, staff. I'm Susan Kirks, and I may be mistaken, but I thought I had heard in one of your commission meetings that SeaWorld was required to phase out their fireworks over a 5-year period and that nothing had been done up to 4 years in that process. Am I mistaken? I'd really appreciate a clarification on that. I am unclear about why this drone light show is a pilot program. Drone light shows are becoming more established as alternatives to the bombing, very harmful to the environment, to pets, veterans, people with health conditions, and other wildlife and animals, fireworks shows. And fireworks really should be discontinued at this location. I support the San Diego Bird County Alliance's request to you and appreciate the staff reviewing those and including modifications. And let's face it, the real SeaWorld is not the commercial SeaWorld. The real SeaWorld is the world that you as a commission are mandated to protect under the California Coastal Act. And the incredible wildlife and birds, and added to the other people and pets and veterans who are extremely harmed by bombing fireworks and the toxicity of fireworks. These are the entities that are the real SeaWorld. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rodrigo Cerzadello.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners and SeaWorld representatives. And thank you so much, Tyler and Joe LaCava, for leading this effort towards exploring drone shows. My name is Rodrigo Cerzadello. I'm a CEO of Creative Skies Drone Light Shows, one of the few drone companies from West Coast here. I'm a local resident and a drone show operator. I'm based right here in San Diego, and we provide drone shows from all California and nationwide as well. Well, earlier this year, Creative Skies contributed with Port of San Diego's feasibility study by submitting a proposal on integrating drone shows into their 2027 Big Bay Boom. And I'm here today to express my fully support for this pilot program as well. On the bird safety, there are no documented studies showing drone light shows causing bird fatalities. I'm connected with operators coast to coast who have collectively flown tens of thousands of shows in coasts, urban and wildlife adjacent environments, and no bird fatalities have been reported. So this includes a 3,000 drone show that in New York that I personally participated with no observed wildlife impact. Creative Skies hold an FAA waiver for multi-drone operations through 2029. We carry $5 million in aviation liability insurance and maintain 0 incident safety records. We would be glad to serve as a technical resource for the Commission and to SeaWorld as these pilots progress. Our Big Bay Boom feasibility study is available in our website, www.creativeskies.com, for everybody to download if you want. It's on the blog part of it.
All right, thank you. We have no other speakers for this item. Madam Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing and I'll return to our staff to see if they have any comments.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. With regard to the comments from Mr. Larson, the drone operator, his comments, we did receive comments late last night. So we didn't prepare any kind of addendum response on that matter. But as far as the Coastal Act issues that he raised, we believe our special conditions and the way the applicant proposed the project adequately address the Coastal Act issues there. With regard to Ms. Kirk's comments about a requirement to phase out fireworks, that's not something we're aware of with regard to the SeaWorld fireworks shows. And well, with that, I don't think I have anything further. I just want to thank the applicant, SeaWorld, and their agent for working with us so well on this permit. And we'll return it back to you.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Commissioner Moreno, you want to start us off?
Thank you, if I may. First and foremost, thank you to the staff for the presentation, and also to the extensive list of letters of support that we received. Also to my colleague, Council President Joe LaCava, thank you for calling in. And I also want to thank Mr. Carter, the park president of SeaWorld, for being here today. I think it speaks volumes to have the leader of SeaWorld come here and present before the body. I am pleased to hear that SeaWorld has transitioned to drone shows at other locations across the nation, and that this change has the potential to set the pace here in the state of California. As was mentioned, San Diego is home to very important riparian habitat. So seeing the pilot program here today was, I don't have another word to say, but wonderful. Although a drone technology is in somewhat of an early stage, we did hear that this pilot program for the drone show at SeaWorld will be a pilot program. And I'm looking forward to seeing the data and monitoring that could be useful to the commission staff and also to other locations looking to make a transition to drone shows. Now, my understanding is that a drone show is probably not the most economically feasible alternative, but as is the case with this body, we are looking at the environment and also at the safety of our natural habitat. So let me see if I had anybody else. Nope, I think that pretty much sets everything. Just thank you for the presentation, and I'm happy to make a motion whenever that is permissible, Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be supporting this request today. And I just want to be clear going into this with wide open eyes. We often look at technology and think it's going to be a perfect fix to all the issues that we experience. I want to be clear, I'm not looking for perfection. In our communities, we've had challenges around certain facilities, like the best facilities that everybody thought, battery energy storage system, and everybody thought that's the answer, that's perfect, and yet there were tough lessons in the end. So I just want to acknowledge, being an avid drone flyer myself, things happen. And they could fall out of the sky, could fall into the water, somebody could not be happy with that outcome. But I think it's a big question, big trade-off question of versus the other impacts we're experiencing today. And I think this as a pilot is important for us to be able to gather data and be realistic about what those outcomes may be. So again, I just want to be clear, I'm supporting it, not looking for perfection, but looking for improvement and moving the needle in the right direction. So I'm appreciative understanding the economics being a little more challenging around this particular type of show over fireworks, but appreciate the willingness to start moving in this direction and to help us figure out if this is a path we can take with other folks along the coast. But thank you so much.
No other comments. I will just join with my colleagues. Very grateful and excited to be at this point, and really appreciate the video too. That really helped us to understand the experience. So with that, I will go back to Commissioner Moreno for a motion.
Thank you, and have mercy on me as this will be my first motion. So I move that the Commission approve Coastal Development Permit 6-26-0102 pursuant to staff's recommendation, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Commissioner Moreno, a second by Commissioner Lopez. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Great. Congratulations. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 13. Give Mr. Hudson a moment.
All right, thank you. And that does bring us to item 13. Item 13 is the Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast District, which includes 3 permit waivers, 1 permit extension, 1 emergency permit, and 1 emergency waiver. In regard to the emergency waiver by LA County Department of Public Works, that was for repair of a concrete channel lining and removal of concrete debris along a portion of Santa Monica Creek, where portions of the concrete lining had collapsed and the presence of concrete debris was resulting in potential flooding to surrounding residentially developed areas. In addition, an emergency permit was issued to the Santa Catalina Island Company for placement of approximately 100 feet of 4 feet tall temporary interlocking concrete block wall and repair of existing riprap tow protection in response to wave-caused erosion that had undermined a portion of an existing warehouse loading bay. We're not aware of any opposition to the items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's report. I am available for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Any public comments?
No, we just had one available for questions.
Great, thank you. Do 4 or more? 3 or more?
Yes, 3 or more.
Okay, thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. Thank you. Item 16A, please.
Thank you. And item 16A will be presented via Zoom by Colby Gonzales, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District. We do have a PowerPoint for this, if we could pull that up, please. And Colby, please take it away.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you all hear and see me okay?
Yes.
Item 16A is the hearing for a coastal development permit application for the construction of a new 3-story single-family home in the city of Hermosa Beach. The applicant is Myrtle Avenue, LLC. This item was originally scheduled as a waiver as part of the Deputy Director report for the March hearing, but was removed after correspondence was received by neighbors prior to the hearing, asserting potential public access impacts and questioning whether a lot split which occurred on site was legal. The standard of review is the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, with the certified LUP used as guidance. Next slide, please. As shown on this aerial photograph of the subject site and its surrounding area, the proposed project is located approximately 640 feet inland of the beach in a densely developed residential neighborhood within the city of Hermosa Beach. The subject site is a relatively small 3,010 square foot lot, which is currently developed with 3 detached garages, which have been previously used by a neighboring multifamily residential lot for storage space. The surrounding area consists of single-family and multifamily residential homes. Next slide, please. A concern raised by neighbors of the proposed project contends that removal of the 3 garage/storage spaces from the site could impact public access. The garages on site were constructed between the 1920s and the 1950s, prior to the establishment of city parking standards, and were not legally required by the city to provide parking for the neighboring multifamily residential parcel at the time of their construction. In addition, the garages on site do not conform to current parking space size requirements, and appear to have been used as storage spaces, and the driveway to access the garage does not conform to current development standards. Therefore, since the garages are not being utilized for parking, and the project is located approximately 640 feet inland of the beach, the project is not expected to result in any new impacts to public access. from the lack of adequate parking for the existing multifamily structures on the adjacent parcels. Next slide, please. Another concern raised by neighbors of the project site is that the lot containing the garages/storage spaces was not legally split from the multifamily residential lot, which neighbors the site. The Los Angeles County Assessor's records dating back as far as 1911 show the two parcels as separate legal lots. The two parcels were tied together by the county assessor in the 1960s because a previous owner undertook the unpermitted development of a staircase from the multifamily residence to the rooftop of one of the garages, across and over the lot line between the two lots. The current property owner then demolished the unpermitted staircase after taking ownership of the property, and the lot tie was subsequently removed by the county assessor since the lots were no longer connected by development. There's an addendum for this item which provides a minor correction to the language in the motion. No new public comments have been received since the March hearing. In closing, the proposed project as conditioned is consistent with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, and staff recommends that the Commission approve this application with 3 special conditions. The corrected motion for this item can be found on the addendum for this item. This concludes the staff presentation. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, are there any ex partes to report? Seeing none, we will turn it to Chris.
All right, we have no public commenters in this item. We just have the applicant's representative, Richard Maglia, on Zoom, available for questions.
Great, thank you very much. In that case, I'll return to the commission. Comments, questions, the motion?
I move that the commission approve the coastal development permit applications included on the, oh, I'm on the wrong one. Oh, I see, it's on the addendum. Do you want to make it? Do you have it in front of you? Oh, okay, just a sec. So the motion's moved to the addendum. I'm with you. Okay. I move the commission approve coastal development permit number 5-25-0341 pursuant to the staff recommendation. I'm asking for a yes vote.
Second. Motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Lee. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Great, thank you very much. And now we will continue on to item 16B, please.
Thank you. And 16B will be presented also via Zoom by Liliana Roman, the Commission's Coastal Resiliency Coordinator in our South Coast District. If we could pull up the PowerPoint, please. And Liliana, please take it away.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Next, we have a CDP application from the LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors for a 10-year programmatic CDP for a sand compatibility and opportunistic use program, otherwise known by the acronym of SCOOP, at 5 LA County-run beaches, shown here on this map, starting from the north in the city of Malibu at Suma Beach, then Will Rogers and Dogweiler State Beaches in the city of LA, and then in the cities of Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach. LA County, all 3 cities, and the Commission's executive director have agreed to process the CDP application as a single consolidated permit action for aspects of the proposed work within these cities' LCP jurisdictions and within the Commission's retained jurisdiction. The standard of review for a consolidated CDP is Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act, with certified LCP policies used as guidance. Next slide, please. The proposed SCOOP programmatic CDP would allow for potential future beach sand replenishment projects by establishing a set of detailed and rigorous criteria and parameters under which future potential sand sources could be evaluated. It was prepared in collaboration with the cities of Malibu, LA, Manhattan, and Redondo Beach after numerous workshops and stakeholder meetings. The proposed program identifies minimum criteria for sand acceptability for each of the 5 receiver beaches. If a sand source meets the minimum criteria for sand grain size and color, it then must undergo a programmatic sampling and analysis plan, or PSAP. If found to be clean and chemical-free, then it is considered suitable for beach nourishment. The county would then submit a project notification report to the Commission's ED to review and determine whether the project conforms with the limits as approved by the Commission under this CDP. The project notification report provides the sand analysis, outlines public notification requirements, pre, during, and post-construction monitoring, including biological monitoring of nearby ESHA, grunion, nearshore reefs, shorebirds, and the like, physical monitoring such as turbidity and beach profiles, and recreational monitoring such as beach use and surfing. Thus, the ED would review and approve each sand placement project before commencement of any individual project. The maximum annual total potential replenishment at each beach site is 150,000 cubic yards. However, individual replenishment projects would likely be much smaller and require much shorter construction periods than that would be required if the maximum were placed. Potential scoop sand sources include reservoirs, dams, debris basins, local rivers, creeks, harbor maintenance dredging, new upland development, redevelopment projects, and even landslide sediments. Natural sand from any potential opportunistic source could be utilized if it meets the required sediment criteria. The proposed scoop programmatic CDP only sets the parameters and criteria for the placement of opportunistic sand. A separate CDP is required for dredging to source offshore sand. The scoop implementation guidelines include program monitoring and reporting, specifically monitoring of public access and recreation, such as surf monitoring and monitoring of biological resources, ESHA and water quality. The guidelines also include the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program required by the SCOOP's CEQA mitigated negative declaration. The proposed scoop is similar to existing CDPs for similar scoops that the Commission has approved throughout Southern California in Ventura, Orange County, and San Diego counties. Next slide. Now that you've had an overview of the program, here's some information on each of the 5 proposed receiver sites. Suma Beach in Malibu is at the northern end of Santa Monica Bay. It is the longest continuous beach in northern LA County, comprised of approximately 1.7 miles of beach with 95 acres of public beach space with your typical beach amenities. Here you see the proposed beach maximum fill area for multiple scoop events, shown in pink, denoting the area within which multiple scoop projects may be implemented over the course of the 10-year program. The representative fill area for a single event, footprint shown in orange, illustrates the scale of the maximum annual volume of 150,000 cubic yards of sand if all of it is placed in one single event. Suma Beach is also within the Point Dume State Marine Conservation Area, a marine protected area regulated by California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The water quality of Suma Beach is also protected as the Laguna Point to Latigo Point area of special biological significance regulated by the State Water Resources Control Board. Special Condition 2 of the CDP would require the applicant to modify the SCOOP implementation guidelines to require a qualified biologist or research specialist to monitor turbidity during all beach nourishment activities. Should the daily construction phase monitoring indicate that turbidity attributed to the replenishment exceeds State Water Resource Control Board ocean plan thresholds, then the rate of sand placement would be modified or ceased to decrease turbidity and thus avoiding impact to protected waters. Next slide. The second site is Will Rogers State Beach, a popular surfing and fishing site located within the Pacific Palisades community of the city of LA at the northern end of Santa Monica Bay. The beach is 3 miles long and has 103 acres of public beach with your typical beach amenities. The 22-mile-long Marvin Broad Bike Trail begins here and continues to the south. Next slide. Dockweiler State Beach is also located within the central portion of Santa Monica Bay. It is approximately 4 miles long and has 254 acres of public beach with fire rings, volleyball nets, basketball court, a youth center, hang gliding facilities, and over 1,200 public parking spaces, and also includes an overnight recreational vehicle park with 118 parking spaces. Here you also see the representative cross sections and all the typical fill parameters proposed for Dockweiler. Next slide. The city of Manhattan Beach is shown on this slide, also within the central portion of Santa Monica Bay. The beach is approximately 2 miles long and has about 77 acres of public beach. The city is in the middle of ongoing sand dune restoration efforts, and opportunistic sand at this location could aid in the expansion of sand dune restoration to larger areas. Next slide. The final receiver site is in the city of Redondo Beach. It's located towards the southern end of Santa Monica Bay. The receiver site is approximately 1.6 miles long and has 51 acres of public beach area. It runs south from Redondo Beach Pier to Torrance Beach. Next slide. The program allows for 3 methods of sand deposition of beach sand, including near shore, intertidal, and as a berm. The applicant proposes the beach berm as the primary method recommended for high quality sand material with very low fine content of less than or equal to 15%. Typically, inland sand material from development projects or flood control maintenance would be delivered by truck and spread along the beach using heavy equipment such as loaders and dozers. Trucks would deliver sand to the on-site stockpile area in the paved beach parking lot, and loaders would transport the sand from the stockpile area to the beach, and the dozers would shape the material to match the template as seen on the slide here. The number of truck trips will vary based on the quantity of material available for placement. For each beach receiver site, the applicant assumes a maximum of approximately 5 months of construction. Beach closures are not anticipated, and parking would continue to be available in the adjacent parking lots, beach public parking lots. As proposed, Dune, Esha, and Will Rogers and Manhattan Beach would be clearly demarcated and fenced to avoid disturbance when sand is brought onto the beach and graded onto the beach berm. A buffer is also proposed from riparian Esha at Suma Beach. Next slide. Mean high tide line and nearshore placements would be recommended when the sand fine content of the source material is a bit larger, between 15 and 25%. The sand grain size can also affect the marine environment, and in general, the higher the amount of coarse grain sand, then the lower the turbidity and associated risks to offshore resources, such as surf grass and kelp, and overall biological productivity of coastal waters. The higher percentage of fines in the sand, the higher the likelihood of sand becoming hard packed. A fines content less than 25% is considered low, which is what's proposed. Special condition 2 requires the county observe and monitor to detect if the sand becomes hard packed, and if so, to assess the appropriateness of additional grading to push the sand into the surf zone and remediate the problem. Next slide. The Coastal Act establishes the shoreline as a valuable asset to the environment and economy of Southern California and the state. It's worthy of protection and enhancement. Beach erosion has been an increasing problem in the Southern California region, and the Commission has identified beach sand replenishment as a nature-based strategy to preserve and enhance the environmental quality, recreational capacity, and property protection for the region's shoreline. Additional sand on beaches increases the amount of recreational area available for public uses, decreases the rate of beach erosion, and provides a wider beach serving as a buffer between waves and adjacent public development, thereby reducing pressure to construct shoreline protective devices, which can adversely affect both the visual quality of scenic coastal areas and the overall shoreline sand supply. Nevertheless, implementation of a sand replenishment project may have some temporary adverse impacts on public access and recreation. As proposed and as conditioned, the scoop activities would avoid peak beach use season, Memorial Day to Labor Day, to the maximum extent practicable. Work would be limited to weekdays and prohibited during holidays. No beach closures would be required. Staging, stockpile, and work areas would be the minimal necessary. And as conditioned, turbidity, water quality, and surfing would be monitored. Additionally, as conditioned halfway through the 10-year programmatic CDP, 5 years, the midpoint, the county would submit a midpoint report to the ED, including a summary of all completed sand placement activities to date and a summary of monitoring results, analyzing the effectiveness of the programmatic CDP in meeting the program objectives, including in terms of maintaining public coastal access, habitat values, and coastal resource protection, and include any changes that they may have discovered to be necessary to better meet the program objectives of protecting coastal resources. Furthermore, as stated, the restoration of beaches is a permitted use in open coastal waters under Coastal Act. However, the project must be the least environmentally damaging alternative and possible impacts avoided and mitigated if unavoidable. As proposed, the scoop incorporates adequate measures for coastal sand dune ESHA protection, riparian ESHA, and California grunion. However, additional measures are required to avoid disturbance and minimize potential impacts to nesting and special status birds, including western snowy plover and the California least stern. As conditioned, the proposed scoop would be carried out in a manner that avoids and minimizes adverse impacts to biological resources, water quality, marine life, and sensitive marine habitats. Furthermore, the scoop is conditioned to require a tribal cultural resource monitor present for project activities at Suma Beach from the coastal band of the Chumash Nation per their stated request, and to also provide general public notice to tribal governments when the general public is notified of an upcoming sand replenishment project. Next slide. In closing, the proposed project with the special conditions listed on pages 5 through 9 of the staff report would be consistent with Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. The applicant is in agreement with the special conditions and the staff recommendation. The motion to accomplish the staff recommendation can be found on page 5 of the staff report. There's no addendum and no public comments were received in writing prior to the hearing. The motion is on page 5, and this concludes staff presentation. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any ex partes? Can't remember if I did that already or not. Thank you. Okay, so now I'll turn it over to Chris. See if there's any public comment.
We had 2 speakers signed up for this. Amico Innes, the applicant, who we are not seeing on Zoom. Okay, I'm seeing name Planning Division just raise their hand. You should be able to move in as a panelist. And then we are also missing Roger Carlson. Roger, if you are in the meeting, please raise your hand. All right, Planning Division, I see you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself and please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Myrtle Tashjan, and I'm the Planning Division Chief for the Los Angeles County Department of Beaches and Harbors. I'm joined by Amico Inez, the department's Coastal Resilience Program Manager, who will be providing a brief presentation. Before I pass it off to Amico, I want to first thank Coastal Commission staff for their time and effort in reviewing this project and the excellent presentation. And also express appreciation to the Commission for your continued leadership on the issue of beach erosion and beach nourishment, and to the state's Coastal Sediment Management Work Group for laying the groundwork for the Sand Compatibility Opportunistic Use Program, which we are building off of today. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Amico. Thank you, Moran. And I'll have a presentation.
Yes, give us a second to bring it up. How much time will you need for your presentation?
About 7 minutes.
Oh, what was that, 7?
7.
We couldn't hear that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. We have quite a few items remaining. Would it be possible to do this in 3 minutes?
I will try.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Emiko Ines. I'm the Coastal Resilience Program Manager from the LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors. SCOOP is an important part of the county's coastal resilience initiative to proactively protect public beaches for the current and future generations. Next slide. LA County is the #1 beach destination in California, as you can see in the graph, with more than 27 million visits per year, making significant contributions to the state's economy. Next slide. Here are a little bit more details on LA County. We have 75 miles of coastline from Malibu area to Long Beach. Our department manages 23 miles of the beaches indicated in orange on the map. We have 11 jurisdictions on the coast, including the county, state parks, and cities. 27 million people visit our beaches annually, generating over $2 billion, contributing to local and regional economies. Only 1% of the 10 million county residents live within a walking distance from the beach. This is the reason why it is so important and critical to preserve public beaches and coastal access for the 99% of the people who want to escape from extreme heat waves and enjoy affordable recreational activities on the coast. Next slide. Similar to the shorelines in other coastal areas, our beaches are narrowing and sand supply is limited. At the Malibu coast running east to west, shoreline erosion is more prevalent, mainly because the sand that used to come down from Ventura County is now blocked by Mugu Canyon. The Santa Monica Bay coastline running from north to south also experiences erosion sporadically. This stretch of the coast was artificially nourished in the 20th century, and there are no large river systems that provide sand supply to the area. Next slide. We find that reacting to storm damages on an emergency basis is becoming unsustainable. We simply cannot keep up with the repairs as they occur in more places and more often. Next slide. Recognizing the current erosion problem that will be exacerbated by the sea level rise in the future, the LA County Board of Supervisors directed Department of Beaches and Harbors to implement the Coastal Resilience Initiative. The goal is to protect public beaches and access from coastal hazards for all people, and the initiative takes a three-pronged approach to accomplish the goal. While the Living Shoreline projects demonstrate nature-based adaptation strategies, and the Regional Coastal Strategic Adaptation Plan increases collaboration and coordination between jurisdictions to implement coastal resilience projects, SCOOP creates an opportunity for excess beach quality sand from reservoirs and land development sites for beach nourishment within a short period of time. Next slide. So can I finish up?
Ma'am, if you could just give us your closing thoughts, please. Thank you.
Okay, so the benefits of this program is that receiver beach sites are pre-approved for small beach nourishment activities up to 150,000 cubic yards, which saves significant amount of time obtaining various permits. And SCOOP provides a clear pathway for beneficial use of sand that are otherwise destined to landfills. This is a win-win partnership between the agencies like us who need sand on the beach and the parties who need to get rid of sand from their properties. On the right side, two photos show sediment removal at Devil's Gate Dam. The LA County Flood Control District removes approximately 1 million cubic yards of sediment annually from their reservoirs like Devil's Gate to increase the storage capacity. Some portions of the sediment are suitable for beach uses and should be used to protect the beaches and coastal access from erosion and sea level rise.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for your understanding. Yeah. Okay. No other comments?
We just had one other person, Roger Carlson, who we still aren't seeing on Zoom. Roger, if you're there, please raise your hand. I'll also note that we have Christopher Scott from Coastal Frontiers Corporation online and available for questions. All right, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Madam Chair.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And again, with apologies to the county, I appreciate their understanding. I will return to the commission. Comments? A motion?
I'll make a motion.
Great.
And yes, and thanks to the staff from the county and our staff as well. And just recognize that in reading this staff report, a lot of work was done, and we really appreciate the work of the county because, as was said, the access is to millions of people. So this is a huge deal and very, very good job. So I move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 5-25-06-54 pursuant to the staff recommendation. I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner O'Malley. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay. Echoing Commissioner Wilson's thanks. Let's continue on with item 16C. We'll take a brief break after we get through that item, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. Item 16C will be presented via Zoom by Jennifer Doyle, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District. This will be a brief presentation, just about two plus minutes. If we do have a PowerPoint, if we could pull that up, please, and Jennifer, please take it away.
Thank you. Item 16C is a CDP application by the City of Santa Monica and Momentum NA for a free temporary event on the Santa Monica Pier from June 11th to June 25th to kick off the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The event would include daily live viewing of the FIFA World Cup, an aerial drone show on opening night, and many themed experiences and interactions for approximately 3,000 daily event attendees. Next slide, please. As seen on this slide, the applicants propose to set up temporary event tents, covered seating, stage, and outdoor spaces across approximately 40,000 square feet on the Santa Monica Pier. The opening night program will feature a 10-minute aerial drone show conducted by approximately 2,500 drones operating over the dry beach, intertidal zone, and surf zone adjacent to the Santa Monica Pier. The applicants are requesting temporary use of public parking across 4 locations, including 268 spaces on the Santa Monica Pier deck for the main event, 20 spaces in lot 1550 PCH for construction staging, 40 spaces at the Civic Center lot for event staff, and 66 spaces in lot 1 South for opening night guests. Next slide, please. Due to the event size and the proposed use of public parking, Special Condition 2 minimizes potential impacts on public access by requiring the applicants to provide complimentary bike valet for the general public and event attendees, and to promote rideshare use, including the designated pickup and drop-off locations and all pre-event communications. Special Condition 2 also requires applicants to maintain public access to the beach and pier at all times during event activities, with interruptions in public access limited to no more than 5 minutes. Next slide. There is no known sensitive habitat or dune areas located within the project area. Thus, the project is not expected to result in any impacts to habitat or wildlife. Special Condition 3 requires the applicant to ensure that event lighting minimizes light spillage onto the beach and ocean, and that equipment vehicles remain above the mean high tide line, preventing disturbance to intertidal areas and beach rack. Special Condition 4 also includes measures to protect water quality during all event activities, and Special Condition 6 requires applicants to notify event staff, contractors, and event attendees that single-use plastics are prohibited. Next slide, please. This item includes one addendum to make minor changes to certain special conditions in response to the applicant's requests. The applicants propose to conclude opening night at 12 a.m. instead of 11 p.m. This change does not affect the special conditions or make changes to parking requests. The applicants note that the drone show will start approximately at 9 p.m. depending on weather conditions, which staff has made a change to special conditions 1 and 2 to allow for that flexibility. Lastly, the addendum includes updated exhibits to the floor plan and staging plan. In closing, Commission staff believes the project as conditioned is consistent with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. Thus, staff recommends approval of the Coastal Development Permit application with conditions as detailed in the staff report and the associated addendum. The motion to accomplish this recommendation can be found on page 5 of the staff report. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll ask my colleagues if they have any ex partes to report. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On the 13th of this month, I had a meeting initiated by a request from Ann Blemker. That meeting included myself, Eric Alden, Kara Bush, Roxanne Tenamori, Susan McCabe, and my Chief of Staff, Priscilla Ramos. I was given background on this project as well as the event and the structure of it, specifically 21 and over, but free for everyone with a process for applying online. And so that was the focus of the 15-minute conversation. And yeah, look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I also had an ex parte with the same parties, minus Commissioner Lopez and his Chief of Staff. And the same information was covered via Zoom. It was on Monday the 13th this week. Okay. Seeing no, Commissioner Moreno.
I also had an ex parte on April 9th. Thank you. Pretty much same. I'll read it for the record. Anne Blaker, Eric Alden, Cara Bush, and Roxanne Tenamori. Is that, yeah? Okay, myself, and we spoke on the Michelob Ultra Pitch Side Club on the Santa Monica Pier for the kickoff event for FIFA World Cup games. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. With that, I will open the public hearing. Chris, thank you.
All right, we'll start with the applicants. They're here in person. Eric Alden and Roxanne Tenamori. They have a presentation. How long did you request for the presentation?
If you could do it in 5, we would greatly appreciate. 4 would be even better than 5. 3 would be better than 4.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
I'm going for it. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Roxanne Tenamori, Assistant Director for the City of Santa Monica's Community Development Department. I'm also joined by Aaron Orozco, who is our Major Events Program Manager as well. I want to thank Coastal staff for their collaborative work on this application. We do agree with all of the conditions of approval. Just a little note about, from the city's perspective, the city is preparing for a series of major event opportunities over the next 2 years. Recently, our council approved study of partnerships for the FIFA World Cup, a 2-day music festival in the fall of 2026, Super Bowl in winter of 2027, and the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. This temporary activation for the Pitchside Club is really the first of these important opportunities that would support economic investment, much needed economic activity in our community, and just generate positive visibility for our coastal community. As we look ahead to these potential activations, the city does take seriously the planning and operational readiness that will be necessary to make sure that these events have all of the measures that address public access and public safety needs, neighborhood impact, and protections for our coast. We believe the Pitchside Club really incorporates all of these values, and we hope this commission will agree. And with that, I will pass it on to Eric Alden. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you to the Commission for meeting with us today. I'm Eric Alden with Momentum Worldwide. We represent the event team for the Pitchside Club. You can go to the next slide. We're going to also say thank you to Jennifer for the thorough report and the Commission staff and the partnership with the City of Santa Monica. As mentioned, the Pitchside Club is a free temporary fan viewing event experience tied to the 2026 FIFA World Cup, which actually kicks off in Los Angeles with the Team USA match, and that's why we're bringing it here, is to really celebrate this exciting moment for the city of Los Angeles, Santa Monica, and just the U.S. in general. It's going to be taking place on a small portion of the Santa Monica Pier with a special opening night on June 11th with a 10-minute drone show, and then June 12th to the 25th is open to the general public for from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. each day. You can go to the next slide. But most importantly, I do want to mention that the remainder of the pier and its businesses and attractions remain open to the public and throughout the entire period that we're there. So this slide just shows the location that was shown over in the previous one. We can go to the next slide. And as Jennifer showed in her presentation as well, just on the opening night, we do extend over into the drone area onto the beach. You can go to the next slide. And now we're just showing you a pretty render of what the space will look like when it's there. This is the Pitchside Club. It is meant to be a fun, welcoming fan environment, reflecting kind of the excitement of the FIFA World Cup. Guests arrive through an exciting kind of soccer moment in the front before they go into the experience. You can go to the next slide. Once inside, the main viewing area is really the heartbeat of the experience. But we have food and beverage, soccer skill games featuring Messi, a photo opportunity with the superior player, the match trophy, jersey customization, really trying to create a memorable moment that only happens here, once every 30 or so years. So I'm really looking forward to it. Next slide. Just showing that we've done our due diligence on our egress planning and done our exits, clear circulation paths kind of throughout. You can go to the next slide. Capacity management as well is something that's key to us. We want to make sure the attendance is actively managed through time ticketing, which I'll talk about on the next slide. Live counts, on-site operations staff, and keeping everything nice and tight. Go to the next slide. But most importantly, public access is at the core of the planning, and we want to thank Jennifer and staff for helping us do this. So we've implemented several measures to protect the broader public experience at the pier. That's time ticketing. That's really going to make sure that we're not causing any congestion for anybody else just coming to the pier to enjoy it that day. Guests are encouraged to use rail, bus, rideshare, bicycle. Jennifer mentioned that we are creating a bike valet, which is super exciting, which will be open during our operating hours for people to use. And then you can go to the next slide. Yes, and I just want to close by acknowledging the commission staff, recommending approval with the 11 special conditions addressing the key areas shown here. We appreciate the thorough review, and we're in full agreement with the staff recommendation and all proposed special conditions, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you very much for your time.
Well done. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chris, any comments?
Thank you. There are no other speakers for this item, just those available for questions. So.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, then I will close the public hearing and return to our commission. Comments, motion, Commissioner Lopez.
Just one thought is, I watched this presentation and heard about all the different events that could come in the near future. I'd hate to spend staff time kind of reiterating on the same concept. So if we can take lessons learned, and like we saw in the last Creative Pilot project, and say, here's what we like, here's kind of the boilerplate, here's what works. I would love to see that, given this vision that they have to utilize this portion of the pier in the near future for several events. So just so that we're not recreating the wheel and spending staff time to recreate that wheel each time. Thank you.
I'm
Commissioner
prepared to make a motion.
Please.
Sorry,
excuse me.
Sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. Excuse me. With regard to the, I'm just concerned based on the earlier comments when we were discussing Santa Monica and traffic, et cetera. Are you going to be where's the information going to be about public transit? And bike, it's at night, so I'm a little concerned about bike really being, something for anybody that's far away. So how you guys, sorry to belabor this, but I'm just very concerned that this is going to be an absolute, really a scene because it's so crowded already. How are you guys going to deal with that?
Yeah, so we can discuss this together. But not only on the website where people will have to go and claim the tickets for them to attend, it'll be listed there, and we'll make it very clear where any public parking might take place, and make sure we're making it clear where they shouldn't be parking, but mostly encouraging ways to get there. We'll also do a know before you go email in advance before they attend that day, really stressing and encouraging them to attend. Also, to your comment about the bike valet, we will be open 11 to 9 with the sunlight. The anticipated sundown is around 8:15 that time of year. So we do anticipate, making sure the other areas are mostly being focused on, and hopefully will mitigate any sort of traffic issues, especially with the time ticketing. The idea is not to have everyone show up at once, but slowly kind of throughout the day.
Yeah. Are you working with the city to provide additional public transit? Or is it just the same way it is all the time? Are there? This is something I would really strongly recommend to avoid this kind of crush and protect access. That there's for an event like this. I was just curious if you were concerned.
We had discussed the transportation plan closely with Jennifer, okay, and didn't identify a need for additional at the time, but.
It will be good to know as we get closer to the Olympics, and all of those events. This will be like the trial run. So thank you.
Yes, no, thank you.
I'm sorry. Well, those are very important questions. Thank you for raising that.
And I hope that you'll look at all alternatives to avoid jams. With that, I would move that the Commission approve Coastal Development Permit number 5-26-0042 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and recommend a yes vote.
I'll second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Nodoff, a second by Commissioner Jackson. Okay, they're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking around. All right, we're going to take a brief break. Please be back at 4. We're going to start right at 4. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody. To my fellow commissioners, we're going to get started. And we are at item 17A.
Thank you. And item 17A will be presented by Jeff Palm, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District. We have a PowerPoint for this, please. And Jeff, take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 17A is the hearing for an appeal of the Executive Director's determination to reject a coastal development permit amendment application for the annual Big Bang on the Bay event, a one-day event that includes a ticketed block party and aerial display. The applicant is Naples Restaurant Group, LLC. Next slide, please. The subject temporary event has a complex permit history, which is relevant to the appeal at hand. Big Bang on the Bay has been held as an annual private event since 2011. As shown on this slide, the block party portion of the event is primarily located within Alamitos Bay Landing in southeast Long Beach, and the fireworks display has previously launched from a barge in open coastal waters of Alamitos Bay. Until 2023, a CDP was not required for this event pursuant to the Commission's guidelines for the exclusion of temporary events. The Commission determined in 2023 that due to potential impacts to water quality in marine mammals, birds, and other species of concern, as well as potential impacts to public coastal access and recreation, that a CDP is required for the event, and subsequently approved CDPs for the event in 2023 and 2024. The 2024 event was held on September 1st rather than July 3rd due to the lateness of the CDP application submittal and its incomplete status, primarily due to the application's failure to include an analysis of alternatives to fireworks given the environmental impacts associated with fireworks at this location. During the August 2024 Commission hearing, several commissioners provided direction to the applicant and staff that they would be unlikely to support future fireworks shows for the private Big Bang on the Bay event due to growing concerns regarding potential adverse impacts to fireworks may have on coastal resources in the event vicinity, and requested the applicant consider the use of a drone show for future events. The applicant submitted a CDP application in December 2024, including a request for 5 years of the annual fireworks show and associated block party. Commission staff met with the applicant in February 2025 to discuss the proposed event and recommended the applicant consider revising their proposal to eliminate the firework component of the event and seriously evaluate a drone show alternative. However, the applicant did not choose to revise their application. On May 9th, 2025, the Commission approved CDP number 5-25-0002 pursuant to the staff recommendation through an amending motion, which allowed the applicant to hold a final fireworks display for the 2025 Big Bang on the Bay event, but required elimination of the fireworks display for the 2026 through 2029 events. Commission staff sent the applicant a letter on January 12th to remind them that a fireworks display is not permissible for the 2026 through 2029 events. The applicant submitted the subject amendment application the following day, which requests a firework display for the 2026 Big Bang on the Bay event. Next slide, please. In the Commission's approval of CDP number 5-25-0002, the Commission found that a drone show has been identified as the least environmentally damaging alternative to a fireworks display. Therefore, the Commission imposed Special Condition 1, which allowed the permittee to hold a final fireworks display for the 2025 Big Bang on the Bay event, while specifically eliminating the use of fireworks for future events. This special condition allowed the applicant the option to use a drone show for the remaining 4 events authorized by the permit. The Commission found that the additional year of preparation would allow the permittee to work with Commission staff and the City of Long Beach to effectively eliminate the fireworks show and transition to a drone show without negatively impacting event attendance. Next slide, please. In addition to Special Condition 1, the Commission imposed Special Condition 14, requiring the permittee to schedule and participate in a minimum of one quarterly meeting with Commission staff to facilitate the effective transition from a 2025 fireworks show to potential drone shows for the 2026 through 2029 Big Bang on the Bay events. Therefore, the intent of Special Conditions 1 and 14 were to effectuate the elimination of the fireworks display and to allow for the transition to potential drone shows for the Big Bang on the Bay event beginning in 2026 in order to avoid and minimize adverse impacts on coastal resources. Next slide, please. The subject amendment application was received on January 13th, which requests a 20-minute fireworks display located within Alamitos Bay and Long Beach for the Big Bang on the Bay event to be held on July 3rd, 2026. However, such request is inconsistent with Special Condition 1 of the Commission-approved CDP, which requires elimination of the fireworks display after the 2025 event. Next slide, please. Section 13166 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations requires that the executive director reject an amendment application if the proposed amendment would lessen or avoid the intended effect of an approved or conditionally approved permit, unless the applicant presents newly discovered material information, which they could not, with reasonable diligence, have discovered and produced before the permit was granted. On January 27th, the executive director rejected the subject amendment request, finding that the development is inconsistent with the commission-approved conditions of CDP number 5250002, and that it is not possible to accept the amendment request because the proposed development would lessen or avoid the intended effect of the permit. The executive director found the request for a fireworks display for the 2026 Big Bang on the Bay event to be in direct conflict with Special Conditions 1 and 14 and found that no newly discovered information was submitted as part of the amendment application. Next slide, please. On February 6th, Commission staff received a letter from the applicant's representative requesting to appeal the executive director's determination that the proposed fireworks display lessens and avoids the intent of the permit. The letter includes 4 grounds for appeal. First, the applicant's representative asserts the benefits and virtues of the event should be considered undisputed. The appeal letter discusses the benefits of the annual temporary event, including public access and recreational opportunities and direct community benefit resulting from charitable fundraising events. The applicant's appeal does not make any arguments pertaining to how the amendment request is consistent with the conditions of approval under the first ground for appeal, but rather reiterates community benefits of the event, which were considered by the Commission at the May 9th, 2025 hearing. The second ground for appeal asserts the applicant's record of avoiding and minimizing potential impacts to marine resources and environmental concerns is exemplary. The appeal discusses the event's compliance with permit requirements from various regulatory agencies and asserts the event has been conducted without adverse impact on coastal resources. This was also considered by the Commission in its May 2025 decision, in which the Commission identified a drone show to be the least environmentally damaging alternative to a fireworks display through an analysis of the impacts of the proposed fireworks display poses on coastal resources, including water quality, nesting birds, and marine debris. Similar to the first ground for appeal, the second ground for appeal does not make any arguments regarding the proposal's consistency with the underlying conditions of approval, nor does it provide any new information that was not already considered by the Commission at the May 2025 hearing. In the applicant's third ground for appeal, the applicant asserts the cost of a drone show would make the event infeasible. This also was already considered by the Commission at the May 2025 hearing. In fact, the staff report for the underlying permit provides a drone show cost analysis, which references the same cost estimate of $70,000 for 500 drones as provided in the applicant's appeal letter. Therefore, the cost of a drone show was previously considered by the Commission, and the applicant has provided the same information that was analyzed last year. Next slide, please. Finally, the applicant's fourth ground for appeal asserts that the Long Beach Fire Department has advised that it will not permit a drone show, in part due to the extensive safety perimeter required. The applicant's assertion that the Long Beach Fire Department has advised it will not permit a drone show is incorrect. Commission staff contacted city staff who confirmed that the applicant has not applied for a drone show for the Big Bang on the Bay event for the city to review. The Long Beach Police Department has raised concerns with their capacity to clear and secure the approved drone staging areas identified on this slide during the July 4th holiday weekend. In addition, the fire department has raised feasibility concerns with some of the drone staging locations due to the need to maintain a fire lane in the proximity to the Alamitos Bay Yacht Club. However, Special Condition 1AI clarifies that the applicant may request alternative drone staging areas for the review and written approval of the executive director if the drone staging areas identified on this slide are determined to be infeasible. To date, the fire department has not provided any formal determination to suggest they will not permit a drone show for the event. Next slide, please. Area closures were also analyzed in the Commission's May 2025 approval as shown on this slide. In fact, the fire department also clarified that either a fireworks display or a drone show requires vessel traffic to be cleared for safety perimeters prior to the shows, noting that the safety perimeter for a drone show is dependent on the drone show proposal. A specific safety perimeter for a drone show for this event is not currently available, given the applicant has not provided project plans that include important details, including, but not limited to, the number of drones, staging area, and show location. In any case, these feasibility concerns were considered by the Commission at the May 2025 hearing, and Special Condition 1AI was designed to provide flexibility in the drone show design. Additionally, the Commission provided further flexibility through Special Condition 2, which allows the event to take place on any day between July 3rd and September 30th. Next slide, please. In closing, the Commission provided a clear directive in its May 9th, 2025 approval requiring the applicant to eliminate the use of a fireworks display beginning in 2026. Thus, the Commission's action allowed the permittee to continue implementation of the block party component of the event, either without any aerial display or, if the permittee chose, with implementation of a drone show alternative. Acceptance of an amendment application to allow for the continued use of fireworks, contrary to the specific conditions of approval of the underlying CDP, would be inconsistent with Section 13166 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission uphold the Executive Director's determination to reject the proposed amendment. The motion and resolution can be found on page 5 of the staff report. In addition, staff would note that an addendum was posted to the Commission's website for this item, which addresses correspondence received after publication of the staff report. The issues raised in correspondence are substantially addressed in the staff report for this item, as well as previous staff reports for this event. This concludes the staff presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palm. Okay, to my colleagues, are there any ex partes to report? Seeing none, I'll turn it to Chris.
All right, thank you. I have Carolyn Wilson listed as an appellant initially. Is that the case?
That would be the applicant's representative.
Yes, okay. And we'll have them first, Carolyn Wilson, and then we'll have Councilmember Christina Duggan, followed by the rest of the speakers. Carolyn Wilson.
Hi, John Morris, who's present in the room with you. Can you speak first, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Could you turn the mic on, sir?
Mic on? All right, great. Well, I was started out this week having a great week. You know, Monday was my birthday, 78 years old. And Monday night, I had my 12th grandchild about 11 p.m. The next morning, which was yesterday before my 7-hour drive up here to see you guys, I got to see my 12th grandson. And then I find out he named him John after me. How lucky am I? So now I've got 2 grandchildren to have my birthday. That's not bad, huh? But that's just a lightness here till we get into the heavy stuff. So I really want to make it clear here. I am just the messenger here. I'm the guy that put on this event 15 years ago when the city asked me to put on an event for the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. They wanted to have a morning versus they'd never really had a celebration of life for that moment. So we organized a whole event that day. It was absolutely amazing, and we ended it with fireworks in Alamitos Bay. And it was stunning. It was unbelievable. And then the city came back to me and said, hey, if you want to do fireworks in the Bay again, you can pick any day you want, but you can't pick July 4th because the resources won't help. And I jumped into July 3rd because nobody has to wake up on the 4th. And it's worked out great. And then I tied it to the Long Beach Firefighters Foundation. And they raised money for the first couple of years for the firefighters. Then we switched gears and made it to the nonprofits of Long Beach. We have like 15 different nonprofits that benefit from this event, from that little block party we show, where Other than that block party, which is 1,500 people roughly, 130,000 people surround the bay. Seal Beach has maybe 35 to 50,000 on their beach watching the show. And we've raised over close to $2 million over these 15 years that go to kids programs in the needy part of Long Beach. It's a big event for them. About 3.5 years ago, I got sued by the CERF, C-E-R-F. To me, blackmail. They sued me because I didn't have a federal permit to do fireworks. Nobody had a federal permit in Southern California because there was no way to get one. Since the trial, you can now get a federal permit to do fireworks, which we have. And we've had it for 3 years now, 2 years. We spent 2.5 years in federal court. I win my case in federal court. CERF then appealed it to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. I win that case 2-1. They then appeal that again, and I win the next round 3-0 because we proved we do not pollute the water, we do not affect wildlife. We've done testing for 10 years of the water, and never once has Coastal Commission staff questioned those reports. Never once have they questioned the reports of the birds. We have never had one issue. We're all about the environment. My restaurant sits right on the water, right around where the fireworks is. The last thing I want to do is tick off half the neighborhood if they hate the fireworks. The community of Long Beach loves the fireworks. You've received, I know that you received from Congressman Robert Garcia. You've received from State Senator Lena Gonzales. You've seen it. You've got a letter from Assemblyman Josh Lowenthal. You got a letter from Mayor Rex Richardson. You got a letter from Miss Dugan, the councilwoman. And you also got one from Roberta Uranga, your commissioner from last year, who, thank God for him last year, he actually saved my day. Because it was a no vote all the way around, and when it got to him, he went and talked about the Boys Club. And it's a major thing for the Boys and Girls Club. So and then I listened to you today. You just approved SeaWorld with a great drone show. I heard the music. I was sitting in the other room. I didn't see the drone show. But I see they're going to do 40 fireworks shows. And they're okay with that. And CERF even calls in and blesses it. Sues me for 20 minutes, but is okay with 40 shows in San Diego. I don't get it. Then you also approved about 6 months ago Capitola Beach. They wrote in a nice little letter saying how the cost of doing drones in Capitola Beach won't work. It's not viable. It'll take too much. So you give them a 2-year contract to do fireworks. San Diego last year, you give them 2-year contract. I asked to extend mine last year because this year is the country's 250th birthday. I want to do the fireworks for the country's 250th birthday. Here we are, no pollution, no effect on birds, raises a lot of money for the community. The whole community's behind it. And do you think for 1 minute, the politicians that I listed would have wrote that letter if they thought for 1 minute that we were polluting the water or affecting bird life? Not in a million years. They're totally environmental people, just as we are. But I'm here today just to ask and tell that I think that this is a phenomenal show. And I understand your preference is drones. But what staff didn't tell you, we did meet with the staff. I met with 3 different drone companies. No, I didn't put an application in because during the meetings, where were we going to take off and land from? So the first guy I met says 250 drones. What does that do for me? Well, who gets to see that? Because we're in a circle, as you saw in the pictures. It's circular. So who gets to see 250 drones? And he looked right at me and he said, hey, your customers at the boathouse, they'll love it. I said, yeah, what about the guys behind it that are paying for it? Well, they won't see it. I said, okay, can they do more? I can't do more. Go to the next company. What do you think? I got this bay. Where do we go? He said, well, number one, where are we going to take off and land from? Staff here give us 3 locations. They don't work. You can't use those. Not viable. The cost went up tremendously. So then I go to the guy and I said, you know, these fireworks, it's champagne taste. It's not a beer budget. The community that surrounds the bay pays for it. I want a drone show. If we're going to do this, I want a drone show that everybody in the circle can see it. 1,000 drones. So all of a sudden, from a $40,000 fireworks show, we're up to close to 200,000. That's about what we raise, a little over 200,000 doing the fireworks show. So to me, it's just, and there was nowhere to land and take off from.
Sir, I apologize for interrupting you. We were remiss in not asking how much time you needed. Can you please let us know how much time?
Well, it's hard for me to say because that took 7 hours to get here. I spent $300,000 in federal court fighting over this fireworks. I understand you're all tired. I've been watching you. Your body language is tired. I'll take a couple of more minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Now you've thrown me off. You know, your personal preference, I know, is the drones. But you can't penalize everybody else. Fireworks are still legal. We're environmentally friendly. We use Garden State fireworks. They're known to have the best fireworks. Environmentally free fireworks. SeaWorld, Capitola Beach, Dana Point, Laguna, Redondo, all having fireworks this year, but not Alamitos Bay. We have worked so closely with everybody. We get all the permits. The hardest people to work with, of course, is the Coastal Commission staff. They give me the runaround every year. 3 weeks ago, we submitted our envelopes, pre-stamped envelopes, addressed. Then 10 days later, we get an email. Hey, we just noticed that the metered stamps, we don't accept metered stamps. You have to bring over regular stamp. I'm out of town, so I got to call a guy to run over there with 200 stamps. It's kind of like, huh? You don't accept metered stamps? Since when? Then last Thursday, we got an email from the coastal staff again. Oh, you're not in compliance with your bird reports. They've had that report for 9 months. Why are they waiting till last week? Just to wind me up? I think, to me, do the right thing. This is, we're doing everything that you want of us. Everything. There's no environmental issues whatsoever. If there was a drone show possibility, I would have done it. You were the one who brought it up in front of me last year. I remember you looking at me. And I'm just saying, we did everything. But we did everything. We did everything you wanted. And we got the letters. And I want to end it with this. This was actually written 3rd of July, 1776. John Adams. This will be the most memorable epic in the history of America. It ought to be solemnized in pomp and parade with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward, forevermore. I just thought I'd end it on that because I know you're tired today. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, before we move on, I'd like to turn to Commissioner O'Malley. He has a statement to make.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm just going to ask counsel if based on some of the information that was brought, if I should recuse myself from the decision.
So I don't think you need to, but in an abundance of caution, given that you are on the board of the entity that's the applicant, I would recommend under Government Code Section 81. Sorry, just sent it to you, but I can't find it in my
email or?
Email.
Sorry.
That's good. I got it. Yeah, it's Government Code Section 87-100.
So under 87-100, I will be recusing myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chris.
All right. Carolyn Wilson.
Thank you, commissioners, commission staff, and of course the City of Gonzales for hosting today's hearing. I'm here obviously to support Boathouse. I would quickly note that the appeal did provide our position that the requested amendment would be consistent with the existing permit. Specifically, we stated the crux of the appeal is the Commission's failure to adopt an amendment that would further serve the intention of the existing permit, which is to enhance and preserve public access, community enjoyment, and allow Boathouse additional time to transition into a drone show to the extent feasible. I also want to address the statement that Boathouse's appeal is not based on new information. As Mr. Morris just communicated, In December of last year, during our meeting with staff in the city of Long Beach, the Long Beach Fire Department advised in that meeting that the show would not be permitted in Alamitos Bay. Staff's current alternative to the infeasibility of a drone display is to not have the show altogether. Eliminating the Big Bang event altogether would be a disservice to the community. I think it was Commissioner Lopez who mentioned earlier in the day that $50,000 can make a huge impact for a nonprofit, and we could not agree more. I would also like to address a quick issue raised with me just 6 days ago, and something that was referenced in staff's addendum. This relates to the avian monitoring reports. I don't want to make a big fuss over this, but just to be sure and to clarify the record here, staff first notified my office that they perceived an issue in the avian monitoring report on April 9th, 6 days ago. The following day, April 10th, we received communication from the Enforcement Division indicating that there may have been a violation of the CDP. This came as a complete surprise, and we were essentially given 5 days to respond in advance of the hearing. Despite that limited time frame, we worked with our environmental team over the weekend, and we provided a response last night. We remain concerned by both the timing of this notice and the impression it gives to the commissioners and the public. But that said, we want to be abundantly clear. Boathouse and its environmental team remain committed to transparency and collaboration. And we just ask that our response be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Council Member Christina Dugan.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
You started out a little bit choppy. You might have not the greatest reception. We'll try to see if it works. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name's Christina Duggan, and I represent District 3 in the city of Long Beach. I'm here to express my full support for the Big Bang on the Bay 2026 and respectfully urge the commission to approve the appeal. Every year, it provides a rare opportunity for more than 125 people from across Southeast Los Angeles to access the coastline. For many of these families, this is one of the only times they experience the beach in a meaningful way. Beyond public access, this event is a critical fundraiser for nonprofits supporting West Long Beach, which is a community that continues to face disproportionate environmental impacts from an industrial shoreline. As a Long Beach resident, I understand the need to improve air quality and water quality of our coastline. I respect and admire the Coastal Commission's commitment to environmental protection, and we share that commitment locally. However, we have not yet identified a viable path to transition to a drone show that would provide the same level of coastal access or the same level of community benefit. Big Bang on the Bay currently follows established best practices to minimize environmental impacts. Additionally, as Long Beach addresses the rise in illegal fireworks, this event provides a controlled, professionally managed alternative, whereas unregulated fireworks remain far more widespread and have a much greater impact on our neighborhoods. Eliminating this event would simultaneously reduce access to the coastline and cut off funding for the very organizations working to address our local challenges. I'm proud that Alamitos Bay in District 3 serves as a gathering place for the region to celebrate this annual tradition. I respectfully ask the Coastal Commission to support Big Bang on the Bay and approve this appeal. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have.
Thank you.
Let me see. 22 more speakers. We have 2 in the room and the rest are on Zoom. We'll start with Mitch Silverstein and Anna Christensen.
Thank you. Mitch Silverstein with Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider strongly supports the staff recommendation to uphold staff's original rejection of the proposed amendment. Last May, the commission granted the applicant one final fireworks show and required a transition to drone shows starting this year. Special Condition 1 required revised drone show plans by January 15th. Instead, 2 days before the deadline, they requested another fireworks show. The amendment request satisfies neither criteria for a CDP amendment. The first is that the amendment would directly lessen or avoid the intended effect of the original CDP, and the second is that the appeal presents new information beyond what the Commission considered in the original hearing. The amendment satisfies neither exception, so rejection is required. Staff addressed both of the main rationales offered for the amendment: the cost of drone shows and the inability to permit one with the fire department. The cost argument was already analyzed last May, so no new information. On the fire department issue, staff contacted the fire department directly and found that a drone show permit application was never even submitted. The fire department had just raised concerns about the pre-approved staging areas, which Special Condition 1 had already anticipated by allowing alternatives. This is not a merits re-argument. The Commission's May 2025 findings that drone shows are the least environmentally damaging alternative to fireworks over open coastal waters don't disappear because the applicant finds the transition inconvenient. Fireworks casings introduce toxic chemicals and plastics into Alamitos Bay, harming water quality, marine mammals, and nesting birds in direct conflict with the Coastal Act. Those findings drove the fireworks phase out, and they remain valid today. Surfrider urges the Commission uphold the Executive Director's determination. Granting this amendment would reverse the intent of the original CDP in direct contradiction to the regulations governing amendment requests. Furthermore, to allow previously agreed upon conditions to be reversed whenever an applicant finds them inconvenient would undermine Commission integrity. Please reject the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Christensen, and then our first three Zoom speakers: Shane Hardy, Brenna Durnan, and Nancy Okada. Anna Christensen.
So we're showing a PowerPoint, and Cantrell's supposed to go first, Nancy Okada, and then me.
Okay.
So,
We can rearrange that, yeah.
okay, all right, I'm gonna.
Ann Cantrell, Nancy Okada, and then Anna Christensen. They have a joint presentation.
Always. Oh, I can. At Coastal Commission meeting. Leave it with. Right.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I
Yes.
think we did have that noted, but we rearranged it last second. So Ann Cantrell, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Cantrell, Sierra Club. Fireworks pollution is not patriotic, nor charitable, nor fun. Toxic chemicals and debris pollute the air and water during a fireworks show. There are other ways to celebrate and raise money for charity. You can do good without harm. Next slide. John Morris described the 2024 fireworks barge with $50,000 worth of ammo by saying, quote, "You would think we're getting ready for World War III, but it's just Big Bang on the Bay." Fireworks are like a war zone for pets, vets, and wildlife. With the addition of cost for permits and water debris cleanup for a fireworks show, a $70,000 drone show would be comparable. Next, the applicant's assertion that the Big Bang was conducted without adverse impact to coastal resources is false. These dead chicks on Fuel Dock Road are some of the collateral damage of Big Bang fireworks in 2025. In 2024, a juvenile great blue heron fell from its nest into the bay. Boat owners report finding dead birds in the marina every year after the Big Bang. The applicant claims their record of avoiding impacts to marine resources is exemplary. However, their hired biologists submitted no bird report for the night of the event nor immediately after. And Nancy Okada will continue. If you'll put on the next slide, please.
Thank you. Nancy Okada.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Chicks hatching on Fuel Dock Road and other nesting sites on Alamitos Bay risk falling from their nest. They risk being abandoned, being traumatized. and malnourished because of the constant noise and lights from 20 minutes of fireworks. Next slide, please. Coastal access is degraded, not enhanced. People say they love fireworks shows, but like moths to a flame, they put themselves and others at risk. In fact, firework blasts can cause permanent hearing loss. A single fireworks show can spike air quality levels by 42%, causing respiratory illness, worsening asthma, and COPD, and leading to cancer, heart disease, birth complications, and PTSD. Next slide, please. The applicant's statement that a drone show is not possible is false. SeaWorld show has 1,000 drones over a smaller area of water. And the Big Bang drone show proposed by the Coastal Commission staff in 2025 would not fly over homes or significantly limit access to the beach or to Alamitos Bay. And now Anna Christensen will conclude, and you can put on the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need to press it one more time, Ms. Christensen.
Sorry. Charity or charity washing. Previous Big Bang expenses have totaled more than 2/3 of all funds raised. The accepted standard is the opposite. Successful fundraisers can even generate $10 for every 1 or 2 in expenses. If we truly care for others, we will not use them as an excuse to harm the air they breathe, the water they recreate in, and the land that sustains them. The Boys and Girls Club has over $1 million budget. This fireworks show was not essential then, and it isn't now. I just want to add that, some of these rebuttals here. Next, requesting a fireworks display in 2026 expressly violates the current 5-year CDP. On 6/18/25, the applicant, Mr. Morris, signature, was on this contract right here. You can see his signature there. He promised to abide by all terms and conditions thereof. So this was fine for him, and now it's not. As staff comments, the permittee now wishes to have the benefits of the accepted permit and avoid the obligations imposed. And last slide. The community, we're counting on the commissioners to follow the law and not the lobbyists. Requesting another fireworks show is a blatant attempt to negate the express intentions of the CDP and prohibit fireworks after 2025. Respect the executive director and respect your own protocols and vote no. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Now back to our Zoom participants. We have Shane Hardy, Brenda Durnan, and then Kristen Northrop. Shane Hardy, go ahead. Shane, you're on mute still.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Speaking on behalf and in support of the Big Bang on the Bay, my name is Shane Hardy, fellow community leader and executive director of Imminent Giving Initiative, a nonprofit based here in the city of Long Beach, and that serves as a fundraising conduit for organizations that directly benefit from the Big Bang on the Bay event. Our mission is to strengthen our community by partnering with local organizations and causes that enrich the lives of children and families through community events and engagement. Regarding Big Bang on the Bay, I've had the honor of supporting the event's planning and logistics, ensuring permit compliance, and most importantly, helping direct the funding that that's directed to local charities that serve our Long Beach community. These organizations include New Life Beginnings Women and Children Shelter, which provides housing for women and children escaping domestic abuse, the YMCA of Los Altomitos in Long Beach, where single mother just received a full year of after school care for her kids. And then also the Autism Partnership Foundation, which directly benefits from this event as it advances resources and treatment for children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. These are just a few highlights of over the 15 charities that benefit from our effort. Lastly, over 2,500 petition signatures were submitted by the Long Beach community, those that fund this event, and also the numerous of letters of support submitted by leaders such as Lena Gonzales, Senator Lena Gonzales, Congressman Robert Garcia, Assemblyman Josh Lowenthal, and Mayor Rex Richardson, which underscores the meaningful impact of this event and while reinforcing the commitment to strong oversight, thorough reporting, and well-organized public safe access. So I thank you for the time and consideration in sowing seeds back into our Long Beach community.
Thank you. Next, Brenda Durnan, Kristen Northrop, and then Alan Arslanian. Brenda Durnan.
Hi, yes. My name's Brenda Durnan. I don't have a fancy slide like some of the other people that are against this because I'm just a community member at heart. Very blessed to be a homeowner in Long Beach that every morning I wake up and I have a bird's eye view of the Alamitos Bay. I just want to correct your staff member's initial statement saying that this is a private event simply because John Morris does it on behalf of us. This is a community event, and it is a community event that everybody in Long Beach and surrounding areas wants. I, wake up on the 3rd of July for the past few years, minus the one, just happy to see all of my neighbors around me preparing their homes for this joyous community event. And it's not just about the fireworks, it's about bringing our entire community together for the entire day. I see people from all over our community and just there to enjoy this special day that on behalf of John submitting this fireworks display for us. So we are all so fortunate to have had this, and I truly urge the commission to allow our community to have this event and afford us the same privilege that you have given to other surrounding areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Northrop, Alan Arslanian, Stuart Ledsam. Kristen Northrop.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kristen Northrop. I am policy advocate for Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation. SURF supports staff's recommendation to uphold the executive director's decision. And frankly, this one seems pretty straightforward. The applicant is asking you to ignore conditions that they already agreed to. The commission made a clear, deliberate decision in 2025. Fireworks were allowed one final time, and then they were to be eliminated starting in 2026. That was the deal. Now, instead of following through, the applicant is back asking for a redo because they do not like the outcome. That's not how this process is supposed to work. What is especially frustrating is that none of the arguments being made now are new. Cost concerns already discussed. Feasibility already analyzed. Permitting issues, they haven't even applied for a drone show permit. This isn't about impossibility, it's about unwillingness. Meanwhile, the commission didn't leave the applicant without options. You explicitly allowed for drone shows as a less harmful alternative, and you gave them time to prepare for that transition. This wasn't a surprise requirement. It was a central condition of approval. And let's be honest, the rest of the world is already moving towards this direction. As we just saw, other operators like SeaWorld are starting the transition to drone-based shows because they're quieter, cleaner, and far less disruptive to wildlife. The technology exists. Others are using it, including the event we just heard that includes a drone show. The only question here is why the applicant thinks they should be exempt from the same shift. This isn't about whether an event is popular or raises money. Those points were already considered. This is about whether the commission stands by its decisions and protects coastal resources as intended. The applicant had a path forward, they chose not to take it, and no fireworks show is environmentally friendly. I urge you to uphold the executive director's determination. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Alan Arslanian, Stuart Ledsam, and then Barry Vince. Alan Arslanian.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. Thank you for your time. I'll keep it short. My name is Alan Arslanian, a homeowner in Long Beach, 90802, and a Surfrider Long Beach Executive Committee member, volunteering with our beach and river cleanups and our Ocean Friendly Gardens program. Speaking today to support the commission staff recommendation, deny the application's permit amendment request for the fireworks display over Alamitos Bay. Fireworks over any body of water pollutes the waterway and the sensitive plants and wildlife in and around the area. Specifically, the already low amounts of eelgrass we have in Alamitos Bay as a habitat for the green sea turtles that are seen around the bay all year. Our coastal waters must be protected for both animals and humans. And as someone who swims and kayaks in the bay and have picked up trash after this event, I've experienced the effects of the air and water quality firsthand, with thick smoke that lingers along the waterline and particulates that settle on and into the water and onto surrounding streets and neighboring homes. As a proud American myself, I am all for celebrating the 250th anniversary of our country. And what better way to do so in ushering in a new tradition of drone fireworks that are both safer for animals and for humans. I ask you please to uphold the executive director's rejection of the applicant's permit amendment request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Stuart Ledsam, Barry Vince, and then Susan Kirks. Stuart Ledsam. Stuart, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute and turn your camera on. All right. There you go. I see that you're unmuted.
Okay, am I good to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Stuart Ledsam. I'm a retired environmental contractor, as well as the founder of the Belmont Shore Rugby Club and pretty active in the Long Beach community. The Big Bang on the Bay fireworks has brought many communities together to celebrate wonderful charities, two of which I'm passionate about. That's my rugby club, the Los Altos YMCA, and the Boys and Girls Club. The funds these charities receive from the Big Bang on the Bay has given many youths in the Long Beach area opportunities they would not have had. It's for us, the Belmont Shore Rugby Club, I say to the young people in Long Beach, join our gang, not the other gangs. These funds are critical to help our youth develop and gain added levels of education, which also result in scholarships and to various colleges. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Next, Barry Vince, Susan Kirks, and Corliss Lee. Barry Vince.
Am I on okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, my name's Barry Vince, and I'm a member of the Long Beach community. And I think it's important to understand that John is basically just a voice of all of us, right? There's thousands and thousands of people who want this event to take place for various reasons. For my opportunities, and we don't operate on millions of dollars worth of budget like some of the big charities that were previously mentioned. And we raised $21,000 last year. For impact for us, just for an example, $21,000 provides 21 jobs. Those are people from the inner community, people who cannot find jobs. We work with justice impacted people. We place them on jobs. And we placed 21 people because of the impact of this event directly. So it is significant. And I think sometimes some of the people that are talking, are more worried about birds and the environmental issues than our actual people. Let's help our people a little bit here. I see that, numerous fireworks shows were approved in San Diego for, by the same committee for SeaWorld. I don't see why this is even a problem or why John's up there today. But I would certainly appreciate your consideration in supporting John's appeal, and I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Susan Kirks, Corliss Lee, and then Jesse Howard. Susan Kirks.
Thank you. Good evening again, Norman. Good evening, good afternoon, Norman, commissioners and staff. I'll make my comment brief. I appreciate so much the organization members who have for years given you evidence of the impacts of the fireworks at Long Beach. The event can be big fun on the day. Why does it have to be big bang on the day? I was present last year in your meeting. Topic was discussed, and the commission vote for the staff recommendation. And frankly,
All right, I'm sorry, Susan, but you're cutting in and out. We're barely able to hear you. We're gonna move to the next speaker and then maybe try you again. Corliss Lee, go ahead.
Okay, hi, this is Corliss Lee. I'm with the East Side Voice in Long Beach, and I support not increasing the fireworks shows. I have two things I'd like to speak about. One of them is that you've been hiring a biologist for this event for the last 3 years. I've seen the same biologist because I'm down there doing the bird counts. And this biologist operates with an adversarial posture and is paid for by the boathouse, and so is advocating for the boathouse. If you aren't seeing reports that show that there's damage to birds, perhaps who's paying for that service should be changed. Secondly, I'd like to talk about cost. I was in charge of training for buyers and subcontract managers at Boeing, all 42 sites when I was working. And I can tell you that everything is negotiable. Where there's a will, there's a way. It is probably possible to lower costs by subcontracting from earlier drone shows and get their programming. So I'm not sure that the costs that are coming up here have really been looked at or actively negotiated. The third thing I'd like to bring up is we did this once already. We were here, we brought all of our materials and speakers, and we got a vote on this. And they voted to move on from fireworks. I think it's important to respect your colleagues. I think we already had the answer on this, and please respect the outcome of that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's briefly try Susan Kirks one more time. If you can unmute and see if your audio is any better.
Thank you. Is that better?
Keep going.
I'm getting some feedback.
Yeah, we're still having some issues.
I can just say one sentence.
I'm sorry, but you're still cutting in and out. We're gonna keep moving on. We can try you again maybe at the end if you can rejoin, but we're gonna move on to Jesse Howard, James Eats, and then George Two Horses. So Jesse Howard, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, my name is Jesse Howard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, super. You know, I'm Jesse Howard. I live here in the Shore, the part of the community. There's kind of like three basic communities. There's kind of like the Peninsula, Naples, the Shore, and this event kind of connects everybody within those neighborhoods, and not just within the neighborhoods, but also the entire city and people even outside of the city. This year marks, a 250th anniversary of the United States. So it's kind of a big deal for us to celebrate this here on Los Alamitos Bay. Los Alamitos Bay and what John and the Boathouse have, it's a natural amphitheater. Water reflects the fireworks, amplifies the visual impact. We've kind of talked about, drones. However, drones are not necessarily environmentally friendly either. If you think about, if we've got one drone going down in the water, we've got lithium-ion batteries, plastics, and something that's probably a lot worse than firework debris, if there is even firework debris left in the water. The Big Bang on the Bay is not just an event, it's a Long Beach tradition rooted in the community. It reinforces local identity as a coastal, family-oriented, and civic-minded city, creates shared memories across generations. Kids today become future community stakeholders. Economic and local business is also benefited with this. Public safety and structured celebration. You know, there's a big problem in Long Beach and LA and San Diego regarding illegal fireworks that we're not talking about. This is a professionally produced fireworks show. And that's something we didn't talk about as well, is the illegal fireworks and the debris that are there. This limits that because we have fireworks to celebrate. We also, you know, when it's done professionally, we've reduced the risk for fire in a dense coastal neighborhood, provides a safe, controlled environment for large-scale celebration, aligns with the city and community goals for organizations. You know, Karens out there that are bitching about the birds and the fireworks, but I think if you take the vote, the number of people that support this is outnumbered by, you know, 150,000 to 5 people. The civic patriotism, you know, reinforces the core idea of freedom, community, national pride.
Yeah. Thank you. Next will be James Eats, George Two Horses, and then Gordana Cager. James Eats. James, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute. There you go.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and members of the Commission. My name is James Eats, President of the Belmont Shore Rugby Club. We are about 500 members, of which 400 members are youth boys and girls ages 6 to 18, many from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. The Big Bang is our club's single largest fundraising event for the year. Any loss or decline in funding is significant. As an example, our daily financial challenges, this season we are not playing many youth home games because we don't have funds for the fields. Switching gears to the staffing report, the Big Bang characterization of 15 local charities with $1 million raised since 2011 does not in any way recognize the charitable benefits of the event. So I'd like to present to the Commission the following newly discovered material information. In 2026, we hosted our first ever College Pathways regional tournament where 40 colleges and universities, including Ivy League representatives, attended to observe our youth players. As a result, Belmont's youth received $1.5 million in college scholarship post-tournament. Let me repeat that, $1.5 million in scholarships. Belmont delivered for our youth over $50 in benefits for every dollar donation. I believe all 15 Big Bang charities have similar success stories, meaning the charitable potential of this event is $50 million in benefits and should be carefully considered, not simply mentioned as $1 million raised in the report. Lastly, Belmont Shore, like the Commission, wants to protect Alaminos Bay. It's important to understand that Big Bang is a unique event with all proceeds going to charity. We don't discharge, the event does not discharge hundreds or tens of fireworks shows annually. It discharges one. It has a unique size and economics and met all environmental stewardship requirements. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, George Two Horses, Gordana Cager, and Laura Adams. We have about 7 more speakers. George Two Horses. George, you're in as a panelist. You should be able to unmute. All right, I'm not seeing anything. Gordana Cager, please go ahead.
Chair Harmon and Commissioners, my name is Gordana Cager. I'm a resident of Long Beach and a member of the California Environmental Rights Foundation. I urge you to uphold your ED's decision and reject this appeal. I've watched the Coastal Commission for years and was completely unaware of this complex appeal process that allows a permittee the ability to appeal a Coastal Commission permit to bring new information or facts to a prior decision made by the Commission. I'm grateful that permittees can rightfully and legitimately use this appeal process. However, as you can gather from your staff report, this is not the case before you today. Instead, this permittee, appellant, and his history with coastal development permits is summed up in the final sentence of your staff report. Quote, the permittee wishes to have the benefits of the accepted permit and avoid the obligations imposed, close quote. And as SURF notes in their letter, this applicant has a long pattern and practice of ignoring environmental laws and conditions placed on them from earlier event permits. Please reject this permittee's spurious attempt to ignore their obligation to end fireworks over Alamitos Bay. Please uphold your ED's decision to deny this appeal. And in doing so, the residents of Long Beach and California will be assured that our coastal zone and sensitive marine areas, marine and bird life will be protected from fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, George Two Horses. I saw that you're unmuted for a second there. There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, I'm a Long Beach resident, 40 years, lifelong resident. I respectfully request that you uphold your previous decision and deny the applicant the fireworks show. I would like to add that in the applicant's appeal, they cited Pi Environmental. That's who they hire to do their avian monitoring. That report is states falsehoods. It lies. Okay. How do I know? I was there. I was there in 2024. I bought a very expensive camera to monitor the situation. I collected videographic evidence of birds flushing. They state not the birds didn't flush. That's not true. That evidence was submitted to this commission, and I hope it was a part of their decision to deny the permit this time around. So going forward, I would if you're on staff, be aware of Pi Environmental. They're very clearly willing to lie for the people that pay them, and maybe adjust your rulings on how just that whole system of how they hire their own the people supposedly monitoring their events. Other than that, yes, the charity washing, that's real. They over 70% of their budget goes to the party, okay, not to the charities. The Boys and Girls Club had a $6 million budget, okay, over $6 million budget. They donated $5,000 to them, okay. And finally, Lowenthal, you got letters from Lowenthal, Gonzales, all these city leaders. How did that happen? How does this guy get all these letters? Well, here's the secret, man. He's business partners with Josh Lowenthal. You might want to look into that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura Adams, William Sangmeister, Brent Mardian. Laura Adams.
Hello, am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm here as a local resident and am shocked at what I'm hearing. The lobbying against this fireworks show and directly toward the applicant is absolutely disgusting. I live and am in this community, and I'm very proud to see what is done year after year. And the fact that previous commenters are talking just about the Boys and Girls Club is absolutely crazy. It's not just the Boys and Girls Club. It's bigger than that. My family has directly been benefited from the Autism Partnership at a time of crisis with my family. And if that entity did not exist, which this event directly supports Autism Partnership, I would be extremely impacted by that. They changed the outcome of a terrible situation in our lives. More importantly, this is our country's 250-year anniversary. It absolutely deserves a meaningful and shared celebration. Big Bang is a tradition in our community, and like others have said, it brings the outside in. And we absolutely enjoy the day, not the 78 shows of celebration. And also, more importantly, the amount of money that is raised, like I said previously, to outside organizations. Yes, the Boys and Girls Club have a huge budget, but these smaller nonprofits and other organizations do not. And so it takes the community to raise those funds to keep them alive. From a public safety standpoint, it is a professional show. It is a controlled environment. We do have a problem in Long Beach with illegal fireworks and outside communities. Long Beach is huge. People come to the shore to enjoy the beach, and then that is where those illegal fireworks will be set off. So if we had something to entertain those people, this is a nice way to divert that. Other alternatives like
Thank
drone
you.
shows maybe seem like a
Thank
good
you.
idea.
We need to keep moving on. William Sangmeister, Brent Mardian, Elena Tucci. William Sangmeister.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. My name is William Sangmeister, and I'm a resident of Naples Island. I asked the same question 2 years ago when this show was postponed, but I guess I'm going to have to ask it again. Does the Coastal Commission dislike charity? Why does the Coastal Commission apply a double standard to fireworks shows, allowing the downtown Long Beach, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and San Diego 4th of July shows to go on this year, but not the much smaller Big Bang on the Bay, which, unlike the others, has a primary goal of raising money for charity? Is it that you have a personal vendetta against Mr. Morris for wanting to raise money for charity? Besides the charity aspect, what difference actually disqualifies Big Bang on the Bay from going on this year? The Newport Beach show in particular is held in Back Bay, which is a nature preserve. And evidence has shown that Big Bang on the Bay has not affected the nesting patterns of birds in Alamitos Bay. Why hasn't Mr. Morris been given the same leeway as San Diego, which is starting with drone shows next year? Why has SeaWorld been given a pilot program that allows for both drones and fireworks all summer long, while Big Bang on the Bay, which is one night a year, was given a hard deadline of 2026? And when it comes to drone shows, besides the fact that the idea has been shot down by local enforcement, as well as not being financially feasible, how certain are you that a drone show will not be more harmful to the birds? How certain are you that the birds won't try to attack the drones and to seriously injure themselves? I have seen that very thing happen with privately owned drones in Alamitos Bay numerous times. To close, the Coastal Commission's behavior in this matter perfectly exemplifies why people dislike the government. While a private citizen can make a large investment into a project in an attempt to better their community, it will likely just be shot down by an envious board on a power trip. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last three speakers, and then we'll try Susan Kirk's one more time. Brent Mardian, Elena Tucci, David Black. Brent Mardian?
Yeah, how you doing? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, let me just push back a little bit. I'm a consultant for John. I own Pi Environmental. So to Mr. George Two Feathers or whatever his name was, just so you know, the way contracting works is that the clients contract you to do their monitoring for them. That's true for the Army Corps. That's true for the EPA. That's true for the Coastal Commission. So the idea that we're biasing our data based on who our client is just unethical, and it's inappropriate to make that assertion. So let me just tell you something here. I agree with the Coastal Commission and the staff and their sort of understanding that there is the potential for some issues around these shows, water quality, bird issues, and things like that. Where I think I have the big disagreement is that we've got a decade worth of data where certified laboratories are saying that there's nothing in the water attributable to fireworks, that there's no exceedances of aquatic health indicators, of numeric objectives established under the California toxic rule. So there's none of that. So anybody that's making any claims that there's water quality impacts is wrong. They're just factually wrong. For this show anyways, we have 10 years worth of data there. The real issue, and I'm going to get to this, is conflation, right? It's really conflation, and it's not about consistency with the Coastal Act. It's not about environmental, issues. What it really is that some people don't like fireworks, and they're basically conflating this show, which happens at a rate of 0.0038% of the year, or 20 minutes, and they're conflating that with a fireworks show that goes on 150 nights down in San Diego. That's literally right next to endangered species, ESA species of Elise tern rookery. I can't even believe the Coastal Commission permitted that in the first place, much less continues to permit it. Where this show, there's no ESA species, there's 10 years worth of water quality data, 5 years worth of bird data at the minimum, and tons of trash. So I'm sorry that you're put in a bad position by having to make a decision between your staff's recommendation and the underprivileged kids in Long Beach.
Thank you.
But I can tell you, and if you just let me finish this real quick, I can tell you right now, as the consultant that's been involved in this, that also does a bunch of these kind of shows around the region, that this show is operating under the most strict environmental regulations of any fireworks show in Southern California. And I've said this, and I'll leave this at the end. This is the most environmentally monitored 20 minutes in Southern.
Thank you. Next, Elena Tucci and David Black. Elena Tucci.
I am requesting a no vote on this agenda item. I support the executive director's and staff's rejection of the CDP amendment application and concur that the applicant's ground for appeal are without merit. As a fourth generation Long Beach resident, I find this event increasingly problematic due to the noise and pollution it generates. The disruption negatively impacts the peace of residential communities, particularly those of infants, toddlers, combat veterans, individuals with sensory and respiratory sensitivities, and beloved pets, as well as migratory and native area wildlife. I recently attended the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival, where I experienced a relatively modest choreographed drone display. Experiencing it, I felt more like a participant than the residents in support of the Big Bang event would show up for a drone show and continue to support charity. A mid-range custom animation and music synchronized display ranges in cost from $30,000 to $75,000. For example, a 2023 City of Rancho Palos Verdes 4th of July drone show, $55,000. Drones could be launched from a barge similar to the one used to launch the fireworks. I believe such modern alternatives are viable, entertaining, inclusive, and far more suitable than traditional pyrotechnics. It is our responsibility to steward and protect the environment and the ecology it supports, notably that of wildlife, especially sea life and seabird populations. You are not the California Charitable Commission. You are the Coastal Commission. And I urge you to continue to prioritize the long-term health of dwindling local rookery over the interest of a well-connected group and those who are complicit in seeking to bypass environmental science and obstinate to more suitable, sustainable alternatives. I encourage you to protect ground, or the appellant will continue to drive that population to the brink of collapse, or worse yet, the extinction of that nesting area. Thank you for your time and consideration of my views.
Thank you. David Black.
Hi, my name is David Black. I'm a resident of Long Beach, and I'd like to thank the chair and commissioners for their time today. I'm in full support of the Big Bang on the Bay. First, I want to acknowledge the concerns raised by the Sierra Club, their affiliates, and the Audubon Society. There's been ongoing complaints about pollution in Alamiz Bay and potential risks to birds. Those concerns deserve to be heard and taken seriously, but it's also important to look at what the actual record shows. This event has been monitored for years, and even with that level of scrutiny, there's been no clear evidence of lasting harm, such as nest abandonment or pollution. Yet despite that, the conclusion has been made that the risk alone is enough to change course. And that's where I think we need to take a step back. The reality is fireworks over water are common, statewide, long-standing traditions. They happen in San Diego, Los Angeles, Orange County, and San Francisco. In Northern California, for instance, you have the same thing in Sausalito and Oakland. Multiple shows often launched from barges over water in the same conditions we have in Long Beach. If this type of event is acceptable statewide, we should look towards a consistent statewide approach that treats each city equally. Otherwise, decisions made may appear capricious. Every one of these communities has the environment to worry about and protect. A clear statewide policy should be used, not a case-by-case approach that leaves one city carrying a different burden. Now is the time to ask whether this decision reflects a balanced consideration of the entire community and the people who benefit from the funds raised by the Big Bang of the Bay, or whether certain voices are being given more weight than others. We can protect the environment, and we do that in Long Beach. We should also be fair, and we should be consistent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now one last try with Susan Kirks. Can you please unmute? We'll try as an attendee and see if that works.
Thank you. The commenter's name was George Two Horses, not, quote, George Two Feathers or whatever his name is, end of quote. please support your staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're still breaking up a little, but we got the gist of your message. Everyone's accounted for. I see some hands raised, but we didn't receive their signups in a timely manner. Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you to the public. Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and I will return to staff. Mr. Palm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a short list of comments I want to make. I'll try to be as brief as possible, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Hudson for any additional remarks. First and foremost, you did hear the applicant make a statement that staff have not questioned the environmental reports from previous years. We disagree with that statement. In fact, our previous staff reports for the last 2 years did just that. We reviewed the monitoring reports, we looked at the data, and we came to separate conclusions. We did find that there were impacts to birds, marine debris, and water quality, and that is actually partially why the commission approved a 5-year permit last year that required the transition to drones. So I just wanted to make that first statement. Additionally, you heard some comments from the applicant as well as the representative regarding violations with the bird monitoring from last year. Just for some additional context, we received notice from members of the public approximately a week ago regarding some issues with the 2025 bird monitoring report. In part, what's relative to the violation that's being reviewed, the potential violation, I should say, which is being reviewed, is that the bird monitoring condition requires the permittee to monitor prior to, during, and immediately after the fireworks. The monitoring report that we received included data for the morning of the fireworks event, and then the next data was from the morning thereafter. And by data, I mean direct observations recorded in the report. And so I just want to emphasize that is not the subject of today's hearing. That is not something that staff used to analyze, which led to our recommendation before you today. However, we are looking into that separately. But again, that is not a subject of today's hearing. In addition, you've heard some additional comments about the fire department regarding the feasibility. I did mention this in my presentation. I want to just kind of reemphasize. The fire department has raised feasibility concerns with some of those drone staging locations that were approved through the 2025 permit. Again, the special condition allows the permittee to find alternative drone staging locations within the bay or really anywhere else that may be feasible. And so what's made this exceptionally challenging is, again, we have not received an application for a drone staging plan. It's very, very difficult to analyze both commission staff as well as fire department staff as something can be permissible without a drone staging plan. Again, it includes important details that would allow the fire department to determine what a safety perimeter would actually be. I would also just note that this is something that we looked into last year. There were similar feasibility concerns raised by the applicant last year. Staff looked into this. We spoke with several drone operators, and staff were informed that it would be possible to have a drone show within this location. The next comment I just wanted to make briefly is an overarching comment. You heard a lot of remarks about positive support for this event, and staff share that support. In fact, the permittee has a permit, right, through 2029. And so what is before you today is not to cancel this event. The event is permitted through 2029, and that includes many other elements beyond just what we're talking about with the fireworks and the drone show. There's a full schedule of events that include aerial flyovers, a block party, etc. All of that is still approved under the existing permit, and they don't have to come back to the commission for that through 2029. And so there is actually a lot of support for this event. The caveat is that in 2025, the commission approved this event in such a way that imposes the least environmentally damaging alternative on the applicant, in that they have to switch to drones beginning this year. And so the goal is to allow the event to continue in a way that is most protective of coastal resources. And now finally, I want to attempt to reorient the conversation a little bit here today, because this hearing is not a matter of relitigating or reanalyzing the issues around fireworks and drones. It's really narrowly a conversation of, can the commission accept this amendment request based on the conditions that were imposed approximately a year ago that specifically require the applicant to transition from fireworks in 2025 to drones, or the option of drones, I should say, beginning this year. And so I just really want to emphasize that although there's a lot of comments surrounding these, preference between fireworks and drones. That is something that was considered last year, and this hearing today is a decision on whether or not this amendment can be accepted based on the commission-approved conditions of the permit. With that, I will close and turn over to Mr. Hudson for additional comments.
All right, thank you, Jeff. I'd like to provide just an overarching observation. And first, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the many members of the public who spoke on this matter today, both in support and opposition to the staff recommendation. And we appreciate that sort of participation in the process. I would remind the audience, as Jeff had just mentioned, that what we're here to talk about today is not the benefits of the approved event, nor even the benefits of fireworks versus drones or vice versa. The action before us today is limited to the appeal of an executive director determination to reject an amendment application that staff believes would have lessened the intended effect of a condition. It does not provide an opportunity to rehear the merits of the original project. Pursuant to the Commission's regulations, we are unable to accept an application for an amendment to a previously approved coastal development permit that would lessen the intended effect of a condition of approval. Now, in this case, the Commission approved the underlying CDP that allows for a 5-year approval of the annual block party fundraising event with a special condition allowing for that firework display only during the first year, as you heard. And it specifically prohibited the use of fireworks after that first year. The condition specifically allowed only 2 options to meet that requirement. First, implement the block party fundraiser without an aerial display. And 2, use an alternative aerial display if feasible, such as either a laser light show or drone show. And as staff explained, we believe a laser light show or a drone show would be feasible, and no evidence has been provided to the contrary. Regardless, the question before us today is limited to whether the proposed amendment would lessen the intended effect of that previous condition, which staff believes is clearly the case here. And thus, your staff continues to recommend that the Commission uphold the Executive Director's determination to reject the proposed amendment. And with that, I'm just going to turn to Dr. Huckelbridge. And with that, I'll close the staff comment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's participation. Okay, I will return to my colleagues. Comments? Oh, Commissioner Wilson.
Just a clarifying question, and it's for staff and for the executive director. So, just one more. Can you just say this one more time, like really clear? Because this is so specific, and I guess what I'm asking is, if we were to accept this this appeal, then we would be making a determination of what would be that determination, and would it open us up to litigation, like writ of mandate litigation from other parties? I guess is what I'm getting at.
So if the commission, I think what you're asking is the action, if you were to accept the amendment, would be to reject the executive director's determination not to accept the amendment. That would mean that we would accept the amendment and we would need to bring it back to you for a hearing on the merits of the amendment.
What would we think the timing of that would be?
Unclear.
That's my only question for now. I'll let other members dive in.
Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. I want to speak because I was there, obviously, because I've been on the commission a number of years at the original hearing. And I just want to reinforce what staff has said, that we had a long discussion of the impact of fireworks on this in Alamitos Bay, which is a central part of the Pacific Flyway, very important ecological area. We had an extensive discussion about that, and including the pros and cons of fireworks versus drones. The commission has heard and debated this issue, and what's before us today is whether or not we're going to support the executive director's determination on this topic. I would be more than happy to reiterate all my points that I may have made. I don't recall specifically if I made them all, but I'm very familiar with the impacts of fireworks. And I think that we saw earlier today when we were talking about the SeaWorld drone show, the benefits and the support for drones. And, you know, there are numerous reasons why that's the case that I don't think I need to reiterate, but they've been fully discussed. So I would just turn to my fellow commissioners and say that this has already been discussed. This has already been voted on. And it was crystal clear to the applicant that that was the final year of fireworks. And one of the things that we said at the time was you'll have a full year to develop the drone proposal that will then benefit all of the nonprofits that everyone has been speaking about today. You know, there's no goal here not to raise money for the nonprofits. In fact, drone shows have become more and more popular, and that's why we're seeing the transition. There's absolutely nothing that would have stopped the applicant or I'm not sure what he is called in this particular agent, I guess, or applicant, from fleshing out the drone show proposal, but that just never happened. Just a couple days before it was due, they once again submitted the fireworks proposal. So I think it would be incorrect for the commission to get back into drones versus fireworks versus something else and simply focus on the issue that's before us, which is whether or not this permit amendment is appropriate or whether we should support the executive director. I feel very strongly, I did at the time, and I feel even more strongly now that we need to uphold the executive director's determination on this.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for staff. Fireworks, e-bikes, parking, you know, you can't get away from those very passionate issues that we all wrestle with, particularly the coastal communities. And, you know, no one loves the oohs and ahs of fireworks more than this old guy. And I'm glad you focused and refocused the discussion, because I was taking notes and I kept thinking, you know, and you know, I'm as bleeding a heart as there is when it comes to charities and all the great things that people are doing for those who are not as fortunate as many of us. But this isn't about that. I mean, I was not on the commission when this was litigated a year ago, but I watched it. It was one of the first meetings I watched, and it was passionate. It was, you know, there were great arguments on both sides. But what was crystal clear to me as the new guy who didn't know a whole lot was there was a condition. The conditions were approved, agreed upon, and that's how it was determined and decided, and ultimately signed on the dotted line, literally. So, you know, I always, you know, try to impart words of wisdom to my boys, and I always talk about, you know, say what you mean and mean what you say, and your word's reliable, and you know, at the end of the day, that's what it's really about. And so there was an agreement that was made upon. If we didn't like the agreement, then we shouldn't have entered into the agreement, but we did, and it was crystal clear. You get your 5 years, but at the end of this year, you have to phase out the fireworks. So again, not looking at the positive impacts and the community benefits, because we all understand that, but I'm looking strictly at the principle and the consistency of upholding a decision based on an agreement that was reached by both parties. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that the reason for my vote today is based on the frame of the issue that we're voting on. And I say that because for me here in this community, the one we're sitting in today, just a couple of years ago, illegal fireworks took a life. We had a house burned down where folks were not able to get out of it. And it was a tough moment for our community. So I've been pro-organized fireworks, given the fact that those draw community, create opportunity without putting community at risk. But for the very same reasons Commissioner Jackson just pointed out, there's a contract I'm looking back on. I didn't sit on this commission at the time, but the question, are we going to honor the agreement that was entered into? I think it was clear there is no gray here for me. The only gray I see is in the question of impact or not between staff and dueling experts. But that's negated by the fact that there was a solid agreement that was in front of us. So to this question of, is there a reason to toss this agreement today? No. If I was sitting here then, would I have questioned it based on my lived experiences and realities? Probably, but that's not what we're looking at today. We're looking at this contract as it sits, and so for those reasons, I'm compelled to support staff's position today.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowenberg.
I just want to go back to one thing Mr. Hudson said. We are not saying the event can't take place. We're saying that one specific aspect of it can't take place. And I would find it very hard to believe that the good people of Long Beach would not give their donations to these organizations because they're not going to see a fireworks show. I got to believe people, when they give, they're giving to the organization. They're not giving to whether they got a chicken dinner or a filet mignon. They're giving to the organization. And they're giving to these organizations that benefit from this huge event. It's one aspect of the event. So just to keep it in perspective, I agree with everything my colleagues have said, but let's just keep this in perspective. It's one small piece of a very large, what sounds like a terrific event. So I would hope that the good people of Long Beach would continue to support their community and continue with their philanthropic dollars in this event.
Commissioner Rodoni.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the other commissioners pointing out that our choice today is a very narrow decision. In my mind, I was president in May 2025, and I only voted to extend it because of the conditions that it was going to end. And I think that's important going forward. It's not the merit of what you're doing or not doing. It's what does the decision call for. And honestly, you agreed to that. And I take that agreement very strongly, that you agreed to what this commission had proposed. And so supporting the executive director's decision today is an easy choice for me based on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
All right, thanks. So I want to say that I was one of the commissioners of two commissioners that wanted to extend this for longer than 1 year last time. And that would have been 2 years. But I will say this, like, I am hearing what the consequence of accepting this appeal would be to, I don't see relitigating this getting us to a different place. And so that is, for me, I don't think it would be healthy for this discussion. I don't think it'd be healthy for the community of Long Beach to have that happen. So I feel like I really need to support staff's recommendation on this and support the executive director, because I think I was in a very nuanced minority even then. So I just want to say that really clearly, because there's a couple things. I actually am, and I do appreciate the community rallying around fireworks and their tradition in our common culture, but I also appreciate that things change and we move to other technologies and we move to other ways of doing things that have, especially when we're impacting other parts of our environment and our community. And so I think that's relevant. And so I accept that. And I think that's and I'm hopefully we see more of that. And I likewise believe that these large events can gather and bring together charitable giving with or without these things, this type of event. So I guess from that perspective, I'm all right. I just want to say I'm conflicted, I guess I would say, in this transition, but I'm supportive of staff's recommendation at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
I was going to make a motion. Do you have any comments, Chair? Or
no,
Okay.
I guess I will make brief comments. Thank you. I'm in agreement with my colleagues and just want to highlight that for me, there's been no new material information or change that would justify a change to the agreement that was so clearly laid out as my colleagues have so articulately expressed. So I will be supporting staff's recommendation.
Thank you. I move that the Commission overturn the Executive Director's decision to reject Coastal Development Permit Amendment Application Number 5-25-002-A1 And I recommend a no vote.
I'll second that. That's a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by me. We're asking for a no vote. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Jackson.
No.
Jackson, no. Commissioner Rodoni.
No.
Rodoni, no. Commissioner Lee.
No.
Lee, no. Commissioner Lopez.
No.
Lopez, no. Commissioner Lowenberg.
No.
Lowenberg, no. Commissioner Nodoff.
No.
Nodoff, no. Commissioner Moreno.
Moreno, no.
Moreno, no. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner O'Malley. Oh, is recused. Commissioner Hart.
No.
Hart, no. Chair Harmon.
No.
Harmon, no. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The commission concurs with the executive director's determination. Thank you. Okay, I think we'd like to power through if that's okay. If we could please move on to item 18A.
All right, thank you. And we do have a PowerPoint for this presentation, please, if we can pull that up. I would just note, we're going to keep the staff presentation will be fairly short, about 3 minutes. We do have an applicant who's opposed to one of the conditions, so I need to walk through that. So item 18A is an application by the Seabreeze Development Company for a coastal development permit amendment to convert a previously approved 5-unit apartment building to condos, convert a common area recreation room and 2 storage rooms into a 758 square foot ADU on the ground floor, and to merge 2 lots over which the structure currently sits. Now, as can be seen in this aerial photograph, the subject site's located in a densely developed urban neighborhood within the Venice community of the city of LA. Next slide, please. The site's currently developed with a 3-story, 5-unit apartment building with 5 storage rooms and a rec room and an 11-space garage shown on the ground floor. Next slide, please. There is an addendum for this item and includes a minor revision to Special Condition 1 that clarifies that 6 units, including the ADU, would be allowed on the site. And the addendum responds to a letter from the applicant's representative objecting to the requirements of Special Condition 3 to maintain the affordable unit on site for the life of the development. And the addendum also responds to a second letter from a neighboring property owner requesting additional conditions of approval. Now, specifically, the applicant argues the Commission's original 1989 approval for the 5-unit apartment building, including the one on-site affordable unit, was silent as to the duration of affordability. The applicant notes that in the City of LA's recent Mellow Act determination, which found that one affordable unit exists, the city chose to only require the affordable unit be maintained on site for a 30-year period rather than for the life of the development. In response, staff would note, and as explained in more detail in the addendum, at the original time of the Commission's action in 1989, the maximum allowable density for this site was only 4 units. The original proposal was for a 6-unit apartment building. It included 1 unit reserved as affordable for persons of moderate income, and that was the project before the Commission. On review and approval of that dual permit, the Commission found it was appropriate to allow for the increase in density because one of the proposed units would be designated as affordable. Thus, the Commission, our original decision approved, it was a 5-unit approval rather than 6, with a clear understanding that 1 unit would be reserved as an affordable unit for persons of moderate income. And your staff believes the conversion of that affordable unit to a market rate unit would require an amendment or a new CDP. The Commission's findings for the underlying CDP specifically noted that, as shown here on this slide, if in the future the affordable unit ceased to be maintained, then pursuant to the city's conditions of approval, which were incorporated as part of our decision, then the city's building permits could be revoked. Additionally, the Commission's findings do not contemplate the designation of the affordable unit would cease at any point in the future, but instead provided that failure to maintain the unit as affordable at any point in the future would constitute a violation. Thus, for those reasons, and as more fully explained in that addendum, staff continues to recommend that Special Condition 3, requiring that the affordable unit on site be maintained for the life of the development, continue to be required. Now, in addition, the addendum also responds to a second letter received by other neighbors, Gavin and Michelle Langley, requesting additional changes to the project, such as widening the fronting alley, constructing new storm drain improvements, allegations that the roof deck on site is unpermitted, and that additional parking should be required. Briefly, that was responded to in the addendum. Staff noted that the majority of those requests do not raise Chapter 3 consistency issues, that the project complies with all parking requirements, and that our staff will evaluate the alleged violations on site. Next slide, please. In closing, I would just note that staff believes the proposed amendment, only with the required special conditions, is consistent with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act and the Venice LUP. The motions to carry out this recommendation are on page 4 of the staff report. I am available for questions.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Are there any ex partes? Okay, seeing none. Chris, I'll turn to you.
All right, we have the applicant's representative, Travis Bruce. On Zoom, they're being moved in. All right, and when you're able to, please unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, hello, good evening, commissioners and coastal staff. Thanks for your time today. I know it's getting late. My name is Travis Bruce. I'm with the company Pacific Urbanism, and we're representatives for the applicant. Dario Alvarez, the principal of Pacific Urbanism, is also present at the meeting. And we have Christina Kropp, who is our land use counsel for the applicant, who's here as well to answer questions from the commission if they have any litigious questions. Frank Murphy, the original developer, the current owner, and the applicant is also present as well. As mentioned, the only reason we're here today to not just simply accept the case as is related to special condition number 3. We have no other issues with any of the other Coastal Commission recommendations or any other part of the staff report. Only item we want to discuss is special condition number 3 related to the affordable unit. As mentioned, the proposed special condition number 3 states there's the rent for the life of the development clause in this. Simply put, we're requesting the special condition number 3 language remain consistent with the original condition language of the 89 CDP, instead of adding the additional language of for the life of the project. This new special condition is more strict than the original special condition, which defers to the city and the original LA Community Development Department, which is now the Housing Department, which is the ones controlling the length of time requirement for the affordable unit. In that original staff report, the condition for that affordable unit states, one of the 6 proposed units shall be reserved for rental to persons of moderate income and moderate income rent levels, as defined by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. This unit shall be registered with the Los Angeles City Community Development Department for administration of the rent level, which shall be reviewed annually by the department. In that original condition, there is nothing saying anything related to the life of the project or creating a perpetuity requirement of that affordable unit. For the record, the owner, when they went into agreement with the original CDP, was of the understanding that there would be a regulated affordability period. So introducing this new condition is also creating a level of administrative confusion between the 2 governing entities, which is the city and the Coastal Commission. In the City of LA's CDP, the letter of determination, the language for that affordable unit, which is condition number 5, states, affordable replacement unit, Mellow Act, 1 dwelling unit shall be restricted as an affordable replacement unit for at least 30 years. Again, this is stating 30 years. It does not have a life of the project or a perpetuity clause included in it. By adding this language into the special condition by the coastal permit, this is imposing stricter conditions than the city and stricter conditions than the original CDP, which this is an amendment to. In conclusion, we're not asking to get out of anything related to the affordable unit. We're simply asking that the special condition is revised to reflect the original CDP condition in its language. If I may, I'd like to speak to the comment that was received related to the illegal roof deck. I've provided staff with plans for this as well.
Sir, how much more time do you need?
30 seconds.
Go for it.
So the statement that the roof deck is unpermitted is entirely unfounded and untrue. We've provided staff with the original approved plans, which are stamped by both city planning and the building department, which show there's a roof deck in the original 1991 approval for this project.
Thank you.
I see.
All right, thank you. Dario Alvarez.
Hello, Coastal Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see me?
We can see you as well. Oh, there you go. You just muted yourself. There you go.
Good evening, Coastal Commission. My name is Dario Alvarez. I am an architect and agent for the owner. And I want to address the use of a lifetime affordability requirement as the standard in this case. By looking at the standards and regulatory framework that was in place at the time of the original approval in the late 1980s. Affordability requirements were not imposed in perpetuity. They were long, but they were defined in duration. So I have here the Coastal Commission's 2015 report on affordable housing policies and implementation. On pages 24 and 25 of the report, the Commission reproduces its housing guidelines from that period in question and states that the affordability covenants run for a period of 30 years from the date the agreement is recorded. The Commission's own framework establishes that time, and it's not a lifetime condition. This section also refers to housing and urban and development standards and Section 8 programs, confirming that these requirements were structured within the term-based limits. This is housing and urban development's guidelines that were in place at the time. And HUD shows that on Section 8 contracts, they were 20-year limits placed. Then there's the IRS Internal Revenue Code Section 42, which governs low-income housing tax credits. That was enacted in 1986. The program establishes for 15-year compliance periods. So across coastal policy and federal programs at the time, the framework is long-term, but time-defined and tied to a specific program or public benefit, which brings me to my second point. Longer durations are associated with subsidy, additional density, or another form of exchange. Exchange being the operative term there, which is what justifies the term. This project proceeded under a hardship framework. There's no additional density granted beyond the affordable unit, and there was no subsidy. So as Travis Bruce mentioned, we're not disputing the requirement to provide an affordable unit. We're only asking that the language of the condition reflect the framework in place at the time of approval and remain proportional to what is actually being granted. We respectfully request that the Commission modify the condition as proposed. And as an alternative, we ask that this item be continued or taken under submission and be brought back with additional findings if it's required that the Commission review some of the additional evidence that I'm presenting here. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Christina Kropp, did you also wish to speak, or are you available for questions?
Good evening. I'll take a minute since I've been here all day. Good afternoon, good evening, Commissioners. Christina Kropp, Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I would like to echo our team's concerns regarding the inconsistency between proposed Special Condition 3 as it relates both to the original CDP condition as well as the currently proposed affordability requirement of the City of Los Angeles. I do have a concern that in the addenda, Coastal Commission staff is interpreting City of Los Angeles staff findings, and that their interpretation of those findings is inconsistent with how the city is interpreting and has implemented the affordability requirement. And so it would appear to me that the Coastal Commission's reading of City of Los Angeles requirements may not necessarily be correct. As Travis noted, the developer has been the same developer since the 1980s. I believe he still might be here today with us to answer any questions. His understanding was not that this was a unit that was going to be held in perpetuity. And so, I wasn't there in 1989, but everything that we're reading doesn't lead us to believe that that was the requirement. So we would just ask that the condition be kept in alignment with current city requirements. And again, if necessary, we're happy to come back for further clarity on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Our only other speaker, Gavin Langley. Gavin, go ahead.
Can you see me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I own a house directly diagonally opposite the project. I have concern about this changing from condo to condos because we'll be dealing with a HOA. In May 25th of 2023, I attended a public hearing with the planning department, and the Bureau of Engineering recommended that there be a 5-foot property taken away from this. Here is the recommendation that was printed in December 20th, 2023. Improve Court E, Virginia Court, which is Carroll Canal, being dedicated, adjoining the subdivision by the construction of a suitable surfacing to complete a 15-foot wide alley with 2-foot wide longitudinal concrete gutter, including any necessary removal, encroachments, etc. Just today, while I've been waiting on this call for you, there's been a vehicle here between the property owner's wall and an electrical pole, a concrete truck that can't get through the street. This is a common occurrence. This is a FedEx truck that happens every day. I don't understand the track map that was basically published. This said that the track map was going to have this 5-foot dedication taken away from it. Whenever construction happens on this street, there's 25 properties on either side of the street. It's imposed on anybody doing construction on the Venice Boulevard side. We have a problem. We had a fire here in 2022. Fire trucks can't get down the street. A trash truck is 9 feet wide. There's only 10 feet wide between the subject property's owner's wall. All I'm asking is that he removes the property wall around his trash enclosure and relocates it down the street. In addition, the ADU, it's attached to Unit 1, according to what you were saying. He has it as a rec room on his plans. It's an office currently. I believe the owner will just basically hold on to Unit 1 and not sell it and leave the building down below as a ADU. It's a foot below the street. There's no access from the garage. I believe that there's no wheelchair access. A ramp should be included from the street. I work in architecture for over 30 years. I think you reconsider the wall and the 5-foot setback and the ADU on this project.
Thank you. No more speakers.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Hudson, back to you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to keep my responses short. Note that many of the responses were contained within the staff presentation and the addendum. I would just like to respond very briefly to note that in response to the last speaker with the applicants team, our staff was not interpreting the city's findings. Our staff was evaluating the commission's findings in our 1989 coastal permit. There was no, as I mentioned before, there was no consideration for a time limit on the affordable units in the original findings. And there's no conflict with our condition today and the city's Mellow Act determination, as another speaker was concerned. The city's Mellow Act condition requires the affordable unit be maintained for at least 30 years. Our condition simply requires that the affordable unit be maintained for the life of the development. Thus, those conditions don't conflict. I would also just note that in response to one of the speakers who noted that there should be an increase in density allowed if we want additional time for the unit, I would note that there was an increase in density in the original 1989 action. That was what the proposal was. It was for an affordable unit, similar to what we see for a density bonus type provision, although it preceded the density bonus provision in the certified LUP. It allowed for that additional density on site, and we specifically had findings that we were noting the presence of the affordable unit. There was no discussion of any deadline. I would just note that in response to the last speaker, not associated with the applicant, I would note that most of the issues that were raised by that speaker are outside the purview of this amendment, which is for the conduization, and we do not see an issue with the proposed ADU. So with that, I'll just end my comments and note that I am here for questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, to my colleagues, comments, questions? Commissioner Lowenberg.
So to me, this is very simple. There is special condition number 3. It specifically says in very plain English, remains the existing, maintain the existing affordable unit on the site for the life of the development. If the applicant would like to tear the building down, the affordable unit will relook at the whole thing. So I don't understand the whole argument, Mr. Alvarez and the lawyer. It's in plain English. And HUD's requirements have zero to do with this. All of that is irrelevant. When someone buys a piece of property and they have restrictions on the property, you get that in a title report. So whoever bought this project had the opportunity through their counsel or through the title company to look at all these conditions. To come back now and say, whoops, I didn't realize, no whoops. It's in plain English here. I don't, to me, it's not even we should be talking about it. That unit has to stay affordable for the life of this project. Hard stop.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
I move that the commission approve the proposed amendment to coastal development permit number 5-89-920-A1 pursuant to the staff recommendation. I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Jackson. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Item 18B, please.
All right, thank you. Item 18B will have a very short presentation by staff. I would just note that I don't think we have any speakers in opposition. This was an item that we did expect to have at least some speakers, given that it is the Shore Hotel, of which we heard about in this morning's enforcement report. The item will be presented briefly by Vince Lee, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District. If we could pull up the PowerPoint presentation, please, and Vince, please take it away.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 18B is the hearing for a CDP amendment application submitted by Sunshine Enterprises to extend the deadline for construction of the micro hotel, which was approved by the commission in December of 2019. The standard of review is Chapter 3, and Santa Monica certified LUP may be used as guidance. Next slide. On December of 2019, the commission approved the underlying CDP for Sunshine Enterprises to construct a new 164-room hotel, which included a special condition to require construction and occupancy of the 14-room, 34-bed micro hotel within 2 years of the date of the commission action, as a portion of the mitigation package to offset the impacts incurred by the unpermitted demolition of 2 lower-cost motels containing 72 lower-cost rooms. On September of 2020, the commission issued the CDP and the micro hotel rooms were to be constructed and certificate of occupancy to be issued by December 12, 2021. However, due to the processing and permitting delays from the city during the pandemic, despite the applicant's diligent effort to acquire the city's approval of the micro hotel, the applicant indicated to commission staff that it was unable to conform to the deadline. And finding good cause on September of 2021, prior to the lapse of the deadline, the commission's executive director extended the deadline by 1 year to December 12, 2022, consistent with the timeframes outlined in the conditions. On October of 2022, with further delays in acquiring plan check approval from the city's Building and Safety Division for the micro hotel, the applicant submitted a material amendment application to once again extend the deadline for another 2 years to December 12, 2024. Commission staff reviewed the submitted amendment application, conducted a meeting with the city's then Director of Community Development on December of 2022 to discuss the building code issues associated with the proposed micro hotel, and kept the application incomplete until the matter was resolved between the city and the applicant, thus postponing commission action until the uncertainty in construction timeline was removed. On February 12, 2025, the applicant finally received approval from the city's Building and Safety for the micro hotel, and on July of 2025, the applicant received the stamped approved plans for the city, which was in substantial conformance with the 2019 plans approved by the commission and consistent with the special condition. The construction of the micro hotel began on December 10th, 2025. Next slide. Now with the confirmed construction schedule, the applicant submitted a revised project description requesting change to special condition 9 of the CDP for extension of the deadline to January 29th, 2027. The applicant also submitted program elements necessary to accomplish the reservation of the micro hotel for the proposed programmatic use and a detailed summary of the overnight youth lodging program consistent with Special Condition 9. In addition, consistent with Special Condition 10 of the underlying CDP, the applicant has been submitting annual monitoring reports from 2020 to 2025, evidencing the hotel's operation of the required 72 moderate class rooms on site and the implementation of the overnight youth lodging program. Next slide. The applicant has been diligent in its pursuit of construction of the micro hotel, which is now underway and complying with the related requirements of the permit. It is also important to note that Special Condition 8 of the underlying permit foresaw that construction of the micro hotel would potentially take some time, and to ensure that mitigation for the loss of low-cost overnight accommodations was immediately realized, it required the applicant to provide 72 of the existing market rate hotel rooms at moderate cost for the life of the development. Once the micro hotel is built, the micro hotel rooms may be counted towards that 72 moderate cost rooms requirement. Commission staff has confirmed that the applicant has provided the 72 rooms on site at moderate cost since the commission acted on the underlying CDP and will continue to do so after the micro hotel is completed. In closing, commission staff believes that the proposed extension of the deadline for the construction of the micro hotel to January 29, 2027 is consistent with the intent of the underlying permit, as well as Section 30213 of the Coastal Act and the LUP Policy 35 to protect existing lower cost visitor and recreational facilities. Thus, staff recommends approval of the Coastal Development Permit Amendment application as conditioned, and the motion can be found on page 5. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Great, thank you very much. Any ex partes? Okay, and confirming, Chris, there are no public speakers?
We just have the applicant's representative, Alicia Bartley. They have a presentation.
Hi. I actually do not need to give my presentation.
Okay.
It's getting late. Assuming that I heard that we've got no opponents, which I'm very, very pleased to hear. We have been working hard on this, and I appreciate the assistance of staff working on this for put all the time and attention that he has spent on this. So I concur with the staff report and am available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bartley.
All right,
Really appreciate it.
No other speakers.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Hudson, okay. I love it. I'll return to the commission. Commissioner Wilson.
Well, as one of two commissioners here who were present at that meeting where this was approved, I think Carol voted yes and I voted no. But that may be, well, for reasons you may not have, well, I won't go into. And I also want to appreciate that the applicant knows when not to talk us out of a project. So I move that the commission approve Coastal Development Permit Amendment number 5-18-0872-A1 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I recommend a yes vote. Carol?
I'll second, and I have a comment. Okay, it's been now 7 years since that vote, but I remember it very well because it was one of our first votes. And obviously, I'm disappointed that this hasn't moved forward more quickly. I understand, but I'm not going to say I'm not disappointed. It's such an important part, and it was a really significant violation. And as I recall, what I voted for was the significant penalty, as well as this micro hotel. Not sure what. Never mind. It's too late for this kind of back and forth. All right. So in any event, on that note, call for the vote.
Thank you. A motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Vice Chair Hart. They're asking for a yes vote. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing
Just
none.
want to say finally.
Okay. No objections. Motion carries. Thank you. And we will. Thank you. Adjourn for the day. See you. Oh, there is. So sorry. We're not adjourned yet.
There's a DD.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Malley. Jumped the gun. Mr. Hudson.
We're very close. Item 19, this is the last agenda item before we get to the statewide items. It's the Deputy Director's Report for South Central Coast District. Item 19, it includes 3 permit waivers, 5 permit extensions. We're not aware of any opposition to any of the items. We're asking whether 3 or more commissioners have any objections to those items. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Any ex partes? Any public comments?
No speakers.
No speakers. Great, thank you. Do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. Okay, statewide items. Do we have anything today? Nothing. All right, fantastic. Now we really are adjourned. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you.